my panelists to present their viewpoint to take this discussion forward. Thank you very much. Dr. Sachin.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the very relevant opening remarks. So I will start with the vision of Honorable PM, sir, which was also delivered yesterday in a video message. Honorable PM yesterday emphasized the need to have resilient global healthcare systems. He said for the purpose of achieving the one earth, one family, one health policy, we need to have mobility of our health, workforce globally also. He also emphasized that India has having 4 T's: talent, technology, track record, as well as tradition. So one important point he made is that Indian doctors are recognized all over the world for their competency and their commitment. And he also said that nursing professionals and other caregivers are also recognized worldwide. So with these points coming from our Honorable PM, so we feel very proud to that our Indian system has evolved over the years. In last 8-9 years, which is to take care of all the allied healthcare professionals, which was Honorable PM sir told that India has no dearth of talent and commitment. So with these words, I will now request my panelists to guide us, to guide the audience also, that what kind of steps are further required to be taken to fulfill the global shortages. Thank you very much.
Right, the World Health Organization representative, Dr. Dhillon, to make the initial presentation. Dr. Dhillon.
Thank you, Dr. Gangadhar. On behalf of WHO, I would like to thank Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry to have this session on this important topic. Let me start with a personal anecdote. As I was driving here, my mother reminded me that she was here for the inauguration of Pragati Maidan in 1972. It was her first job. And we were showcasing, she said they were showcasing India's capacity is 25 years after independence. So now as I walk through that hall, 50 more years later, you can just see what is out there. You know, the serious capacities present in this country. And I think I was humbled by that. I'm humbled by this panel, the people who have been stewarding and shaping the capacities here in 1.4 billion people. So thank you. I'll try to make 3 small quick points. One on global shortages and numbers. The second on how India can help support addressing global shortages of health workers worldwide. And third, really the importance of health cooperation and South-South cooperation. So on the first point, I will provide a few numbers, but I first want to really highlight that the term shortage is highly context sensitive, and it's very difficult to speak in numbers to shortages. Shortages are a function of production, governance, employment, accessibility, competence, trust, skill mix, teamwork, motivation, performance, and fundamentally from WHO perspective, the shortage should be vis-a-vis the population need. So this is really important. So it's a very, very flexible thing. I looked at a 1978 WHO document, which was very clear on this, and which said that the manner in which health workers are used is as, if not more important than the numerical supply. And so this is the caveat to the numbers we will speak about now. I think with that qualification at WHO, we can see very different patterns emerging globally in the availability of health workers. The Southeast Asia region where I work has been always described as having the biggest shortages of health workers. So in all our old documents, it was always the Southeast Asia region, India, Bangladesh, Indonesia. And in 2013, which was not that long ago, it was estimated that 45% of the global shortage of health workers rested in the Southeast Asia region. Today, we can see that really the biggest progress over this last decade has been in the Southeast Asia region. So the shortage in the South Asia region, at least in the production capacities, are increasing across countries, are disappearing in some way at a very aggregate level. So there's been much development in Bangladesh, Indonesia, Thailand, etc. But fundamentally, these numbers are being driven by India. And I think Mittalji already referred to this, but again, I looked back at some historical context. In 1950, India had 28 medical schools, 4,000 seats, undergraduate MBBS seats. Every decade, we could see that these seats were increasing by about 4,000, 4,000, 4,000, 1950 to 1960, 60 to 70, 70 to 80. Then we see today 1 lakh seats. So just in the last 10 years, 50,000 additional undergraduate MBBS seats have been added, the amount that were added from independence till about 10 years ago. So huge, huge growth. When I looked at numbers, I can see that since 1950, 24-fold increase in both the colleges and the undergraduate seats, which is far outpacing population growth in India. So it really is a testament to improvement in this sector. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, as we can see on this panel. We are not even talking about dentists, pharmacists, nurses, midwives, lab techs, allied health workers, and even community health workers that were introduced not that long ago. So really, we are getting this big mushrooming. In contrast to the Southeast Asia region and the India story, we estimate that by 2030, there will be 10 million shortage of workers worldwide. 70% of the shortage vis-a-vis WHO benchmarks, as qualifying again, will be in the African and Eastern Mediterranean region. The African continent alone is estimated to have 50% of the shortages in health workers in 2030. The shortages are, of course, not just, however you define it, limited to WHO benchmarks. In high-income countries, we are seeing very high levels of population aging of the workforce, and also countries which have in restricted supply of health workers. I will give just a few numbers. So for example, in the UK, in 2010, there were 8,750 graduates per year. The number is almost the same today, 10 years later. In Australia, in Canada, in 2010, there were 2,447 medical graduates. Today it's 2,876. So these are some of the complexities we are seeing with respect to the numbers. What India has to share. And here I want to say a lot of our discussion will focus on international movement of natural persons across borders, international migration. But I think it's important to recognize that there's so much more to share, including how India has expanded its supply in the variety of efforts I think we already heard in expanding its supply, which has great meaning for the LMICs. So all the policy reforms to expand supply, the government commitment to have a mix of public-private mix in its expanding supply, the operational elements of how do you turn district hospitals into district teaching hospitals. All these have really high relevance for other countries globally. And also how to optimize the existing workforce. There's so much innovation happening across different states at the center. And this has a great amount of meaning and learning for other countries globally. Also the movement, not just of the people across, but the telemedicine, telediagnostics, its role in providing services across borders. We look at the health system in Bhutan, Maldives, Nepal, and we can see a lot of this happening. Medical tourism, a lot of the referrals in Bhutan, for example, are coming into the country. So really, there's a lot of areas for cooperation to address the global challenge with the health workforce. And finally, I think, linked to those last comments, I think often we think about cooperation from India, other LMICs to the high-income countries. But increasingly, we can see the importance of South-South cooperation, health cooperation, which includes mobility of workers, but not limited to mobility of workers. Thank you. I think that's it from my side.
Thank you very much for presenting the global scenario of what we have with respect to health services, human resource. Now before we take up for discussion, let's present our viewpoints. I am requesting Professor Majumdar to make a presentation with respect to dental health professionals. Sir.
Good morning, everybody. Under the leadership of our visionary Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Union Health Minister, Department of Health and Family Welfare, have shown us the way the Heal by India in Chintan Shibir in February 2022, wherein India leads by example, that is COVID's pandemic management. Presently, available key drivers of dental education in India, the structured dental and allied infrastructure, strong governance and favorable policy decisions, strong community dental outreach program, diverse plethora of dental clinical material, which already have our Sir Gangadhar Sir have told, we have an abundant clinical material in India, strong research and development. The current status of the dental education in India, the BDS, Bachelor of Dental Surgery, the admission is every year is 27868, 27,868, and masters are 6,882. Now, current scenario, the dental manpower in India, the dentist including the specialist are 295,173. That is 2,95,173 dentists in India. The ratio coming to the 1:4847, nearly 5,000. But as per the WHO recommendation, that ratio should be 1:7500, 7,500. India already having excess dental manpower. India can help overcome the shortage of dental talent globally. There is an acute shortage of dentists in 67 countries. 67 countries, where Africa is 21, Western Pacific is 8, Caribbean countries is 7, Southeast Asia is 5, Eastern Mediterranean is 4. The equation is just like they are less than one dentist per 10,000 population. Less than one dentist per 10,000 population. Where the moderately shortage of dentists in 23 countries. That is America 8, Western Pacific 4, Europe 4, Southeast Asia 3, Eastern Mediterranean 3, African 2. Here, dentist population is 1 to 2 in 10,000 of population. And the rest 84 countries, they are well above 2 per 10,000 of population. Export Indian dentists to the foreign countries. Parity of course and curriculum. First of all, it will be an parity of course and curriculum. After the Chintan Shibir, the Dental Council has drafted a new competency and credit-based systems course curriculum as per the highest global standard and giving weightage to the new national education policy. The Dental Council of India is keen to recognize the Indian dental education to educate and eventually surpass the global standard. A substantial effort has been made towards the result-oriented curriculum to give the undergraduate students a strong orientation and skill needed for lifetime in order to deliver good patient care. The proposed curriculum is already submitted to our Government of India, sir knows. The export of Indian dentists to the foreign countries. As per the Section 10(5) of the Dentist Act provides for reciprocal recognition of dental education and for development of Indian dentists, deployment of Indian dentists in abroad. Reciprocal recognition and MOU by the government of India between the dental council will the foreign dental council may be initiated. Export of dentists to foreign countries. Easy migration may be initiated with these countries through government of India and appropriate stakeholders. DCI, in addition to work, should work closely with the Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare with G20 nations in creating flexibility visa and work permit requirements for Indian dental professionals. Now, just for your information, recently, just for August gathering, recently the council has received a request from Australian counterpart to have a dialogue with mutual recognition agreement as per the Indian Australian Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement. Now, probable option to attract the foreign student in India. If the government of India agrees through the necessary amendment of 10 to 15% seats may be allocated to the foreign students. Only NIRF ranking top 100 dental colleges to be allotted. NEET may be exempted for that foreign students. An equivalency of class 12 standard will be determined by Association of Indian Universities. Probable option to attract the foreign student in India, 10 to 5% seat should be nominated for those countries who enter into the MOU with the government of India. Security clearance from Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Home Affairs through Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. If foreign students want to practice in India, they have to sit for exit exam. For your information, where dentistry presently lies in India. Number one NIRF ranking in the country is the Sabita Dental College in Chennai. As per QS World University ranking, this is the only college in India who stand 13 globally. This is the first time. The world largest publication in this dental college. Another information of this college has cleared step 1 CODA, CODA, that is Commission of Dental Accreditation in ADA, American Dental Association. It means if this institution clear all the steps of CODA, the students of this institution can directly practice in USA. So this is some of the information about the dentist in India, how we can help globally, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my knowledge.
That is a really encouraging remark that our country has sufficient numbers of dental health professionals and have already made an impact in the world scene. Now let me invite, thank you sir, thank you for making this presentation. Let me invite my colleague Dr. Dilip Kumar, President of the Indian Nursing Council, to make his comments. And issue was mentioned by the WHO representative, Dr. Dhillon, that nurses being short in terms of numbers worldwide and particularly so in our country. With the recent announcement of starting many nursing colleges in the government colleges and a huge budget been set apart by the health department, an encouraging scene has been created. Now off to Dr. Dilip Kumar to make his comments.
Good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving the opportunity to share my views on the nursing sector. 2020, the World Health Organization at the global level declared the International Year of Nurse and Midwife. to commemorate the 200-year birth anniversary of the Florence Nightingale. For the first time, the World Health Organization has come out with the State of the World Nursing Report. And this State of the World Nursing Report is having a fourth theme, and which has captured the global evidence and nursing practice in this report. The first theme is investment. The second theme is the creation of the positions. The third is the leadership, and the fourth is the service delivery. So in this context, again, that global report, before the COVID pandemic, they projected about 6 million shortage of the nurses globally. And after pandemic, the International Council for Nurses and WHO has projected 10 million shortfall at the global level. So in that perspective, I think India stands, and many of our nursing professionals well sought in different parts of the world, and the syllabus is which we are implementing in India, which is a uniform syllabus all over India. And to tell the latest development, recently we have revised the competency-based BSc nursing curriculum, which has been appreciated by the Canada and the University of Brunswick, and including the regulator of the University of the Brunswick has approached the Indian Nursing Council through Manipal, and Manipal and the University of Brunswick, they are upgraded for the dual degree, which means you can imagine our syllabus, which has been accepted by the developed country and University of Brunswick, and also the regulator also has agreed, which is a very good sign for the, at least whatever the topic what we are discussing, that we will be able to send our nursing and midwifery professionals in different parts of the world. We have a large, as our Mittal Saab, Dr. Mittal, moderator, very clearly said, we have a large number of nursing educational institutions in the diploma, about 2,300 diploma schools, and about 1,200 BSc nursing colleges, having a capacity of the both of 2.5 lakhs, about 770 postgraduate institutions, more so about the nurse practitioner critical care program, which has been rolled out and which has been appreciated by the University of Texas, and the University of Texas have come forward, and in the developed countries, many of the units are manned by the qualified DNP people, Doctor of Nursing Practice. That is we have to that level, the University of Texas has come forward to sign a MOU with us to start the DNP, and all the nurse practitioner critical care, and especially some of the like MGM Medical College in Mumbai, and in another Wardha and all. So they have all said that during this COVID, all these nurse practitioner critical care trained people came into handy to manage the ICUs in these institutions. So therefore, now our honorable health minister during the Chintan Shivar gave a call that Heal by India, how our nursing professionals can be. So therefore, we have taken a policy decision that 25% of the seats of all the undergraduate, postgraduate seats will be earmarked for the overseas students. This is the first the policy decision we have taken. Now the Ministry of Health is going to write to all the embassies so that they can share this development in their respective countries, so that only we will be earmarking medical colleges who are running the schools and colleges will be earmarked to only those institutions, so that the quality of the nursing and education which is available can be tapped. And besides that, we have already, I think, since I was working in the Ministry of Health, I think Ministry of Commerce, since long time, for the last 10-15 years, was talking about the MRIs. All the regulatory bodies, I remember many of the meetings I used to attend in the Ministry of Commerce for the discussion for the MRIs. At least the Indian Nursing Council is the only regulatory body has already signed an MRA, Mutual Recognition Assessment, with the Singapore Nursing Board. So that means we have gone through the motion of how to sign the MRAs. So now we are having a lot of dialogue with the different countries, Ministry of Health is suggesting to have more discussion with the different countries to sign the MRAs that will facilitate for easy movement of for the nurses and midwifery professionals. And besides that, the latest, the Japanese government is, you all know that a lot of caregivers are required in the Japanese country. So we have taken another policy decision. One of the important bottleneck which we are facing for our nurses and midwives to send to the Japanese is the Japanese language. So therefore, we have now taken a policy decision. We have identified about 9 nursing educational institutions in Northeast, and we are going to teach. Indian Nursing Council is going to fund for teaching the Japanese language during this training program, so that will facilitate for them to sit for the different examinations. That will the opportunity is going to be created for the northeastern girls to get a job in the Japan. So these are some of the policy decisions which we have taken, and also the way forward, in my opinion, is that we have a large nursing and midwifery workforce which is available even in the specialization. I think we have to create a congenial atmosphere for our nursing and midwifery programs to write the examinations. Though the CGFNS examination which is available in India, but for the other countries, I think like some of the ASCII tests which have to be conducted only in the, we have to go to that country to write that licentiate examination. I think some negotiations need to be taken up with the Ministry of Health and External Affairs to have such type of centers in India, so that our the costing can be reduced and it can be facilitated for the easy movement of our nurses and midwifery professionals. And also we have in consultation with the Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Health, we have also come out with recently a 3-month bridge course, the 3-month bridge course, so that some of the hospitals in the overseas, they can have a tie-up in our institutions in India. So during those 3 months training, though the cultural perspectives, the protocols of that countries and all, they can come and teach during those 3-month period. That will again facilitate for the easy movement for the different parts of the world. So with these few words, once again, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share my ideas. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Dr. Dilip Kumar sir, for his very enlightening remarks. He has told the audience what are the changes which are taking place in nursing sector. I would also like to inform you that yesterday Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs has approved the scheme of setting up of 157 nursing colleges with an outlay of 1570 crores in the country, and the hallmark feature of these nursing colleges is going to be that these are going to be established in the already existing medical colleges, in the government medical colleges. So as sir said that if the nursing college is attached with medical college, so a lot of quality issues get resolved automatically. So the government, to focus on the quality and global mobility of our professionals, has brought this scheme, so that the requirement world over and in India for quality, for latest technologies, and with more focused approach, and in collaboration with the patients available in the hospitals and bedside training. So these schemes have been approved yesterday. So this is going to be game changer, because government is planning to have a network of these nursing colleges with each other, so that they can act as a hub, and they can communicate with each other, and they can also provide the guidance to the nursing colleges which are in their vicinity. So they will act as a hub to those nursing colleges which are near to them, and that's why they will ensure the quality and guidance to these colleges. This is what I just wanted to say, sir.
That seems to be an encouraging scene with respect to preparing the health human resource in the nursing area. Thank you for this information, Dr. Mittal. We have now Professor Emeritus of Medicine from the Lady Hardinge Medical College, Professor Aparna Agarwal, to make her comments. Madam.
Good morning,
So,
everyone.
ma'am, I expect that that because the Honorable PM yesterday has dwelt quite upon the talent and you say competence and commitment of the doctor.
Both graduates and postgraduates. And the first thing I'd like to say is when we are talking of international collaboration and India, the first thing that we need to learn from each other is sharing. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. We need to upskill our weaknesses and overcome them by learning from others who have that as their strengths, that particular domain. And we need to train others to upskill others so that we are all at par. One earth, one health is our goal. And as our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister said, we in India train our doctors to be committed, to be knowledgeable, both theoretical and practical. We are fortunate enough to have doctors who are skilled enough to use the latest technology in major cities, in large hospitals, both corporate and public, where we have the latest facilities and patients get the benefit of that. On the other hand, we also have doctors who may be trained for the best, but are able to manage patients in resource-limited settings, which is required in some areas of our country, and we can help others in that way. So we can, about 1/3 of our healthcare workforce is inactive. They are certified, they have the knowledge, they have the skills, but they're inactive due to either some family issues or sometimes because of the age. They've retired from public service, but they're still healthy and active. And I think we need to use this workforce. Today, with telemedicine, we can use this workforce. People can sit at home and give their opinion, expert opinion, digitally to others. Similarly, our senior workforce, the retired doctors, the retired teachers, who are still active, can go to different countries for short times and train the workforce there in whatever is required. We have specialists who have retired, we have general practitioners who have retired, who can be used to train others in other countries. Now, coming to telemedicine, it has come up in a long way and has taken giant strides during the COVID times. Even within the country, we never thought of consulting a doctor digitally or telephonically earlier. People were not satisfied. Even today, the degree of satisfaction may be a little less as compared to 1:1 personal meeting, but still, telemedicine has come a long way. Especially for non-surgical branches, there's a lot we can offer through telemedicine. Interpretation of lab reports, interpretation of radiological reports, and cases. Cases can be discussed, opinions can be given through telemedicine. Even for surgical cases, I think for patients who want to visit India for surgery, they can be shown or discussed through telemedicine earlier to reduce the time period of the stay in the other country. It will reduce the cost, it will reduce other issues. So those who are fit for that can be taken up for this. The third thing I'd like to focus on is people who wish to train or learn. If we can have that, which is valid across countries, I think it will be worthwhile. For short periods, that should do. Each country can have the individual certification when you invite people or when people are coming for long periods of time. But when we are talking of short periods, few days or weeks, maybe one basic global certification exam, which if you have cleared, that means you can go and do hands-on in other countries, either as a trainer or as a learner, instead of going through multiple steps of their examinations. That I feel is one way in which we can increase the mobility across countries. Second thing, with many countries which have a particular standard of teaching, I think mutual recognition of degrees is also important. Maybe they don't need to go through the entire 4-step stages or 3-step or multi-stage exams in other countries to take further longer duration courses. Maybe it can be shorter exams. Second thing, maybe the availability of examination centers across countries. Many times, students have to travel to different countries to take those exams because they're not available across countries. So if you can facilitate that or improve that, because now everything is digitized, I don't think there should be a problem in making digital centers available across countries to conduct exams. It should be possible to do that. And last thing that I like to just say, we are all learners. As medical professionals, from the day we start our training to till we are practicing medicine, we are learners. As Honorable President said, we learn from our patients the most. We learn from our colleagues. We learn from each other, our seniors and juniors. We need to impart our experience to others and learn from our juniors and colleagues across the world. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for flagging some important issues such as a universal license for short term to both teach and to train oneself, and also, of course, endorsing that patient services which are available can be a rich source of learning material. Thank you so much. I will now invite Dr. Khanna, Gautam Khanna, who is the CEO of PD Hinduja Hospital, and sir, make your remarks.
The expectation from Gautam Khanna sir is that since the private sector plays a important role in skilling and upskilling of the various healthcare professionals, so I would like to hear your views on the issue, sir, on this, so that how it helps in global mobility and how the private sector is playing an important role, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mittal, Dr. Gangadhar, thank you, and good morning to everyone. So before I address Mr. Mittal's request, I just want to make a few comments on what I heard from our previous esteemed speakers. And Mr. Ibadat talked about how the global shortages are happening, but I want to just give reference that our Indian doctors, that there are 5 countries which make most of our Indian doctors, which is US, UK, Australia, Canada, and Germany, and 5 countries which have maximum Indian nurses is UK, US, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. And in addition to that, we have seen the demand from Saudi Arabia, UAE, Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, and I want to add global shortages, India. So all these countries are now needing healthcare professionals, and we talked about the shortage, and I think you talked about there are 9 million people or 10 million people required in a few years. I want to just, for Mr. Mittal, sir, I just want to emphasize one point, that whenever we talk about the number of professionals, we also need to link it to our Honorable PM's objective of giving employment to the Indian population, 1.4 billion, just to give an emphasis that one bed in a hospital gives employment to 30 people, including there are 4 or 5 healthcare professionals and rest are all allied. So I think there is opportunity in both. And there was a study by McKinsey in addition with FICCI, which talked about that there's an opportunity in India to increase the nurses from current levels to 180 to 190 per 10,000 people, allied to 25 and doctors to 60. So there is almost a significant demand needed, but for that we will need your support in enhancing the physical infrastructure and approvals like you just kindly mentioned about the new nursing colleges. The thing I want to talk about, and you talked about the new colleges and the data, I think that is a significant increase we've had in the last 10 years, so I'm not going to dwell on that. But few points I want to make. That, you know, one of the ways which we can enhance, and I'm giving you a private sector's perspective, is that although the government has been taking cognizant of this and pushing it, I think if there is a national database on the healthcare professionals, whether doctors, nurses, allied, everybody, then there will be one database for everybody to access. And I know it is also states have a play in it, but request to the government. The biggest challenge I think the private sector faces is the doctors is an aspirational field, but the nurses and allied healthcare is not an aspirational field. And what I mean by that is, in my mind, in my lifetime, I want healthcare to be the next IT boom of the country, because we can export, we have the capacity, we have the talent, and we need to make the nursing profession as some people will aspire to go to. And that means that we need to focus on a campaign to give them due respect and with the image, and with the society to give them consideration. Like how, you know, what we've heard is many people who migrate to other countries, they don't get paid as other professionals, but they get that respect in the community. So I think that is one aspect where the people will, ask their children to join nursing and allied health care professionals as a professional in the healthcare. The other challenge is that many nursing schools in private and are short of good talented faculty and good students. So I think there should be a little focus, and I'm requesting Mr. Dilip Kumar to help us to train the faculty and infrastructure. The one of the ways how we can have a little more training is if there is a way, and linking to what Dr. Aparna said and others, to have a global exchange of nurses and doctors and allied healthcare in maybe the last term, where they get some kind of a certification, they get some kind of an exposure, so that they are able to work outside in India. One thing which talked about was the technology, and I think the telemedicine was an excellent example you gave, madam. The use of digital tools to impart training to many people, and I think I'm going to take an example from how NABH has done, that there are various levels of certification. So maybe we need to have various levels, like we have GNM, we have ANM, we have degree, we can have different things. Now, to talk about how the private sector can do, for example, the allied healthcare. You know, under the National Skill Councils, many private hospitals have started doing that. I mean, we in fact train more than 100 people every year in more than 11 specialties. The requirement is all the private sectors need to come to an agreement that we will honor that certification given by each other and give them jobs and give them due recognition. And before I end, I want to just, last thing I took from Mr. Mittal's point, when he mentioned the Honorable PM said about the mobility, global mobility. I want to just say that India is part of the globe. So when there's a shortage, and Mr. Ibadat said South Asia has a shortage, I would request the government to look at mobility both ways. So India to global, and all the people Indians who have worked before or are already settled in other countries, is the way to attract them even for 6 months, 1 year, I don't know what. So there should be global mobility of those people, and that will probably help move the shortage. So thank you so much for giving the opportunity.
So good that you made very important points about how we facilitate the exchange. Now I request Mr. Ajay Raina, the National Skill Development Corporation, who represents the National Skill Development Corporation, to make his comments. Dr. Raina.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gangadhar. So I thank on behalf of NSDC, so inviting us all here. It's okay now? Yeah. So I have some few numbers with me. So in year 2018 to 21, around 2.61 lakh health professionals have migrated outside the country. So this shows, yes, we are already serving the entire globe. So it's not that we are doing it right now, we are already serving the entire globe, but this has to be done in a structured way. So they all have migrated in an unstructured way. So this has to be done in a structured way. So as of now, all the ministry are separately working on the global this thing. So MEA is doing their MMPA agreements, Ministry of Commerce is doing their FTAs, MSD is doing on the skills, Ministry of Health is doing on the recognition of degrees among other countries. So we should have a concentrated effort. So let us do it jointly. So let us have a joint working group of all the ministries who can then uniformly discuss with the other countries so that our goal has to be met with them. So we have recently done a study by our subsidiary company NSDC International. So the healthcare is the third largest employer in the world. So as of now, the healthcare being the third largest, and India is the biggest supplier for the healthcare manpower as of now. So our candidates who are in the healthcare are more competent than the world over. So I can vouch for that because we are day in day out working with them. So they are the more competent, but only thing is that their qualification is not recognized world over. So they are not recognizing our qualification. So for that, the government has to come forward and have a negotiation with the corresponding governments to mutually recognize their qualification, mutually recognize their skills. I think you have also suggested that you have started discussion with the Singapore. You have also suggested that you have now it has to be done jointly. So I told you that this is the largest employer in the globe. So as of now, we have got the demand of around 2.55 lakh nurses from Germany. Japan, we have 37,000 demand. UK, we have demand of around 1.10 lakh of nurses. Romania, same, Sweden. So every country is asking for the support from India. So there are some bottlenecks, yes, which I told you that language is the one bottleneck. For Germany, you have to be proficient in German. So NSDC on its own has started those languages with Gothe. We have tied up with Gothe. For Japanese, we have started our own institute to give the language trainings for the Japanese also. So this is a few things which we have done. So yes, in the end, it has to be, yes, we have to get our recognition skills mutually recognized by the other countries. So that is the foremost which we have to do, so that our candidate can get benefit for that. Yeah, thanks for this.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks, and in particular, additional skills which we get ourselves trained in languages, for example, to make people more reachable to other countries as well. Thank you so much. Now, we don't have Mrs. Tokas, not there. Okay. May I invite Dr. Pawan Kapoor, Air Marshal Pawan Kapoor, to make his comments. He has served on some of the national standards operations like the NAVH. Sir, your turn.
Thank you very much, sir, and I thank the organizer for giving this opportunity to NAVH to speak on this forum. And the biggest disadvantage of speaking in the end is that whatever you wanted to speak has already been said. So we know there are global shortages, we know there are certain strategies in place, but what I would like to highlight are a few very important things which Joint Secretary has brought out. You see, awareness is one thing, but implementation and making policy to overcome the shortage is the second issue. So the Ministry of Health, along with the NMC, the Indian Nursing Council, as well as with the Dental Council of India, as well as with NSDC, they have taken steps, which is very, very significant and important. The steps which are being taken now will have repercussions in the future. So I must compliment all of them together that you have done a human service not only to this country, but globally by taking these steps. We can say these steps should have taken long time back. Better late than never. We have taken those steps. Second issue is Is India contributing? I think nothing better than what Mr. Ajay and I said. Yes, we are contributing. I have data on doctors because I have been representing some of the education bodies abroad, and we are contributing almost more than 50,000 doctors to USA, similar amount to UK. 1 in 10 doctors in Canada is Indian, 1 in 5 doctors in Australia is Indian. This is our contribution to them, but do they need us? See what WHO is saying, somebody else needs us. But we are giving to somebody else, so why they have gone there? They have gone there because of better opportunities. They have gone there because they have greener pastures. They have gone there because they have more exposure to technology. They want to upskill themselves if they find they were unable to do so here. So we have to introspect on those factors as to why these people went to these countries. And why not to Africa? Why not to the Southeast Asia where there is a greater requirement? There is a reason for this. We must look at those reasons very, very carefully. Second issue is this, that we know there is a shortage. We said 10 million shortage of healthcare professionals. We know India itself has shortages of doctors. Now, are these shortages genuine or are they relative? Why I am saying this? That if we say 1:1,000 population, 1 doctor per 1,000 populations of age-old, I was taught in MBBS in 1975. That this is the ratio required. And India till date has not achieved this ratio. But when I see in Delhi, I think there are more doctors than their population. Maybe 1:750. But when you go to Bihar, in some district, you have 1:10,000. So when we come to a normal figure, 1:4,500, 1:1,450 doctors, as on date, as per whatever data I have gathered from the net. So when we have this type of an issue, so is this shortage genuine? Is it relative, or is there skewed distribution of our qualified professionals? We need to look into this aspect, whether the distribution is skewed. And if the distribution is skewed, which I will tell you my Indian experience being in the armed forces, it is skewed. I have served in Mizoram. Mizoram gives you, their seats provided to medical colleges for hilly tribes to get them qualified. Do they work there in the primary health center? No. As a medical officer, I used to man that primary health center in 2 years. I found there were 4 doctors who were trained, none of them working there. Where have they gone? They have gone to better cities.
So sorry to interrupt you, sir. Our focus is not on the regional skewedness in India, sir. Our focus is how to overcome the global shortages in the health
So I am
workforce, sir.
telling you, first overcome
So
our
this
shortages.
skewedness we all know, sir. This is all aware to all of us, sir, that
Yeah.
there are global skewedness, and for that government is taking a lot of steps in this regard, not only in medical, also in nursing and other allied health areas also, sir. So that is
Yeah,
not the
okay,
topic of
okay,
discussion,
okay.
sir. Sorry,
I got
sir.
your
Sorry
point,
to
I
interrupt
got your
you.
point. This skewedness is present globally. Okay, this is what I am trying to tell you. When you start from seeing your own country, then you can extrapolate that to the global situation. Globally, there is skewedness. So we need to look at that skewedness. If India is going to provide, then let us identify which are the areas, which are the countries where we need to provide that healthcare manpower. So let's look at that, which country needs us, and we should then collaborate with those countries. Maybe, yes, some of you have brought out a very good point. There should be mutual recognition of degrees. There should be mutual recognition of certifications, even for short times. It doesn't matter. We don't require to send them full time. We can send them on tenure basis. I was deputed to Oman when there were no doctors in Oman. I was deputed by the Indian Armed Forces to Oman Armed Forces. I served them for 3 years. I came back. So we can have such sort of deputations to overcome the global shortages. This is for the doctors. Nurses also, we are contributing a lot. You go to Middle East, you will find every hospital with Indian nurses. So our global contribution is immense. Now what do we do to overcome the global shortages? It's not a rocket science. If there are shortages, we have to make good those shortages by training more people, by educating more people, which I say India has taken a very great step. With almost when I passed out, there were not even, I think, about 35, 40 medical colleges. Today more than 600 medical colleges, and in the last 10 years, thanks to the present government and the efforts of Ministry of Health and the NMC, we have now got 90,000 plus seats with 600 medical colleges. Yes, we are doing a bit. This will take time to be reflected on the ground. Another important thing is what Dental Council has done. Dental Council realized this and opened dental colleges. Now what has happened is there is a problem of surplus. These dental officers are not getting employment in India. So we need to now look at a global strategy to share this resource with globally, which has to be coordinated like what Mr. Rana brought about. It needs to be coordinated at every level so that these doctors can be utilized gainfully in other countries when they are not getting jobs in our own country. And again, in our country we have Ayush, we have allied healthcare professionals. How can we use them to overcome the shortages? Can they be a resource of providing such medical care in the Indian system of medicine abroad? How can we use them? So we must look at those strategies. I think there are a lot of things I can go on this, but I'll stop here so that we can open it to the House and let's have their views. And thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for drawing the attention to the Ayush systems. Here we are, before I contribute to the presidential remarks for this session, there can be some questions we can take on. We have to close, I believe, at about 11 o'clock. If there are any pertinent questions, I would be very happy to let our panelists answer those questions. Yes, madam, maybe you can identify yourself and then pose the question.
Hello, my name is Tina. I'm from Russia, from Moscow. I'm a doctor and I represent the Academy of Postgraduate Education and the National Association of Healthcare Management of Russia. And we train doctors of various specialties, cardiology, nephrology, internal medicine, and soft skills, leadership, communication skills, management of health care, and we are also developing of a direction of clinical drugs research. And we would like to develop cooperation with a Russian doctor and Indian specialist.
Some difficulties in comprehending your question. If any one of our
It was
panelists.
more of coordinate cooperation between India and Moscow regarding the
Okay.
graduation, post-graduation.
Yeah, right now, administratively at the international level, what is the collaboration? If any one of us know here, we can share, but I think we could discuss that separately. Is that right?
Sir, actually, ministry and lot of our regulatory bodies, they at their own are having lot of collaborations with various regulatory bodies across the country, as it has been pointed out by panelists. The Nursing Council has also MRA with Singapore, and they are trying to do it with more other countries. Similarly, Dental Council of India is also having a lot of mutual recognition with many countries. Similarly, NMC also recognize few of the degrees of few of the colleges. And but as far as the Russia is concerned, this is an area which we need to work further, and we can discuss it maybe in more length, maybe at a later part.
Just to supplement this issue, not just about Moscow, across the country, the Medical Council, National Medical Commission is in a process of getting ourselves accredited to what is called as World Federation of Medical Education, which would ensure that the degrees awarded from the National Medical Commission are in turn recognized worldwide. But nonetheless, each country is free to have their own selection process of us, entrance exam or whatever it is. So this question perhaps addresses what you posed. On another hand, there are a lot of people who are getting trained in different countries of Russia, coming back to our country, passing through what is called as the foreign medical graduate examination. So it looks like there is already some action of getting your colleges to train some of our people and to get them back here. So some process is going on. Perhaps we can take on other questions. If there are any other questions?
Ma'am, I hope we are able to reply to your question satisfactorily, ma'am.
Is it clear?
Are we able to reply to your question
Did
satisfactorily?
you get the answer? No. Whatever question you have asked, sir is asking, did you get the answer?
Anyway, yeah, go on.
Yes, it's clear for us, so maybe we could discuss after the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like there are no other questions. We have, yes, madam, go on. Somebody raised the question? No.
No, actually, I was trying to answer hers.
Okay.
No, sir, thank you so much.
Okay, fine. We have come to the end of this session. There are a few remarks I thought I would place on record. Number one, as a summary, we know that we have abundant clinical material to train our people, but we are not exhausting or exploiting all the clinical material. Only in the recent, like our colleague from the WHO mentioned, only in the last 10 years we have woken up to the fact that we have to address this issue of shortage and ensure that we utilize all the clinical material for training, and we have doubled the numbers of medical seats that are available. What used to be 50,000 in 2012, 2013 has now become 100,000. So which we have doubled, and we have a scope. If you go simply by the records of the numbers of inpatient beds available, we could potentially be producing 500,000 doctors in the country, which would be a huge number. But I know it may look very overwhelming, but I'm sure we could start progressing towards that. While of course the challenges have remained, increasing the quantity, we have to keep pace with the quality. And this is some challenge that I am sure we will quickly overcome and as early as possible. This is the first issue which I thought I will flag. And what is more important is a recognition that the nursing services are seriously compromised in terms of health resource, and the state has woken up, that means the central government has woken up to this issue and has recently announced starting nursing colleges. It might surprise you that for every one government nursing college, we probably in our country have little more than 12 to 13 private nursing colleges. So it is the onus on the government to increase the nursing colleges, and amongst the 300 plus government medical colleges, close to about 200 medical colleges have the potential to add another medical, add a nursing college to increase this, and I'm sure this is what recently we have made an announcement. Honorable Minister has made this statement and of course contributed to this panel by my colleague Dr. Mittal. We also have to keep in mind that why our doctors or our nursing professionals or dentists are getting attracted to countries which are already provided with health human resource. I want to draw your attention to a recent article in the Lancet which talks about health human resource distribution, how skewed it is, which is in the world there can be a variation of more than 20 folds with respect to the human resource available for health. Countries which are rich have as many as about 4 to 4.5 doctors per 1,000 population. Vis-a-vis, there are some places where there is not even one doctor for 10,000 population. So we have a very skewed distribution, and this was alluded to by my colleague Air Marshal Kapoorji, that the skew, what is available, what is seen in our country is also seen elsewhere. And so how do we ensure that the human resource produced in our country is attracted to serve in countries where health resources are impoverished? And this is some issue that I think the government with various other bodies, including the WHO, need to take it. And a point that was made that like the IT boom, health human resource boom perhaps is in the offing. And in those days, I know 20 years ago, there used to be campus interviews, which continue even today for engineering professionals and many other professionals for that matter. This campus interviews for health human resource is something that we need to perhaps encourage to happen, so that people who are employing them are willing to come here, evaluate language skills, professional skills, whatever they may want to do it, whichever may be the way in which they're going to do it, and get them in, particularly those countries where the need of health human resource is very heavy. And of course, many other elements that were put into issues here. Telemedicine, madam, thank you for bringing it up. The Medical Council of India actually standardized, regulated telemedicine practice also, and the teleprescription. And tele-education is something that we probably have to regulate. For example, the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, NIMHANS, initiated what is called as the NIMHANS Digital Academy, wherein close to about 20,000 health professionals have been upskilled in various areas related to addiction, mental health services, and so on and so forth. And this is an area where all the educational bodies, the regulators, need to see what components of tele-education can be standardized, and we can create more skills in our country. So with this, I congratulate all my panelists for bringing in very, very encouraging points with respect to the international scene, world scene. We talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We embrace everybody as our family members. And of course, in the health human resource also, if we can provide this support to the world, we probably would be taking the leadership in the world on many matters, and particularly health. I thank the organizers for letting us all join in this meeting and share our viewpoint. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you to the Honorable Chair, thank you to our moderator, and thank you to all our esteemed panelists for sharing your views, how India is further strengthening and building capacities and capabilities to address the shortage of skilled and more competent health professionals worldwide, and also in our particular country. Thank you to each one of you. Many thanks. In fact, we would like to place to Air Marshal Pawan Kapoor ji. Would like to mention that Sir was in a session in the evening, but then on the request of Fiki, when we invited him to be part of this session, I think for the first time he has traveled by train and third AC, and he made it ensure that he is with us in this session. So many thanks to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Have we given him a card? No. Yes, sir.
We are going to be starting here the next session on startup ecosystem.
There are some more issues. Maybe 80% of the needs are met at primary care level. The focus on primary care medical education lacking in all countries. We'll get them in.
Ladies and just to apprise everyone here, we again shifting the hall, moving to the inaugural hall for the next session. Thank you.
Can you all speak English? ranking of all the medical colleges shortly. And so you will know among the 800 medical colleges country how are they ranked. Once you have this information, you could probably be coming here, interviewing people, and and we are also second point which I have did not mention is this year onwards we will permit all medical colleges to provide an additional credit of perhaps language. So you should, this is officially until now it is not. So what does it mean to you or anyone else? It means a given country identifies the need of certain medical college as their potential source for getting people or sending people. You could perhaps team up with that set of 10 medical colleges, train them in Russia, parallel, and get some exchange program. Most of those things are possible. And what I'm saying is the opportunities are immeasurable.
so that we can start with our session. This is a session on startup ecosystem and medical value travel facilitators, catalyst of growth. We thank all our distinguished guest speakers joining us, along with the eminent delegates and participants from various countries. This session especially stands extremely important for all of us as we highlight the various initiatives and interventions which the Government of India and the private sector, the industry is taking towards creating a more facilitative environment for medical value travel. We have our facilitators who are going to be the MVT facilitators joining us, the startup ecosystem which is being built towards this robust and vibrant medical value travel ecosystem which we are building for bringing about ease of medical travel, ease of business. We have more than 70 countries who have joined us in these 2 days, representations from the CIS region, from SAARC region, from African region, from the Gulf countries, from the ASEAN countries. So this is an opportunity for India to showcase the potential, the medical capabilities and capacities of the Indian healthcare and the wellness sector. And as we have the presence of the global health stakeholders, where we can look into more partnerships and collaborations, working together for a healthier tomorrow, looking into the issues and challenges which are the global stakeholders, health stakeholders are facing as they send their patients to India, what India is doing towards bringing about more further facilitation. We had discussed also yesterday in one of the roundtables the portal which the Government of India has launched, an integrated portal where all facilities, I am sure we are going to be discussing in this and sharing with you on that further in this session. So just requesting people to be taking their seats so that I can invite our speakers and they take center stage, sharing more information with us. In fact, just now we have had also the session where how India is working on addressing the shortage of skilled and more professional health force, more working on the mobility aspect of the health workforce. We have addressed that in the previous session. So with that, I would like to invite our Honorable Session Chair, Dr. Atul Kochhar, the Chief Executive Officer, NABH, the National Accreditation Board for Hospitals, to please join us here on the dais. Our distinguished panelists of the session, Mr. Vinay Agarwal, the founder and the Managing Director of Shinon Healthcare, Mr. Abhik Moitra, Director, Healthians Research Center, Mr. Rajiv Taneja, the founder and the CEO, Global Care, that's a unit of Lavanya Medicare Solutions Private Limited, Mr. Danish Ahmed, the CEO and founder, Health Trip, Mr. Senu Sam, the co-founder and the CEO of MyCare Health, and the session is going to be moderated by Mr. Sonal Pahwa, the Managing Director, Health Orioles. So with that, I request our session chair for his opening remarks, and then we take the session with the moderator.
Thank you so much. A warm welcome on behalf of FICCI, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Invest India, to this wonderful session on medical value travel program. Yesterday, our Honorable Prime Minister gave us the vision of Vasudevaya Kutumbakam, which means one earth, one family, one future. And a very small subset of that is one earth, one health. And he said that health goes beyond freedom from disease, it is active wellness. So when we speak about not only good health, freedom from disease, and active wellness, the role of cross-border medical value travel is integral to that. And what is integral to cross-border medical value travel is a good medical value travel facilitator. This is something which is beyond a business. Business, of course, it is. It is a $50 billion business with about 30% CAGR year-on-year growth and lots of potential. But this is one business where you need to have empathy, where you need to place lots of focus on communication skills, and a good facilitator can be a brand ambassador not only from the hospital but for the entire country. And the corollary to that is a bad facilitator or a not so good facilitator can really leave a bad taste in the mouth. It's a horrible experience not only for the patient, the family, but brings a bad name to the country. So we have here with us a sterling panel today moderated by Mr. Sonal Pava, an active member of the industry. All these are industry stalwarts. As we were discussing just before the thing, this is a largely unregulated, uncharted territory. But for the past few years, with active intervention of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and thank you to Shri Love Agarwal ji, who is bringing so much sanctity to this industry, so much sanctity to this entire operations, and hopefully in the future, and especially arising out of today, we are going to see some very positive discussion about how we can take this industry to the next level. So without much ado, I hand over the mic to Mr. Sonal Pava.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Chair, for giving us the opportunity here. And thank you, FICCI and Advantage, to have us as the panel to have a discussion on the startup ecosystem and the MVT facilitators, the catalyst of growth here. With us, sir, with your kind permission, we've got Mr. Danish, already introduced as the head for Health Prep. We've got Mr. Vinay Agarwal, given the prize as the best facilitator company in India yesterday, followed by, we've got Mr. Senu Sam, the stalwart and the upcoming leader in the industry today, with Sir sitting next to me. And then we've got Mr. Rajiv Taneja, who's the head for Global Care and is one of the largest MVT companies in India today, with Mr. Abhik Moitro, who heads the company called Healthians as the Healthians Research as the director. And I'm Sonal Pava. I'm a part of Health Orioles, which is again one of the upcoming medical value travel companies in India. Having said that, sir, as you rightly said, the overall CAGR, we see a lot of growth happening in the medical value travel industry globally. India is also not left behind, courtesy the success stories that my team sitting in here, people sitting in there on as the audience, we've all been able to make a mark and develop India as one of the leading medical value travel destination of the world. We are today at between the first number 10, but I'm sure as we grow further and the vision that comes in from the chair as in the head of the nation, the Prime Minister, I'm sure that we will be able to achieve the number 2, number 3 very, very shortly, sir. So let's start our session here, sir, with your kind permission. And if permitted, I'd like to start with Senu. Senu, you have built up a beautiful startup, and we would like to have your views about what is the preparation that one did before you entered into a startup session, and what is mandatory that we do not fail for a startup?
First of all, thank you for this amazing invite. There is a very big shift happened to me because I was in industry for almost 13 years. Then when I want to start something, I was not very clear about the business and the startup. So I immediately started a fertility center in Hyderabad. Then I understood the scalability and the fast moving things, something we have to start and to reach the large scale of people. That's how it started in the world of startup and started MyCare 1.5 years before. So as Sonal has asked, one of the preparation is required is that we need to have a large dream. a large dream to touch a large number of population because India is having 140 crore of population. A large dream, then we should dissect that into a milestone ways. We should have a milestone to reach that dream, and we should start somewhere small. Lot of people will start in the reverse way. They will start with a large problem and go in the different direction, and they get into the failing of the startup. So one of the session is have a large dream, milestone wise we have to achieve that dream and start somewhere small. The second thing is that we should have a clear focus on the dream and the small set of things which we have taken. Very clear focus, and we should not worry about a lot of growth in the initial days. Instead, try to only incrementally grow. One step ahead than better yesterday. You have to slowly grow on that. And time definitely matters. So the second point is to make sure that the focus, incremental growth, and to make sure that we are growing as per the time. So there is a say that if you are married and the wife will get pregnant in 9 months or 10 months, even if you marry 9 times also, the same time is required. So same thing. So coming to the startup specifically, you should identify a large problem, and that large problem should require your solution, and that should be a painkiller. It should not be a periphery of solving it. You should understand that market. That market should be large enough to make sure the customer is getting benefit out of it, and we should also able to have a successful business model around it. And the last thing is the profitability. It should be make sure, look, you are starting a company, it should make profit. You should have a large aim to reach a profitability at least in next 2 or 3 years coming forward. And to end with this thing, I have to tell one thing. Look, every day in Africa, as a founder, I have to tell, every day in Africa, there is a deer waking up that he want to run fast because he want to run faster than the lion in the forest because he don't want to get killed. And every day lion is also waking up in the forest because he also want to also run fast because he don't want to starve to death. So every day both are waking up to make sure that to run fast because they don't want to get to death. So that's something I have to tell somebody starting right now, to make sure that keep focus and run fast and make sure that your mistakes will come, learn from your mistake and correct and keep moving forward. So these are a couple of preparation I have to tell for the people who are starting up in the startup journey.
Thank you, Senu. Senu, as you write the history here, you must have come across certain challenges while you were driving your business, starting a new startup, getting into the fundings, etc., etc. Do you want to share some challenges with the audience as well?
Yeah. So, when I joined, I started my career from Apollo Hospital, Delhi. So all my dream was to reach somewhere in the top position of the international marketing. So it's been 13 years, I reached there. Then I was looking what to do more, because even if you close the eyes also, you know that what is happening and how to do business. So when I jumped into the startup, I never thought, there's a story of Mother Teresa. When she was in the Kolkata street, she went and asked for some money for the children. The person who listened that spit on the hand. And mother has told, it is for me, and now can you give something for my children? So that is the same situation of a founder. You should be always going ahead with that same vision to asking help. When you reach 13 years into that position, going to ask help, that mentality, that has to be built first. So it was initial days, it was a very big struggle for me, because we come with a certain stature with 13 years of build-up, and now you have to go and ask help. It's not only the customers, we have to go behind look, I've been around hundreds of customers, sitting with them and understanding how can I solve this problem better. So getting that insight, I had to go a long way. Same thing for the hospitals, because we are in a surgery journey. So with the hospitals, we are talking a lot, and every day I had to listen to them. And end of the day, I had to raise money to scale up. So I've been rejected by almost 80 or 85 investors when I want to raise money. So I never thought that this will be this hard to raise money. And 6 months before, we closed around 2 million round. So I was like, oh my God, when you become a founder, one thing you become is that you become a good human being, because you will learn to be humble and ask help and grow. And specifically when you come to, because it's a healthcare conference, three or four challenges which I have to tell, because I am building a healthcare company. One is that when it is going to international, the vernacular ways of building the company is, because we know only English as a language, but the countries and the Indian states, when we have to cater to this, the vernacular language-wise reaching to them is a very big challenges. Second is that everyone who is starting is thinking that we can start and build a company in digital world. It's only knows that the Google, Facebook, and Instagram. But the reality is that building a company in digital, Google and Facebook is very expensive. So they have to go to the reality, what are the other channels which we can build. The third biggest challenges in building an international business is that the revenue realization comes only on the last step of the patient journey. Any other industry, if you see, the first is the payment is done. You buy a TV in Amazon, you pay it, then the customer is with you. But in our thing, until the patient realization happen, there are thousands of steps are there, we can lose the customer. So, and the first and last step is that the integration with the Indian hospitals, it is still not there. Look, unless the digital integration happen, look, one side digitally we are projecting in front of the customers everything, and then in our office we have to sit and download and manually coordinate with the hospitals everything. How the travel industry has been boomed, because all the hotels are started using a platform and which can be integrated to any other platform. So Agoda came, Booking.com came, everyone come and they just integrate. But one of the biggest challenges which I see in that, in healthcare, the integration is still not there. It's still like email-based, WhatsApp-based challenges, and that will definitely affect for the scalability and to reach India as a destination to the larger scale of people and the larger population. It will still, look, you will make money with some people, but scalability and the volume, still I think we are tip of the iceberg still. The large volume is still not able to connect that proper journey. So these are the 4 challenges in the healthcare. So I'll continue on the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senu. I'm sure with the youngsters like you coming on board and starting up, things would become better. And I will try to relate what you just said as the challenges is basically the lioness waking up every day and fighting for it. Thank you. Thank you, Senu. We will have the question answers if in case any after the session, please. Mr. Rajiv, how are you? Rajiv, we have come across a bad phase of 2.5 years wherein COVID affected everybody. And what are the changes that we've seen in the demand in the recent past?
Thank you, Sonal sir. So, see, I was in the CEO session earlier also, heard a couple of colleagues, our senior most CEOs of the hospitals, understand everybody is talking about visas, flights, what are the issues, NABH accreditation, how we can take care of these things so that patient comes to India. But one thing was missing in that, nobody's talking about patient care. So, as per the last survey, this industry, healthcare industry, was valued 54.5 billion in 2020 and expected to reach a market size of 200 billion by 2027. So the expected growth in the whole world, if I'll talk about in healthcare, is going to be 25% in this decade. While market is growing at a fast pace, we need to take care of the patient care. It's still a focal point. Patient navigation is the biggest problem these days if you compare with their bad clinical experience. This is a recent survey by the Accenture report. This is the key report what they're talking about, because most of the hospitals, they rely on the patient loyalty. These days, patients are changing their normal healthcare or hospital or doctors for a new clinicians. And healthcare services and the providers, they are suffering because of this, because their revenue is based out of their loyalty of their patients. Because one patient comes, the patient is coming on a regular basis. If a patient is moving from one place to another place, the whole healthcare system is getting affected. So these are my points which I have noticed during these days.
Thank you, Rajiv. Very valuable here. Do you also see a change in the market dynamics overall post-COVID? I'm talking of within India here. Have you seen the business shifting from one location to another? And if in case it has shifted, what are the reasons that you think would have kind of motivated that?
See, if post-COVID, being India, I think that the way we handle COVID pandemic, the way we provided the COVID vaccinations, the India business overall had seen a growth of 25 to 30% in the last 1 year. We were doing a business of around 14 to 15 crores a month, where the last year we touched around 28, 30 crores a month. So business is growing, but yes, from many countries where the patient used to come to India, now they're going to Turkey or to Thailand, because let's say Nigeria or certain African countries, visa on arrival for Turkey is easily available. However, in India, they need to wait for the visa for 2-3 months. Afghanistan is completely blocked. So if these countries are opening again, this business will go back on a higher level.
Right. Rajiv, I wanted to know about within India. Do you say if in case the medical value travel destinations in India have been Delhi, followed by Bangalore, followed by Chennai, followed by Mumbai, followed by Hyderabad, and then Calcutta and all. Have you seen the flux, as in the change of numbers in those, because you're doing so much business here, do you see that number changing within the country as well?
Yes, I have seen those numbers. So during the last 1 year, I would say 40% of the market share is with Delhi and NCR. And then it comes to Bangalore, Chennai, Bombay and Hyderabad. However, if the government support with the flights, and this happened because there were no flights coming to these cities. Because during the pandemic, flights were only operating Delhi and the other destinations, and that's the reason now patient is coming frequently to Delhi and NCR. That's the reason the market size is inclined towards Delhi now.
Thank you, Rajiv. I'd like to go to Vinay sir now. Vinay ji, how do you see the, between the MVTs and the hospitals? Is there a collaboration to source the international business?
So, one thing we need to understand is that MVT is a facilitator-driven business. So when we talk about the Indian perspective, about 85% of the business that comes to India is through facilitators. And not only in India, it's a global phenomenon. So all the countries, be it Thailand, Malaysia, Turkey, the hospitals are depending on their medical travel facilitator partners to drive the business. Even in India, there are bigger collaborations which happen because it's a teamwork. So I mean, obviously the product that we have to sell is the hospitals and the doctors. And similarly, we, the medical travel facilitators, we work as a distribution channel for the hospitals. So of course, there is a bigger partnership which is happening and it's growing. Primitively, I mean, the ideas of working, collaborating together was doing OPDs, CMEs, going and doing health talks and all those kind of things. But I think now the vision is changing. We're learning from our colleagues from different countries. The hospitals now are collaborating with medical travel facilitators to go and open up information centers in different countries, which gives us a bigger, penetration to the market, because the local, when you have an information center on those markets, probably the local expertise and the kind of penetration that you would bring would be on a higher scale. So the collaborations are working, and I think things are changing on the ground. I personally say that healthcare is toward health and care. The health is delivered by the hospitals and the care comes from the health facilitators primarily. So the collaboration is working and it's going to work out in the future.
Thank you, sir. So is there any investment between the MVTs and the hospitals which is being done on technology, so that, like in, I would say what Senu was talking about and what even Rajiv kind of spoke about, the patients are not kind of sticking to one source, right? Is there an investment that we manage the patient once the patient has left India, gone back to the source country, to retain them and to service them post-discharge?
So two things to it, Sonal sir. One is that, when it comes to patients coming to India, a lot of them are coming through the B2B channels. So getting sourced from the doctors from the local countries. So the first idea is to always send the patients back to them under their follow-up. So they would be the ones who would be following up with the patients. But in treatments like organ transplants and oncology specifically, long-term follow-ups is required. So I know of hospitals as well, and I can talk about Shannon. So we have a app which is for the follow-up of patients. Since most of our patients coming the majority portion is for organ transplants. So we have a follow-up app where we record all the data, because for transplant patients, you need to do monthly monitoring, the reports coming in, and then we kind of tweak the medicines and everything. So we have invested in that, and we're following up on patients. Patients who were treated about 4 or 5 years also back are still following up through with us, and we've been doing this, and we've been capturing this data, not only for helping them on the follow-up, but also helping Indian hospitals as well as hospitals abroad to create research on the long-term outcomes. So recently we published the data on hepatitis status in Uzbekistan with Research Institute of Virology over there.
Thank you. So that means the technology is helping us staying connected. Thank you, Vinay, sir. So I'd like to go to Danish. Danish, please throw us some light. Is there anything which is being done in terms of the training to the people, the medical value travel startup companies that we have in the source country? Is there some technology, something being developed to kind of train those people on MVT, on healthcare?
Hi Sonal, thank you for having me in this session. Regular training sessions, online training sessions are happening, and I'm sure all the companies are training their counterparts in different countries. We have a weekly session which is happening every week. But beyond that, I think the role of the technology is to make it so seamless that people don't need to be trained, and that is what we are working on, where the information is available so seamlessly that the system is able to answer questions very rapidly and easily, so that anybody can start a medical travel business and in 3 days be ready to launch. So that is where I think we need to take that technology.
So what is the AI or the intelligence that has gone into developing that kind of a technology wherein the training doesn't become mandatory, sir?
So artificial intelligence is what is driving those sort of abilities. The ability for the system to be able to understand the context of what the patient is saying, or what the partner is asking, and to be able to scrape data internally and be able to answer that effectively and quickly. So if you look at technologies like ChatGPT and other technologies that are now part of our lives now, they have rapidly changed the way information is absorbed and put forward.
Thank you, Danish. Abhik, sir, you ready for it? So we've got a big one for you. We all keep on talking about Heal in India, Heal by India. What is Heal in India? What is Heal by India? And how is it going to help the MVTs and the healthcare sector in India? How will it help it grow?
Thank you, Sonal. Even before I start answering your question, Sonal, with your permission, and Dr. Kochar, with your permission, I'd like to touch back upon some of the points that Senu has mentioned for a startup ecosystem. Startup in particular means something which is saleable, something that is scalable, something that can be made into a multi-country, multi-billion-dollar business, something that is investable. A good thing about starting a medical value travel company is you don't actually need a lot of money, but you definitely need a lot of talent. You need money. Money can facilitate your growth. It can make you grow faster. But even if you don't have money, but if you have the intent, talent, and the ability, you will still continue to grow in absence of money, but the growth will be a little slower. Having said so, a lot of things that the startup companies look into do not actually work into a medical value travel factor. For example, there are very minimalistic entry barriers, which means tomorrow anybody can start a business. There are no exit barriers. Somebody can close up the business anytime you want. The model of medical value travel is pretty complex. There are so many touch points, starting from patient, patient's family, patient's attendant, the buddy who is going to refer the patient, the insurance company, the government who is sponsoring it. When they are coming here, the hospital, the doctor, your own case managers, you own yourself. So this makes the model very, very complex. And when investors are looking into putting money, they want a very simplistic model, something that can be driven by technology, which can be monitored by technology. And because it's so human-driven model, we are so sympathy, empathy, these are the work, trust, these work so much in our business that technology has a very limited role in what we do. And this way, an investor looks into this model as very complex and would want to stay away. So anybody who want to make a startup in medical value travel, he should have passion, he should have patience, and he should have people. And these are the three things that you need to make a startup. Now let me go to your main question to me. I'm sorry, audiences and panelists, for having taken 3 extra minutes to have spoken about that. Coming to what is Heal in India and Heal by India, there is a lot of medical talent which now goes to other countries and practices there. For example, when we talk about the Middle Eastern countries, you see 60% of the doctors practicing there would be an Indian. Almost 80% nurses practicing there will be Indian. When you go to UK, US, the number of Indian doctors are humongous. And that is true for African countries as well. Barring the Latin American countries where our presence, the Indian medical talent presence is very, very less, the entire globe is frequented by Indian medical talent. And whenever these nurses or the doctors or the physiotherapists or the paramedical staff is actually helping a patient getting healed, somewhere India is involved. And when India gets involved in treatment of any patient anywhere in the world, we can proudly claim that that patient is getting healed by India in a very, very simple language. So anywhere where there is an Indian medical talent involved in treating a patient, we say that he is getting healed by India. And when some of these patients choose to travel into India and get treated within India, whether it is for modern medicine, whether it is for Ayush, even if somebody is taking a course or a treatment using a yoga, homeopathy, Unani, Siddha, whichever stream it might be, if the patient who is not an Indian but is getting treated in India, we call it Heal in India. So that is the simplistic definition of Heal in India and Heal by India. Sonal.
So this is the government program, Bhiksar, as I understand, which has been kind of, again, I would say the vision from the visionary Prime Minister that we have. What exactly does a Heal in India mean? I understand the language that you're talking about, what a Heal in India and a Heal by India would mean. What is this program entailing to? Are we looking at the numbers here? We're looking at the growth. If in case there's a growth, is there something which is being done by the government to kind of support this program, whether it is in the form of government-to-government partnerships, government kind of, when Rajiv spoke about Turkey, the mission being kind of getting a little more stronger, response time becoming a little better, the patient care is taken care of through, say, NABH, etc., etc., etc. So is this a vision which is Heal in India and Heal by India? What exactly does it mean is what I want to know from the government perspective here. How is it going to help us to grow?
Definitely, Sonal. There are multi-level objectives attached to Heal in India. You have put in a question where the government is involved. Let me say, by having presence of Dr. Atul Kochar on this esteemed panel is an involvement of government in our business. So the NABH that is run for last, it was started in 2016 for MBTF players. Once we have that accreditation entitled for an MBTF player, that is where the government started putting itself into this business. Then involvement of medical value travel in the plans of Niti Aayog was another step taken. The very presence of 8 health ministers of different countries on an invitation by our own government in this esteemed event is how government to government dealings have now started happening to promote Indian healthcare into their countries. And it is not only by having the presence of the foreign health ministers here, but also when you're talking about easing of visas, it cannot happen unless you have a bilateral relationship between two governments and both the governments are agreeing to easing of that visa of mobility of their patients into us. And in last 4 years, 42 countries have been involved into e-visa system to help patients travel into India. So that was another remarkable thing that our government in association with other governments have done. Then when we are adding more flights bringing in, the Ministry of Aviation gets involved and they have to deal with the Ministry of Aviation of multiple countries. And that also helps increase medical value travel. When you asked about the numbers, etc., obviously there is a dream, there is an aspiration of reaching out, tripling what we are doing right now. We are close to $3.6 billion now. We would want to reach anywhere between $9 and $12 billion by the end of 26, 27 kind of a thing. These are the numbers that we are chasing, and a lot of things need to be streamlined. we need to do a lot of homework. And when it comes to homework, there are other factors that medical value travel helps. For example, it helps develop brand of India across into the healthcare. And on the lines of Atulya Bharat, we are also launching the Heal in India portal, which is the another project that government is bringing in. It helps in manpower mobility. So our doctors can practice there, their doctors can come here and train with us. This also are something that is helping medical value travel, cannot happen without the blessings of the government. This medical value travel, when it goes to private healthcare, it has to happen through them, and we need to give them something to help them. So medical value travel, the international patients that are coming here, they help in cross-subsidizing our Indian patients who cannot pay for themselves. That is another blessing that is coming in. It helps us in retention of medical talent. Lot of people, I just spoke that manpower mobility, our doctors go there, but we would want certain talent to be retained in India, and when they get their aspirational need fulfilled by treating international patients, it helps us to retain that kind of a talent. And obviously, a lot of trust getting created amongst the Indian population when they see international patients getting treated here. You can always create a international story and create trust in the domestic markets. Sonal.
Thank you, Avik. Thanks a ton for such enlightenment. So, with your due permission, I have a few things to ask you here. One, I had some people walking into my stall here. They're present in the Advantage. So a couple of people came in and said, are the medical value travel facilitators also in ABH? So I actually had to tell them that we are healthcare providers, and it is basically for the National Accreditation Board of Health, Hospitals and Healthcare Providers. So it did work well, but they also said that how is it going to help the Indian and international facilitators and the medical value travel companies to achieve a certain number? Is NABH going to contribute in their growth, sir?
Of course, thank you, Sonal. So let me start with a slight small summation also. I think this has been a very good discussion so far. Thank you, Senu. When you mentioned about a startup, you mentioned that for all those aspirational people who wish to start their own medical value travel company, I think he gave you the right prescription. He said that you must have a large dream, okay, and a clear focus. This is a very generic. If you want to start something, you should have a clear focus, you should have logic, and you should have thought it through that you are willing to invest in your incremental growth. Nothing comes fast. I mean, whatever has to take 9 months, for example, will take 9 months. So you should not worry about your profitability. You should absolutely not worry about asking for help also. And be very, very ready to face rejection at all levels. Either you will get help or you will be humble and a better person, right? But the basic prescription which he highlighted very, very clearly is that to be a good medical value travel facilitator, you need to be a good human being first, because this business is slightly different. You have to have sympathy, you have to have empathy, and a big added that your business should be scalable, and this is a very scalable business. The work is in plenty, but you have to have the patience, you have to have the passion. And the human angle is very important in the entire scenario. So that's the prescription from both of you. The digital technology intervention will of course there, because technology is the only way we can bridge this gap of provider versus providee. And the way technology is permeating, we have a next session also on technology. I think technology will be part, the AI, the ML, the chat GPT, all these are for wellness, for the well-being of human race, and they will definitely have a say in how we approach healthcare in the next decade. So please be very positive about use of technology. You should not be in awe of technology, you should not be scared or afraid of technology, but be very willing to adopt technology as and when it comes in. It will make your life easier. This is a 200 billion, Rajiv said, industry by 2027, and we hope to touch that. And a significant part of the entire ecosystem is going to come from India. So the entire Heal in India, Heal by India is a vision of our visionary Prime Minister. And he very categorically said that unless our neighbors are better or our friends are better and healthy, we cannot be totally count ourselves as healthy. So everyone has to have. So that's the mission behind One Earth, One Health. And there's a third component also. So it's not only heal in India or heal by India, there is a heal from India also. The world is working towards a global village. The use of technology, when we start to deploy telemedicine, or let's say the e-ICUs or e-pediatrics or anything which was discussed in detail yesterday also, all these technological interventions are available today. That is heal from India. Our doctors sitting here treating people outside India, that is heal from India. So that's also a very important integral part of the mission of our Prime Minister. Earlier, prior to this, the ministry, this was a very fragmented, not only the industry, the focus of the regulator also was very, very fragmented. Ministry of Tourism had a finger in the pie. External Affairs took care of something. Ministry of Finance looked after the forex part. And of course, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare obviously tried to claim it. Now, with the active intervention of the government, the entire focus is becoming consolidated under one umbrella. And it's not ministry or a company, it's a brand India which we are promoting. So we are all Indians, and Indians have a tradition which goes back 4,000 years of serving others, of having a philosophy as deep as Vasudevaya Kutumbakam. So that is being put into practice in the current scenario. So this is a very large vision of putting India first. And what you see around is just a very small example. And this is not only for health, but for the entire G20 India presidency. I think it's an excellent, phenomenal opportunity for all of us who are there. So essentially speaking, health is a very key integral part, and all of us need to step up and give our contribution. Coming to your specific question, sorry for the extra 3 minutes.
No problem.
Speaking about the NABH part, NABH is the National Accreditation Board. We were born about 18 years back with active support of Government of India and all leading industry bodies such as FICCI, CII, SOCHM. We are autonomous but rest under the Ministry of Commerce. We draft and assess against our own standards, and today we touch about 17,000 hospitals in 8 countries. Large chunk, of course, is in India, but we have presence in Philippines. Last month we did 4 hospitals in Oman. We have presence in Bangladesh. We have presence in all SAARC countries majorly. And of course, lots of interest from countries such as Uzbekistan, Tashkent, etc. So that is also a mission of the government to promote quality in everything. So when we talk about good healthcare or quality healthcare, there are certain basic tenets. The basic tenets of quality healthcare are, you know, that it should be effective, efficient, equitable, and of course it should be very, very transparent, safe, and patient-centric. So all standards are based on that framework. So that logo, what goes behind that certificate is a lot of assurance for anybody, whether it's an Indian patient or a foreign patient, to see that, check that, and believe in that, because it's a focused approach towards putting patient first, facility first, and the staff also. Similar to that, about 7 years back, we launched this medical value travel facilitator accreditation program, empanelment program. So that, I think that is an idea. We always had about 20 companies which were there, Abhik Moitra ji being one of them, lots of the, but today I think that it's an idea whose time has come. So all of you who are sitting there, it will give you a lot of credibility to enroll yourself in that program and get, it's very difficult, it's not at all difficult, it's very easy, and it's a very, very low cost program supported by the ministry. So if you become an accredited medical value travel facilitator, it gives you a seat on the website which Abhik ji said, it's the healinindia.org.gov.org. So that is the site which is being populated by active support of the ministry by all NABH hospitals. So this is an idea. Please be a part of this vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. Please be a part of this movement which is taking place across the globe. And please, the profits cannot be far behind. But you have to put in that extra work. You have to be ethical. You have to put your patient first and be a role model and a brand ambassador for the country. So that's my
Thank you, sir. So is it available for the international MVT companies as well, sir? We are present.
Course.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Like I mentioned, Sonal, we have presence in 8 countries. We have interest from about 12 more. And so this program also is available for all our friends who wish to be certified and accredited based on certain parameters. We will be very happy. And we have very active support of Foundation of Wellness in Danish. They are organizing, and Abhik ji. So I think the industry, this is a program which has been supported by the industry, which is being nurtured by the industry. So I think all of you are actively, they are the training partners also, teaching partners also, and very soon we'll be launching a self-learning module. So people who cannot or do not wish to spend or attend programs in different cities, they can, from the comfort of their own home, they can log on to a computer and at a very, very low cost be eligible about how to become a good medical value travel facilitator. So I think there's so much to look forward to, and the conditions are very, very right and optimistic, and I firmly believe in that.
Thank you, sir. Luckily, all sitting on the panel right now are all MVT companies which are NABH accredited.
Absolutely.
So we are a part of your entire vision
So
here.
you are the brand ambassadors, and it's not about NABH. It's not about. I think the basic idea is about being a good human being, running a very good ethical company, and be the right role model for the brand India. So the focus here is brand India. All that you see around. It's not ministry, it's not FICCI, it's not NABH, it's not industry. It's about brand India, which we should face forward, put our best face forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If in case we have any questions for any of the panelists, please do let us know. Can we have the mic there, please? Can we have the mic, please? There, here.
Hello, I am Shabir Ahmad from Bangladesh. I have a question to Atul ji, that you told that those companies who are accredited from NABH, MTV companies, they will be enlisted in Heal in India platform. So, as an international company, I talked with NABH. They told that they don't have any options for international MVTs for accreditation. So how we can solve these issues? And is there any options for international MVT companies to enlist in healing in India? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the 2 days of discussions have churned out this question also. And yesterday, Sri Lava Agarwal ji was very categorical about inclusive growth. And this question came up yesterday also. I think the policymakers have taken note for that. And very soon you may see some very positive changes.
So how can they stay connected in the meanwhile, sir? How will you get the information of the policy change?
Oh, it's a technology world actually. I think you must attend our next session. Everything will be transparent, everything will be displayed on the website. So please be on the lookout. Something good should come out of all this manthan and the churning which has been happening for the past 2 days.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
I am Getu from Ethiopia. I have 2 questions. One, this accreditation of medical value travel facilitators. I mean, some hospitals do such a promotion and such a marketing work by internally by a business development department or like that, and some other use such kind of medical facilitator companies. How do you control or knew that they are legally working their works outside of India? For example, just to mention a number of Indians from different hospitals and some medical facilitation companies are coming to our country, and there is a concern now they are coming with improper visa. I mean, they are coming as a tourist. Tourism is, international definition is sightseeing and shopping, and they are not expected to be involved in some other activities, but they are involved going to different hospitals to promote their own businesses and promoting the Indian hospitals. And this is a legal concern when I see that in this exposure, how the government is seriously taking to promote India and, I mean, this medical service. How do you...
Thank you. I think the point is very well taken. So this has till date been a largely unregulated industry. But government has taken note, and when government intervenes, it takes measures to curb all unethical practices. As I mentioned, this is a larger vision of the government to promote Brand India, and Brand India cannot be based on a loose foundation of non-ethical practices. So I think the policymakers have already taken note of your concerns. The points are very well taken, and very soon you may see some very positive developments. And this is a small part of that. What you see around you, which has been supported by the ministry, is a small part of what is the future going to be. Thank you.
Sir, if I could just add to that, most of the countries have their own regulations when it comes to doing OPD camps, CMEs and everything. So you would have your registration processes. Most of the hospitals and medical travel companies who are coming are following these laws. But at the same time, while we are trying to self-discipline, I think the regulations at your end also need to be more stringent. So they need to follow, and they need to stop these unlawful activities possible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vinay. Any more questions? Ma'am there, please. Yeah, I saw that. Next, ma'am, we'll get it to you.
Thank you all. This is Arif from Dr. Link, Bangladesh. My question is that we face some problem from Bangladesh for medical tourism business. When we transfer money for the patient, there is no legal way use money transfer Bangladesh to India. Is there any policy for transfer by Heal India, this transaction for patient treatment costing?
Yeah, hi Arif. So I think recently this new initiative where, India and Bangladesh, there's a direct transaction now possible without dollars. So you can transfer, if you have an account with EBL Bank and one more bank in Bangladesh, now patients could directly transfer money to India without dollars. So rupee and taka transaction is possible now.
Okay, but is this possible by Heal in India? And what is the challenge for our Bangladeshi medical tourism companies by enlisted in Heal in India?
So Heal in India doesn't have any transaction flow. Obviously, these are large transactions. We are building a credit card system for teleconsults, but for transactions, this has to be through regular banking channels, which is now enabled.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, the mic there, please. Right behind, next to the camera. Next to the camera on the right hand side.
Hello, sir. I represent Madrabits Home Healthcare. We provide home care service to all the domestic and international patients also. As sir rightly mentioned that patient care is not being focused very much, and I think it is of great interest for post-operative care should also be a focus. I want to understand that needed for that.
The government portal will support only accredited facilitators, and there's a room for all. I mean, the ministry wants not 100, 200, but thousands. So so you have to, it's a very simple process. Please know about it.
In here, please. Here, ma'am. Yeah.
Hi everyone, medical travelers, right? Agents, I would say, or
Industry. A hotel makes its direct sales
Industry, you should try to excel yourself. I mean, all those attributes, if you put in, there's always room at the top.
I would like to add a point on this. From a consumer's perspective, a lot of patients prefer to have a multi-brand partner rather than a single hospital. So that edge will always be there with the facilitators, where if you have multiple hospitals that you are promoting, some patients find that as a comforting factor.
Excellent. I'll just take 10 more seconds. Rajiv also wants to add here.
So see, recently you have seen IDB from Berlin came to India to give the award. IDB from Berlin came to India to give the award. How this happened? Hospital didn't go to Berlin. These are people like us, FSWP, MVT companies. They went there, they promote India as a destination. So this two channels, as Abhi, Vinay, Atulji, everybody has said. So this is going to be a mix of all.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you, sir, for finding out time and being here with us. And thanks the delegates to find time and be here, the panelists. Thanks a ton. We are all available. In case there are some more questions, we'll be more than happy to answer them on a one-on-one basis. Thank you, sir. We'd like
Thank
to
you so
call it
much.
down
There's
here.
a wonderful exhibition outside, so please make it a point to visit there also. Thank you. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you, Ministry, for giving us the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you to all our panelists for this sharing information with us and with our delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving straight into our next session, wherein we are going to be looking into the capitalizing on technology, on digital health, leading the way for future medical value travel. So as was also mentioned, we have the exhibition outside, and showcasing there are more than 200 plus exhibitors. We have the leading chain of hospitals, the pharma companies, the pharma packaging companies, digital devices companies, equipments, also the medical colleges who are showcasing there. You're requested to kindly pay a visit. It once again stands as an opportunity for us, wherein we are sharing. So we are going to be starting with the session. Just allow us some time to set the stage towards the next session on technology, requesting you all to remain at your seats. So as I was mentioning, that this stands, of course, as an opportunity for India to showcase our potential, the capabilities, the capacities which India is building towards medical value travel, towards making it more seamless, more easy, more comfortable for the people, the patients to be traveling to India who are seeking good health and quality health care at affordable prices. Therein, we would like to request our delegates and participants. We have participation of more than 600 plus hosted international delegates who have joined us from 70 plus countries. We would like to request you to ask more questions raise any issues and challenges which you have been facing where you are seeking information. We have the Government of India officials joining us, we have the industry leaders joining us, and so towards making it more comfortable for everyone and for a more building a more healthier tomorrow for the world. We are seeking information and more support also from your end, from the India side. As was mentioned, we are developing this portal which is going to be making this entire process more easy, more accountable, more transparent, more user-friendly also, the portal which India is developing. And again, towards that, we request more and more of you to be sharing your views, your ideas, because the experiences which you have been having, probably we can bring that, incorporate that as we are designing this portal. So thank you to all for joining us. And in this session, we are going to be looking into how India, leveraging on technology, capitalizing on the power of digital India and digital health, we are making the entire process and system more easy, more transparent, more accountable, and more seamless, enhancing the experience of the consumer, of the patient seeking medical treatment and medical travel. May I request our session chair first to grace the dais, Dr. Sharat Kumar Agarwal, the National President of the Indian Medical Association. Inviting our distinguished panelist, Dr. Sapna Nangia, the Senior Radiation Oncologist, Director, Breast, Head and Neck and Gynecology, CMT, Apollo Proton Cancer Center. Dr. Sri Rupa Das, Director, Medical Affairs, Clinical Research and Device Safety, Johnson & Johnson MedTech India. Dr. Bishnu Panigrahi, the Group Head of the Medical Strategy and Operations Group, Fortis Healthcare Limited. Dr. Vaibhav Saxena, Director, Urology, Robotic Surgery and Renal Transplant, Yashoda Super Speciality Hospital. And Mr. Atul Chadda, the Business Head, Patient Safety Solutions, South Asia, the GE Healthcare. The session is going to be moderated by Dr. Rajiv Chibbar, the Vice President of Sahajanand Medical Technologies Limited. So at the onset of the session, requesting our Honorable Session Chair for his opening remarks and then requesting the moderator as we take the panel discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon. As we all know that the technology in the healthcare system, it has added a lot of value, and now it has 2 points. One is for the academic purpose, for the physician, and the biggest point is that improving the healthcare outcome by using the technology. You know that India is a preferred medical tourism center, and this technology added lot of things to making that preferred center in the world. And by using this technology, by the invention and addition of this technology, we are at par with the any international standards in the world. By using this technology, we have seen that we have reduced the average length of stay in the hospital using this technology. This technology has added lot of things in the diagnostic field, whether it is a radiology or the pathology. So using technology is very good. But definitely, I would like to caution the thing that we should not be dependent on the technology. We should use technology judiciously, and we should have our clinical sense top of the technology. Because that is one thing which only we learn and expertise during our medical college days and after our experience. So that should be prevail. For using the technology, we should not be dependent on the technology. And as I know that these advancement in the technology is mainly focused and centralized in big hospitals. So that we also have to see how to make it available to the small hospital, to the small cities also, for the benefit of patient, because there should not be two countries, or one is India and one is Bharat. So the technology should reach to the farthest place of the nation for making a benefit, for giving benefit to the patients. And by technology, we have seen a lot of advancement and the treatment facility in the periphery. By the way, when we are centralized, we are putting their CT scan, MRI, and doing reporting centrally. So that is the benefit by the technology. We have seen in the COVID that we, through the telemedicine, we can treat and give the treatment. So this is the, the advancement and the uses of technology. With these words, I would like to hand over to Dr. Rajiv Shibbar to please start this very important session and let our audience be benefited by our learned the panelists. So over to you, Dr. Raj.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Agarwal. I think you gave a very good narrative to start off with, and we have, in fact, in India, reached a level where in 2023 we've become one of those countries which is the most looked at country when we look at medical value tourism or medical value travel. In fact, the advantages that the country has right now is, at par to global conglomerates or global countries who provided better healthcare earlier, but now it's the reverse that is happening. And couple of other things that have actually been able to really moot this MVT in India is, the soaring cost of treatment in the West. One, because of the inflation there. We're seeing the Ukraine-Russia war, the way, the Central Asian and the Western countries have actually been, plagued because of high costs there. More and more countries are now preferring to also look at India as an Ayush destination, because we've actually had that kind of an outreach also, which we've been able to actually build upon. But additionally, if we look at it, overall the global value of MVT has grown from almost like $13 billion to presently $21 billion, and by the time India moves into the SDGs by 2030, the CAGR estimates almost around $55 billion as a projector. So that's a very healthy growth that we as a country are looking at, and we're pretty sure that it's not only areas in the Tier 1 cities that are going to see this growth. Even Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities are going to see this growth, because the mushrooming of not only the health and wellness centers, the mushrooming of also, small bedded hospitals, acquiring technologies has become more and more, feasible and more evitable in that sense. Cost treatments, low cost treatments, large number of highly trained English speaking doctors, the state of the art diagnostic equipments. These are certain things that make India the destination. In fact, patients from different parts of the world come for cancer treatment, organ transplant, surgeries, and now plastic surgeries has become, in fact, more and more prevalent, and that's becoming a big, catch. I mean, compared to United States, Australia, Singapore, or even the United Kingdom, India can provide a cost saving of up to 65 to 70% to a particular patient, him or herself. So that's a big statement altogether. But coupled with the advancement that we have, and coupled with the kind of innovation and technology that India can really, boost upon, I think this area is now one of the best areas that can be really taken forward. Today we have a set of very eminent panelists, and everyone has seen the growth of the healthcare industry for not only the last decade or so, but over the last 3 to 4 decades as experience. So we can actually count upon their words when we talk about medical value travel and medical value tourism, and how innovation and technology will really become that defining moment that India can look at it. Let me just go around the panel and introduce them with a one-liner. Dr. Sapna Nangia, we have here. Ma'am is a senior radiation oncologist and director, breast, head and neck and gynecology at the APCC, which is the Apollo Proton Cancer Center. Welcome, ma'am. Then we have Dr. Shrirupa Das. She's Director Medical Affairs, Clinical Research and Device Safety at J&J, Johnson & Johnson MedTech. We've got Dr. Vishnu Panigari, Group Head Medical Strategy and Operations at Fortis Healthcare, someone who comes with immense experience. Dr. Vaibhav Saxena, Senior Consultant Urologist at Yashoda Super Speciality Hospital. And Dr. Dabas was also supposed to join us, but unfortunately because of certain surgeries he couldn't join. We have Mr. Atul Chadda here. Atul is the business head, patient care solutions at GE Healthcare. So I think we have a panel which is well equipped to not only discuss things from a hospital or a patient setup, but also discuss things from a technology and innovation advancement setup. So let me first, invite Dr. Vishnu Panagari. Sir, over the last decades, you've seen the growth of this industry very well, and looking at how technologies have been adopted, how chain hospitals to even the class 2, class 3 hospitals have really taken forward the vital role of not only adopting to technologies, but also adoption to training of doctors and surgeons around these technologies, be it robotics, digital technologies. This is something which, we have really mastered upon. And, the medical tourism destination of the world, as we are called, is quickly adopting these technologies, but how evident is it that we can now convert it into a reality, looking at the kind of fast-paced world that we're moving into?
Thank you, Rajiv. And first I'd like to thank FICCI for organizing this, because I think so we are at a very sweet spot to talk about medical value travel. And keeping in mind the experience that I have of having worked as a faculty for 10 years, and then over the last 25 years plus in the corporate hospitals, right from Indraprastha, Apollo, Fortis, Max, and now as a senior clinician, now as an administrator. I'd like to say that how healthcare has evolved, because that will give an understanding of how we've evolved and where we are. 1983, I think so, is a landmark year in Indian corporate healthcare, when Dr. Pratap Reddy set up the Chennai hospital. That time it was Madras. And in the late 80s, the Hyderabad hospital came up. Escorts came up here in Delhi by Dr. Rihan. And then in the mid-90s, the Indraprastha Apollo here. And then we had a plethora of people investing in healthcare, right from Dr. Devi Shetty starting Narayana, Fortis starting, Max starting, then Medanta came up later. So what is the common thing about all this? They had good infrastructure, good equipments. This ensured that good processes are followed, and that helped in attracting talent from within the country and from outside the country. That's a huge value add that came up. And and we then, if you recollect, Dr. Atul Kochar was here, the CEO of NABH. In 2006, the first batch of 3 hospitals to undergo NABH accreditation took place. And I was fortunate to be at the right place at the right time. In 2006, I was in Max Healthcare, and that was one of the first hospitals, one of the first 3 hospitals which had NABH accreditation. Why I'm saying this is that standard sets of how to run a hospital were put up. So NABH is not meant to have a accreditation and put up as a thing at a plaque in your office or somewhere. But it gives you a nice way of how a hospital will function, right from the clinical side to even basic side, the facility management system, HR system, patient safety, everything. So it's a very nice document that has come up, and every couple of years they keep on upgrading it. So there's a huge change that has happened. And private healthcare has been an early adopter for high-end technology. Whether you see the Apollos, the Fortises, the Max, the Medantas, now the Manipals. So that's a very nice thing that has come up. And they use this technology for enhancing patient care. I remember when Indraprastha Apollo came up in December 95, it was the 4th largest corporate hospital in the world, 695 beds. But it had the best equipments, and it was able to draw the best talent from within the country and outside. A lot of us who had trained abroad, we came back and worked there. And so it was a similar story in the other healthcare chains. And they followed the processes, and that set the tone. You recollect in the 80s, people having a heart issues, they used to go to either to United Kingdom or to Texas Heart for their bypass surgeries. Or that time angioplasty had not come up to that extent that is now. But the Apollos, the Fortises, the Max, the Medantas, the Manipals, Narayanas, they changed the set. So what happened? They brought in modern medicine at very good outcomes. And this is very important. But I'd like to mention that, it started off with cardiac, but now the elephant in the room for India is cancer. The way the cancer is increasing, it is by leaps and bounds. Dr. Nangia will be speaking about that in more detail. But when you look at the cost for a simple, the basic radiation that we give in India is around $2,000, if I put it in dollars. In the Western world, it's around $9,000. So it's more than 4 times. For the high-end radiation therapy, which again, it's about $6,000 here in India, where it comes out around $20,000 to $25,000 in USA and Europe. So it's a huge change. And if you look at it, they need to undergo for about 5 to 6 weeks radiation. They stay here. And the travel, the stay is, when you look at the economics, it does make sense. And most important is the way the government of India, the people of India have opened their arms. The Atithi Bhava, that mindset, that's a huge thing that we can portray to the world outside, that India is the destination for medical value travel. And so this is something that I would like to say. And the other thing is that now, what is value for a patient? It is the outcomes divided by the cost. So when you look at this, with our well-trained doctors within India and who are also trained outside, they come and work here. The outcomes are very good. And when you look at the cost, as I just mentioned, it is much lower than that. So when you do the maths, outcome divided by cost, it's a multiplier effect that has. So this is an important information that we need to give, and the outside world has started seeing the value there. I'll give you a small example. I was in Toronto going for a meeting, and the taxi driver, he was a Nigerian, and he said that, you're from India? I told, yes. So I've been to India. I told, how? I had my sister's heart surgery done in a hospital in Bangalore. And this was, and how, I asked her how she's fine. So what is the message there? It's not only the surgery that happened, but the outcomes. 15 years later, she's fine. So these are important messages that people outside the world are also listening. So we have our IMH president here. We had the CEO of NABH. I think something that the healthcare industry that we have started doing it is measuring our outcomes. So this is where I think the Fortis Healthcare, as an organization, we have put in place is that in 2016, we started capturing our outcomes based on the ICHOM template that Professor Michael Porter set up at Harvard Business School. And now these are standard templates, and now about 28 disease sets have been rolled out. So something like that, if with the IMA, our Quality Council of India, and then the insurance providers, if they have this will be a huge way to sort of look at and standardize, and the outside world also can say that if you go to this hospital, these are the outcomes. And it has to be transparent, and data never lies. Yeah. So this is something that I would like to put across, that we need to look at this. The other thing is that people were criticizing India, New Delhi bug, New Delhi bug. But I'll tell you, across the Indian healthcare spectrum, all the hospitals, they have taken antimicrobial stewardship in a major way. In a major way. How do you rationalize and use antibiotics properly? Every hospital has started doing it. And the basic thing is they are preparing the antibiogram on a monthly, yearly basis. Some hospitals are doing it biannually. That antibiogram gives you the status of the organisms that are there and which are the antibiotics sensitive to that. So based on that data, the clinicians in that respective hospital are able to use the antibiotics appropriately. It's a huge game changer that has happened. And this is again something that we need to sort of showcase, and obviously with due time this will come up. So the antibiotical stewardship is something that we need to be proud of. And this is the next thing I would like to say is that Indian clinicians have the best acumen. Many of you would have read in the many of the important journals, I'll name it, New England Journal of Medicine also have brought this up. Doctors, patients treated by Indian doctors in USA versus the others had a better outcome. So what is the moral of the story is that it is the clinical acumen of Indian doctors. So my take-home message is that this is something that we need to focus, and we are focusing on, which Dr. Agarwal rightly mentioned. Don't lose your clinical acumen. Use technology as an enabler. The technology should not be guiding you what to do. It should be the mind, your clinical acumen should be guiding you on how to go about it. So this will help us to see that we are very methodical about what test we do. We don't do an unnecessary test and play defensive medicine, which the Western world is doing. So what I want to say is that let us not copy the Western world. Let us use our inherent strength to build up a case and showcase that we are the destination to be where we want to be. The other thing I'd like to say, if I end, is that let us be local and go global. And these messages will play a big way to take us forward.
No, absolutely, sir. I think the global call that you gave is something which India will be looking forward to. Standardization towards, not only medical practices, but also towards adoption of technologies is something which India needs very astute precision into. Let me just move from a hospital and an HCP caretaker to someone who's providing technology, someone who's providing the new age innovation. Let me go to Dr. Sri Rupa Das. So, Dr. Sri Rupa, introduction of medical technologies in India is transforming, and medtech companies have more and more innovation to offer. Medtech companies have more and more newer technologies on a regular basis that is coming into hospital setups. Patients are at the end of the day using it. The patient-centricness is actually improving. How would these technologies play a vital role in not only giving the desired outcomes, and as sir said, also not overburdening the doctor and the hospital with only technology being the clinician yardstick, but beyond it? And how would this be vital to actually go to a next step of capacity building and training? So maybe if you could give some examples.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Chipper. So I come from one of the pioneers of medical technology, manufacturers and suppliers across the world. And, I echo with a lot of thoughts that my co-panelists have sort of presented earlier. So, technology adoption in India, I think, has been pretty good over the past years. Like, even if you were to look at regular surgery, the way surgery was done, say, a few decades back, and how it is done today, the adoption of advanced lab techniques and all, which have greatly reduced the time spent in the OR, which have reduced intraoperative blood loss and, post-operative complications, and greatly improved patient outcomes. And I think all of it has been possible because of technology. And one of the things that even from our organization, something that we have seen is there is a lot of hunger and, interest even in the smaller towns and cities these days, from tier 2, tier 3 cities also. The healthcare ecosystem has, in fact, I would say, reached an inflection point in the country where people are really, most hospitals, even, the smaller hospitals in the smaller towns and cities are really eager to adopt the latest technology. And I can give a recent example. We recently got into the space of robotics, and we launched Velis, which is our robotic assisted solution for total knee replacement late last year. And, the interest and the uptake has been has been amazing. So even in not just the bigger metropolitan cities, but even in the smaller towns, people are really keen to adopt, and people are really keen to understand how to, really use the latest technology and, in order to benefit their patients. Interestingly, I also want to make a point here. India was actually the 4th country globally to launch this machine, the robot for knee replacement. So after the United States, Israel, and Australia, we were the 4th country in the world and the first in Asia to launch. So it is in fact a testimony even to Johnson & Johnson's, commitment towards India and, the patients and communities that we serve. And I must say that going forward as well, I mean, when I look at our internal product pipeline, the kind of, products that we have in development, advanced robotic solutions for diagnostic and surgical treatments in challenging anatomies, for example, in lungs and, very difficult, hard to reach organs. And, we have products in development that can serve both a diagnostic as well as therapeutic role in such areas. So I think India will continue to be a priority market given the size of our population, given the kind of patient population also that we serve. Now coming to the second part of the question, Dr. Chibber, that you asked about capacity building. So as an organization, we have always been very committed to ensuring that surgeons who use our products, we are committed to kind of providing them with adequate training, which really empowers them to use the products adequately. That's a very critical, part that we've been addressing for a very long time. I mean, in fact, for as long as we have been around. So we have a Johnson & Johnson Institute. We have one in Mumbai and one in Chennai. The Mumbai one is currently under renovation, but in Chennai one is functional. And we also have mobile training institutes, which we call Johnson & Johnson Institute on Wheels. Between these, the physical institute and the mobile institutes that we have, we've trained almost 8 lakh surgeons till date, which is a huge number. And I must also tell you, adding to the tier 2, tier 3 conversation, the mobile vans, the J&J Institute on Wheels is extremely, extremely popular in the smaller towns, where it's difficult for those doctors to, travel all the time to a Chennai or a Mumbai, and that's the space that we address with these mobile vans. Extremely popular with all the educational institutes, with the resident training, the students there. And, these institutes provide them that platform to really sharpen their basic surgical skills and as well as advanced skills as well. So the trainings that we provide are across the spectrum. So starting from some, basic principles of surgery like suturing, the science of tissue management, right up to advanced laparoscopic techniques, to arthroplasties like knee replacements, hip replacements. So there's a wide variety of training that we provide. We also have digital assets. So, while we are talking robotics, while we are talking technology, we also have digital assets, which again has a wide range of curriculum that is addressed through these digital assets. And those are the ones also that we use for training surgeons. So people who are unable to travel or who want to do some sort of orientation as a precursor to actual hands-on training, that's where those digital assets come into play. And these are all global assets. So where you have surgeons of global repute, you have their videos and their lectures and their demos uploaded, which is very, very useful to young surgeons here. And I would like to also make one point here. As an organization, we are really committed to make sure that the surgeons or the part of the ecosystem that we serve, they are adequately trained to deliver the best of the surgical outcomes to their patients. I think there is also an opportunity for us to have some sort of standardized or harmonized curriculum in this aspect. And we would be extremely glad and willing to maybe partner with the government or any other standard, scientific medical associations to develop this curriculum. So, you know, and we could be a key stakeholder in that. So while we continue to do what we are doing, it also gives us an opportunity to maybe spread out and address much larger, population of surgeons than what we are able to do today.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think you touched upon a very important point on how partnerships can really move this sector to become the next level itself. In fact, off the line when we were discussing, Dr. Agarwal also alluded to the same point that we need more and more companies, we need more and more hospitals to also come over and partner, and it's a huge mammoth area that we need to look, and capacity buildings, whether it's on newer technologies. In fact, I also come from the industry, and SMT, Sajanand Medical Technologies, we are into cardiac stents, we are into all cardiac closure devices and all that. We also make it a point that if we are coming with a new technology, coming with a new innovative product, we have the capacity and we have the training acumen both provided in that sense. So let me now go back to the HCP, and let me now go back to the hospital itself, and I'll Dr. Sapna Nangia ma'am. Recent developments in this radiation therapy, especially the proton therapy that you've been actually propagating upon, this is something very, very new, and not a lot of people have that kind of understanding around this therapy. It's not that prevalent also, and how would you be able to actually look at this development of newer technologies being available and being accessible also? So can we have ma'am's PPT? She had already shared a PPT.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chibber. It's a wonderful platform to be able to share with you when we are discussing access and we are discussing technology. I think it's very pertinent to talk about proton beam therapy, especially in the context of the fact that proton therapy in the developing world is something that has recently become, something that has happened very recently. And in this context, let me just take the discussion forward from what has been said by Dr. Chibber as well as Dr. Panigrahi about the cancer issue, the fact that there are 23 million cancer patients annually, the fact that cancer is the second most important cause of disability-associated loss of life years and disability-adjusted life years, as many as 250 million disability-adjusted life years annually. Also, for us, when we talk about medical tourism and about access, it is important to note that while 55% of cancer patients are accounted for by Asia and Africa, 65% of mortality is from Asia and Africa, underlining the fact that access is an issue. We do know that technology has had a huge impact on cancer treatment. It has impacted surgery. It has enormously impacted medical oncology, wherein the development of biotechnology biological medicine has impacted medicine, cancer treatment immensely. And also, of course, radiotherapy. So anywhere between 60% to 95% of cancer patients require require radiation. And this is a scene where technology has had an enormous impact, where computers and linear accelerators now allow us to give focused radiation to protect normal structures. This is where the role of proton therapy comes in, and this is the first proton therapy center in this part of the world, the Apollo Proton Cancer Center. There has been, proton therapy equipments have more than trebled in the last decade. However, as we can see, they are mainly concentrated in the United States, in Europe, and in Japan. And we in India at the Apollo Proton Cancer Center have been at the first center in Southeast Asia, South Asia, Middle East and Africa, and we continue to be the only center in South Asia and Middle East and Africa. The team has been handpicked from all over the country, experts, medical physicists, therapists as well as doctors, continuing the tradition of India as well as Apollo hospitals. So in India too, we have had access to excellent radiation facilities and technology for a number of years. And same story in Apollo hospitals, where there are 17 centers and more than 300 oncologists on the rolls of Apollo hospitals. So what is proton therapy? This is a tumor. For ease of understanding, normal radiation traverses through the body, deposits its energy, and moves along. In comparison, protons deposit their energy exactly where it's meant to be deposited, with nothing going beyond, depositing it only on the tumor. As you can see, we have not covered the entire tumor, so another smaller energy, another smaller energy, and that covers the whole tumor. What does this allow us to do? The fact that only the energy is being targeted only for the tumor, it allows us to increase the dose in certain situations. It allows us to spare any critical structure that may be lying behind the tumor, and it allows us to treat radio-resistant tumors because the energy is being deposited very sharply. Nowadays, we are on the third generation of proton therapy equipment. We use a 3 millimeter beam. This is called the pencil beam technology, and as I mentioned, this is the third generation, the first generation having come in about 50 years ago. And what does this allow us to do? This gentleman has a nasopharyngeal cancer, and we want to treat, so I think the laser pointer is not working. Perhaps that's all right. What we want to treat is red and mauve. And what you see on top is proton, what you see in the bottom is routine radiation. All the other colors that you see beyond red and mauve are unnecessary radiation. And what you see in that corner is the extra radiation that a patient does not receive when he receives proton therapy. So this is what the impact of proton therapy is. The technology is that the extra radiation that will damage tissues is not going to go to the patient. In different age groups, this has different impacts. In a child, where the entire brain and spine have to be treated, normal radiation will bathe the anterior abdomen and the chest, while proton will not do so. Similarly, in this patient, when we want to treat the chest area, the heart is being spared the radiation, while in normal radiation, the heart is treated. What is the impact of that? Please remember, children survive cancer very well, and in them we are planning for 50, 60, 70 years of living. We want to reduce their possibility of having second cancer. We want to reduce the possibility of having heart disease. We want to make sure that their IQ, their memory, their reasoning abilities are protected so that they can become functioning members of society. And that is where the role of proton therapy comes in. If we move to a different age group, adolescent and young adults, luckily cancer is not very common in them, but again, we have to plan for the next 50 to 60 years. What you're seeing on top is this young man who has a cheek cancer. What we need to treat is red. Everything that is outside of red is not necessary. That not necessary radiation is going to increase the risk of this young man or young woman having second cancers. With proton therapy, that risk comes down. On the other side, you see an MRI which is showing us functioning ovaries. The follicles are visible even though the patient has received a very high dose to the sacrum to treat a sacral chordoma. The sacral chordoma needs 70 Gray. The ovaries may not tolerate more than 3 Gray, and yet the ovaries are functioning. And this is the marvel of proton therapy. We know that children benefit from proton therapy. It comes as a surprise for people to know that the elderly benefit from proton therapy. How do elderly patients benefit from proton therapy? They are frail. They have interruptions in treatment. They may not be able to complete treatment. Sometimes they require hospital admission because of their frailty. And what we have noted is that in our elderly patients, you are seeing an elderly tongue cancer patient being treated, and yet the palate and the mucosa are not receiving any radiation. Because of the technology, the moderately severe side effects, as you can see, in routine radiation, if they are 48%, in proton therapy, they are 14%. The possibility of tube feeding comes down. And then when we looked at not just head neck, our entire group of patients and compared it with Indian data, hospital admissions was less, treatment interruptions were less, treatment incompletion was less. And that is what this technology allows us to do. For paucity of time, I'm just going to quickly go over other things which are very relevant. Prostate cancer, a very important cancer worldwide, the most common cancer in many parts of the world. Proton therapy allows us to reduce the dose being received by the rectum, by the bladder, not just bladder and rectum, but even the levator ani, therefore reducing the possibility of anal incontinence, also the possibility of proctitis and cystitis. This has been work that has been done at the Proton Center. And we know from this technology what happens is that the employability of a patient. So it's interesting. It's not just short-term toxicity. When we talk of toxicity, this work has been done at the MD Anderson Cancer Hospital. The employability of a patient is better. The amount of money being spent on treatment of toxicities is less. So though at the outset we are talking about an expensive treatment, in the long run it is balanced out by all these improvements that take place in the employability, in the quality of life, in requiring less treatment for toxicity. So we in India have now treated patients from 31 countries who have traveled to the Proton Center. At the Proton Center, proton therapy is available at 1/3 the cost of what is available in Western countries. Even within the country, as you can see, there has been medical tourism. At least 75% of our patients have traveled more than 500 kilometers to access this treatment. And which are the sites that they have accessed it for and why? They have accessed it for skull-based lesions, for liver cancers, very relevant. In Japan, Korea and China, that is the most common cancer being treated. And we know everywhere in the world because of the hepatitis epidemic, liver cancers are more common. Inoperable head and neck cancers and sarcomas, this is an indication where proton therapy has significantly better results. Chordoma and chondrosarcomas, pediatric tumors where there are outcomes which are better. And then in many other cases, they have traveled for significantly less toxicity. In thoracic cancers, lung cancer, thymomas, head and neck cancers, para-aortic lymph node irradiation, for example, for cervical and gynecological cancers. I have already addressed the issue of pelvic malignancies when speaking of prostate cancer, and most interestingly, in breast cancer, to reduce the possibility of radiation-induced heart disease in people who are more prone, such as diabetics, such as smokers, such as people who have had previous heart attacks, and also in young women where we want to reduce the possibility of second cancers. So in my thank you slide, I would like to mention, while in India we have been identified as competent service providers, as had been mentioned by Dr. Chibar and Dr. Parigrahi, Dr. Sri Rupa mentioned about the training of doctors. It is also very important for us in India to be at the forefront of academic medicine. And we at the Apollo Proton Cancer Center are very cognizant of this. And we want very much that our experience of developing this technology in the developing world will help other entrants in this field. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. This was very significant, and the kind of targeted therapy used is highly beneficial for a patient. Let me just quickly now come to Dr. Vaibhav Saxena. Dr. Saxena, you again come from a hospital setup, and what are the benefits for the hospitals and more importantly for patients by using available technologies around cost effectiveness, faster recovery, reduction of duration of surgical procedures, etc. Because we've seen that when a patient comes in, he or she needs to look at the amount of time also invested, the amount of money also invested, and the kind of technology which needs to be available too. So maybe you could throw some light. And sir has a PowerPoint presentation. Maybe we could have that displayed too. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to talk over the technological forum by the FICCI. And thank you very much, Dr. Sharad sir, and all the panelists and august audience. So why I chose this robotic surgery to discuss over this forum, because this is the best part which I can discuss and concern most, being a urologist specialized. Being the urologist is a surgeon who operates over the kidneys, the kidney transplantation, cancers, kidney cancers, then bladder cancers. So I am specialized to operate the urological system things. So why I am focusing over the robotic surgery, because I have seen the whole panorama of the development of the robotic surgery right from the first generation to when I was being a trainee in the All India Institute. We got the first robot over there of India, and there were only 7 or 10 installations all over the world. So we were among the first who got trained in the robotic surgery, and we were thinking it was the time of 2006 when few of my mentors, Dr. A.K. Hemal and all, they were just trained in this surgery in India. So we were among the first of those surgeons who were using the first generation robot that time. And with the advent of time, at that time when we were going somewhere, all of the places we were getting the answer, there is no scope of this technology in developing world, especially India. But if I talk today regarding this specialty and the robotic surgery, there are more than 1,000 installations in India itself and more than 5,000 installations all over the world. So in last 17 years, such a big number, such a big patient, and more than 1 million of the patients would have been operated in the meantime over the robot. So coming to the, I would start with the thank you slide. Like we never want we never like to see the blood pictures or all these things. Being a surgeon, we are what would you have imagined this was possible without this machine? A surgeon who is operating over a machine and controlling that machine to operate over the patient which is nearby him. So the precision, the main benefit of robotic surgery with the first of all, I would like to discuss the benefits for the patients. First is the duration of stay and the cost. So if we compare the cost in our country from the Western world, it is approximately 1/3 we are offering to the patient. In majority of the corporate hospitals and the private sectors and the government institutions, we are giving the cost of at very low cost in comparison to the developed world. Second is the quality of care. We are giving the same or better quality of care, being more numbers of the patient, more expertise now available over here for the robotic surgery. As Shri Rupa ma'am was also discussing over the role of robotics in the orthopedics, and also there is the robot has also entered, robotic surgery has also entered in the eye the ophthalmology also. So the blood transfusion is, the requirement of blood transfusion and the precision of the surgery is very accurate with the help of robot. The operating time is less. Then the conversion to open and the post-operative recovery, the most important part, which is very helpful in the obese patient, in moribund patient, especially the cancer patients like prostate cancer and bladder cancers. The deep inaccessible organs like the pelvic organs or the diaphragmatic or the chest, the thoracic organs, the role of robot is very good. The chances of infections are less because the size of the scar is less, so the recovery is very fast. We have already discussed about the area of access. What benefit the hospital gets, now we should, it is a very important part because without it, the discussion is incomplete. So the quality of healthcare we provide is up to the mark. What American Urological Association or world, any association of the world is offering, we are giving the same treatment as a standard operative protocol to our center in India also. So that is the main focus to discuss the robot over here. Then the cost effectiveness, we have already discussed over it. We are offering it a very low cost. Then is it is also a very important tool to attract the medical tourism, which is a very important part nowadays for the corporate hospitals and the bigger hospitals, because many more patients are looking at India as a very good medical tourism center for the quality care in the affordable cost. So we are offering in that way. Then assuring one globe, one health formula, which I got, this single liner I came only from the One Earth, One Health, because it's one globe, one health. The quality and the quality of care which is being offered to a very rich or affluent person from the Western world, we are offering the same healthcare in our country. As Dr. Sharad was also discussing over, the Bharat and India both have the same target to give the same assuring one globe, one earth concept. So coming to placing India as the first choice for many developing nations. As you know, we are the biggest numbers, one of the biggest economy in the world. So placing India as the best quality care giver in the healthcare industry should be our aim in the next decade, and in that way I think it is much more beneficial to all the hospitals. So this was the part with the benefits the patient and the healthcare system of India will get from the development of the robotic surgery, but everything has a lacuna or the quality control. Like I told you, our mentors were very less in the single numbers we can count. Now the mentors, I am one of the mentors. I also teach the robotic surgery to many more urologists and different surgeons. So then comes the costing of the surgery. It may come from the private or the public or the private-public partnership, as we were discussing in the last thing. Then comes the training of the expertise, paraphernalia. Then awareness of the patient. If we are offering the option to the patient, then only patient would be aware about what the strategies like open surgery, laparoscopic surgery or the robotic surgery. If we are not offering the patient to the modality, then how he would know that? Then the patient awareness part is also very important, for which we have to do some CMEs or the awareness campaigns in the different organizations, different institutions or the industries. So with this all, I would like to concise that the robotic surgery is the upcoming technology with some limitations, as it is a surgical procedure. So the telerobotic, which is in the development, we may expect that with the time that would also come to the mark. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I think you touched upon a couple of very important things. One is obviously the cost effectiveness, the other is the PPP model, and then also robotics as AI and ML is really advancing is something that a country like India would be obviously trying to take more feet into. Coming to you, Atul, I mean, last but not the least, this is something which is going to be a very good connector because the last speaker spoke about PPP models, spoke about how robotics and AI ML is going to be something very important, that when India gallops into this, we're already into this, but we now need to make it more and more robust. So what challenges do you see, and how as a technology provider would you feel that the space right now we are entering into can be really mooted better, so that the medical value tourism and medical value travel could be more attractive in India?
Yeah, thank you. I think if you largely see the technology availability, be it robotic and then be it oncology, at cardiology, we are the best probably in the world now, and everything is available. Only thing is, the what we say adoption of digital, and that is where I would see there is a lot of scope. At the same time, it's going in a very rapid pace. As an industry, if you see in the healthcare information technology, only if you just take it out from the technology market or the, I would say, big ions or like CTMR market, only IT space is almost within India now. It's gone almost 1.1 billion, and then it's a CAGR of 20-25%. That's how it's increasing and changing the shape. And that is very, you can correlate with respect to the patient journey of, just see the diagnose, inform, and treatment. When you see everywhere it is touching and enabling, be it medical tourism or be it, the corporate sector want to excel. Or I think Dr. Vishnu is already, they are publishing from many years the outcomes. So which is this is something happening in the Western world that takes you, kind of at the international level kind of care what you're trying to provide. But coming to the basics of, the advantage of this is like diagnosis. You can just correlate today. I think some of our friends were just saying that today ECG, it is normal ECG. If there is a panicky situation or somebody is there, the ECG can be sent to the cardiologist, and then the technology can, through AI or something, can enable if the patient has been in touch with the cardiologist, and then it's been frequently ECG is being diagnosed. The technology today can tell what is the difference happened, comparing the all ECGs, and what is the differences happened with the patient, so that cardiologists can say that this is real. Call for patient to do a kind of a emergency, let's say the golden hour PTC, or is not just a, it's not a, I would say the emergency call. So that kind of situations without this is without digital, it would never been possible. Now come to the, kind of inform. Inform is again within the hospital container. We know each department works as independent, independently. And then how do we make sure that today, if there is a 500 bed, 1000 bed kind of hospital, how do we make sure that the data can be moving around within the department at a much faster pace, saving the time for a clinician, saving time for the patient. So that's again important, piece which I think digital is changing. And that you will see that what I'm talking is more of integrating of hospital information systems, the PACS and other, so that you have the electronical medical record which you can flow within the hospital. Second is the last piece when we were talking the treatment. So treatment is of course when during this journey when you are doing through these smart devices whatever we have, even post surgery when patient goes or somebody let's say traveling from abroad to come to our India and then take the benefit of experts here and then doing the surgery and other stuff. But just imagine when he goes back, how can he connect with the same physician as quickly as possible. So those are the, I think, the possibilities of the today's systems which are available, adopted. Today, what we have done at GE Healthcare is a very good thing we have done. A lot of startups have come in, and then they are coming with a lot of new things. There is a lot of experts who are turning into entrepreneurs. And then what we are doing, if they are to come with a kind of a good business model, they have to validate what are the solutions. So what we have done is we have created a Edison platform where the startups and then if any entrepreneur wants to validate his kind of solution, they can do it. So I end with that. I think you're getting notes.
Absolutely. What's happening today is with more and more digital tools, we will continue to increase patient engagement and especially when you talked about digital technologies being available and also digitalizing the patient data, it's going to be a very, very important aspect. We're actually, just a couple of minutes to the end of it, and what I'll want is, since we have the IMA chief here, to have an expert view from his side. Sir, your views on, as a concluding remark, especially, a couple of us alluded to the fact that there is going to be new technology available. There is going to be, an entire economy which is opening up for India, and India, as such, was called the pharmacy of the world, but now it's going to be the healthcare provider of the world by 2030. And as we inch towards the 2047 vision of the government, which is, 100 years towards independence, how do you see this new PPP model really unfurl and benefit the patient? So a PPP would not, as I typically would, describe, not a public-private partnership, but a partnership for a public purpose is what we should be looking at. So your views on it, and then we'll conclude the session, sir.
See, PPP's model is that very good, and definitely, but see, more than that, as we know, we have seen, all the panelists, they have agreed that the invention and the introduction of this technology, they have a significant impact of reducing the cost. This is a very important factor for the country, as well as the attracting the medical tourism more and more in India. But everybody, as we came to know about the photon therapy or the robotic surgery, I would say that for adapting this technology and for this PPE, we need to work very hard for the capacity building. Like the Sri Rupa, she said that they have the mobile vans and everything. See, there is one thing is the demonstration and bringing the people into the technology. But there is another important factor which probably we are not discussing or we forgot. Continuously training. Because for running these equipment, you need a skilled technicians. For that, we need to have a program wherein we can continuously train the pupil and give them opportunity to earn the money. So in this way, it can open up the opportunity for the individual who are passing 12th in science, and they can be trained in the technology. And IMA does it. Indian Medical Association is doing these, technology building with so many groups, providing the technicians through the IMA certified courses. So that is what I was saying, that whether the Johnson & Johnson or the GE or other companies, those who are pioneer bringing the technology in India, they should also think over to build up the technician within the India. And IMA, as the IMA represent the more than 5 lakh doctors in India and through 1750 branches across the India, we have presence everywhere in India. So these companies should come forward and think for building up this technician. Then only this PPE will be achieved.
Absolutely.
And so I'm thankful. All these speakers has given very good, light on this technology. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, sir. I thank all the panelists here. Thank you for your words. I think now as India embarks to become not only digitally savvy, but also, a global healer, we really look forward to more and more medical value tourism as well as medical value travel that will be attracted here. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you to our panelists. On behalf of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and on behalf of FICCI, I thank our session chair, moderator, and all the esteemed panelists for sharing your insights, the experience, your specializations, the state-of-the-art technologies, non-invasive, very precision treatments, which India is offering to the world, and that also at an affordable price, and thus making India a go-to destination for MVT and be the healthcare provider of the world. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to be taking a short break. That's a lunch break, starting with the next session at 2 o'clock. That's a session on patient journey and satisfaction. Some of the success stories of MVT in India we are going to be sharing with you. So we now have the lunch break as you join us for lunch outside. We also have the exhibition showcasing is the brand India in the healthcare sector. We have our hospital chains, the healthcare and wellness centers, insurance companies, pharma packaging companies, devices, equipment companies, MBT facilitators, medical colleges, accreditators, and then the medical technology companies, Ayush hospitals, startups in healthcare. There's a big display by almost 200 plus exhibitors in the exhibition area. Please pay a visit also to the exhibition and gain more insights into brand India in the healthcare sector. Thank you. 2 o'clock, the next session we begin. Thank you again.
الحمد لله تمت العملية بنجاح.
Good afternoon to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please take your seats, please settle down. We are going to be starting with the next session in a while from now, just waiting for more people to join us. There are some of our speakers who are on their way, and as soon as they're here, we are going to be good to be starting, but just a slight delay of just maximum 5 minutes, and we are going to be starting. I would just like to once again apprise the August gathering also about the exhibition which has been organized outside. We have more than 200 exhibitors who are showcasing and presenting brand India in the healthcare sector, in the Indian healthcare and wellness sector. We have representation from the hospitals, from the insurance companies, from the health and wellness centers, from the digital devices and equipment industry, the startups who are in the field of healthcare, the technology innovators and solution providers. We have also from the skill development institutions, the medical colleges, from various other institutions, organizations under the Government of India, Quality Council of India. We have been having speakers from them speaking to us in this 2-day conference and exhibition which we are having. So thank you to all of you for joining us and part of being this next wave of medical value travel in the country. The session which we are going to be starting right now is on the patient journey and satisfaction, sharing with you some of the success stories of MVT in India. As it is said that the proof of the pudding lies in eating it. So we will have our doctors and their patients sharing their experiences with us. The doctors taking us through the history, through the treatment and the surgery of the patients, and what has been the patient's experience towards it. That's going to be the testimonials from our patients. Joining in this case study presentations, we have the doctors from Max Healthcare, from Apollo Hospitals Group, from Marengo Asia Hospitals, from Artemis Amrita Hospital, and from the Fortis Healthcare. And apart from these hospitals, as we have the international delegates, the patients, even the MVT facilitators, if you wish to share with us your experiences at the end of these presentations, we also request you. As we've been saying, this is a platform where we are looking for much of coming from you all, the issues and the challenges which you've been facing, your experiences which you have had as a MVT facilitator, as a patient, as a doctor, healthcare provider, so that we can work collectively and collaboratively towards a more healthier tomorrow. In fact, in this session, we would like to encourage the doctors along with the patients, and if their family members also present with us, they can also join us here on the dais to share their experiences. That's going to be very motivating and inspiring to the other patients also, or the country who are seeking more affordable and good quality healthcare in India with a lot of passion, compassion and seva. So once again, welcome to all of you. The session on patient journey and satisfaction, the success stories of MVT in India. We'll first have the success story being highlighted from Fortis Healthcare on the cancer treatment on a newborn from Nepal. I would like to invite Dr. Vikas Dua to please take center stage. Would like to just request our doctors and the patient, each of them having their presentation for 15 minutes, for we have 75 minutes in this session, 5 presentations of 5 presenters, so 15 minutes each we request. May I request Dr. Vikas Dua? Dr. Vikas Dua from Fortis Healthcare. So ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Vikas Dua, and he's going to be sharing with us the treatment which he had rendered to a 11-year boy from Bangladesh. That's a bone marrow treatment, and also inviting the patient here. So would like to hand over to Dr. Vikas Dua.
Thank you very much for the invite, and may I invite the family also. So Tausif's family, if you can please come and join us on the dais. The pointer. All right. So we have Tausif's family, Tausif's dad, mom, younger sister with us, and friends. We're going to talk about the journey of this boy. This boy who traveled all the way from Bangladesh, Dhaka, for a transplant. When we say unique, rare, I would say it is not that rare, but it is something which is very unique, which all of us need to know. Why? Because this boy had a problem which is called aplastic anemia. I know quite a number of you are not from the medical background, so if I have to tell you, aplastic anemia is a condition in which your bone marrow is not producing red cells, white cells, and platelets. So all of us have got long bones. Inside the long bones, the red cells, white cells, and platelet are being produced. But unfortunately, because of some damage, because of some injury, the red cells, white cells are not formed. So that's called aplastic anemia. In that condition, the patient has got low hemoglobin, requires blood transfusions. His white cells are low, is at risk of infections. His platelets go down. That means the chances of bleeding goes up. And this boy traveled to us all the way from Dhaka in January 2022 with complaints of some jaundice, some icterus 1 month back, and he was diagnosed to be having pancytopenia, means the red cells, white cells, platelets were all low. And then as they were not able to find a permanent cure in the home country, they decided to come to us. And when they were with us in FMRI, we did a bone marrow test and we confirmed the diagnosis of aplastic anemia. And what aplastic anemia is, I've just said, your red cells, your white cells, platelets go down. So this is just a cartoon, a picture in which you see a healthy bone marrow on your left, and on your right is the aplastic marrow. That means the marrow is empty, the bone marrow is empty, it's not able to produce red cells, white cells, and platelets. And it may be acquired, it may be idiopathic, nobody knows why this happens, or there may be some inherited causes, some genetic causes. So we did a workup on this boy, and it was not genetic. It was an acquired thing, but was idiopathic. So nobody knew why this happened, but he had aplastic anemia, and which we diagnosed to be having severe aplastic anemia, means his bone marrow is not going to recover on its own. So when we say bone marrow transplant as the only modality of treatment, I give you an example. Let's say your car engine is damaged. Your engine of the car is not working well. So the best way is to replace the engine. So if your healthy marrow is no longer there, if your marrow is not able to produce red cells, white cells, and platelets, it is better to replace that with a healthy marrow. So that's called bone marrow transplant. There is another way which is called immunosuppressive therapy, a drug called ATG, antithymocyte globulin, which can be given to these patients, which works in around 60% patients. So I give you an example. Let's say 100 patients like Tausif travel to India for a transplant. Out of these 100, if they receive ATG therapy, 60 will be fine, 40 will not survive. If they undergo a matched sibling donor transplant, that means if the sister of the boy would have been a fully matched on a test called HLA, there is a 95% chance of cure. But unfortunately, the sister was not matching. In this case, we did a blood test called HLA typing, and the sister was not matching. So the matched sibling donor option was not there. So whether to go ahead with ATG based therapy in which the outcomes are around 60%, or to do a different type of transplant which is called a unrelated donor transplant. So when we say donor transplant, you require a donor, and bone marrow transplant, I've just said, is always better. I just said if you have a full match donor, 95% chances of cure, but that was not there in this case. Then the other thing is immunosuppressive therapy, which works in around 60%. But this patient, we thought, why don't we search the donor from outside the family? There are national and international registries from where you may get a donor. In India, the biggest registry in India is in Chennai called Datri, which has got 400,000 donors. Throughout the world, there are different registries. Like the biggest registry in the world is in Germany, DKMS. Second biggest registry is in US called NMDP, National Marrow Donor Program. So we were fortunate that as the full match donor was not available, we wanted to do an unrelated donor transplant, and we were fortunate that we got a donor from the Indian registry. A same genetically matching donor for a Bangladeshi boy found in an Indian registry. So we went ahead, we counseled the family that if you go with the ATG option, there is a 60% chance of cure. As the full match donor, match sibling donor option, which has got a 95% chance of cure, is not there, should we go ahead and search an unrelated donor and do an unrelated transplant if we find a donor with which the chances of cure is 85%? The family agreed, and the only, I would say, the unique thing is, you will understand from this cartoon, is that if somebody requires an unrelated donor and is of Asian origin, there is just a 40% probability that he may get a donor. So full match option is available for 30% patients, those who have full match sibling, those who have a sibling. For the rest of the 70% who don't have a full match, you can get an unrelated donor in 40% patients. But for this Bangladeshi boy, where there was no unrelated donor registry in Bangladesh, he had to come all the way from Bangladesh to India for this unrelated donor transplant, and it went well. The boy underwent a successful transplant almost 13 months back. There were a bit of ups and downs, some bumps, but right now the boy is absolutely fine, sitting in front of you, no longer requiring transfusions, with a normal hemoglobin of around 12-13, with a normal white cell count and a platelet count which is normal, and he is absolutely okay. So this transplant we did on 6th of March 2022. It's been 13 months post-transplant that he's fine. So the message I would like to give to everyone sitting here, those who come across a aplastic anemia patient who doesn't have a full match donor, don't subject them to a center where the transplant facility is not here, means a ATG cyclosporin based therapy. And before thinking of doing a half match transplant, because quite a number of centers in India are doing a half match transplants, we should search a donor from outside the family, because that has got better cure rates. And this is what all of us need to understand. Hematopoietic stem cell transplant is no longer a luxury. People used to feel that it's a luxury. No, it's a necessity. There are people who require transplant. You should offer them the cure by a transplant only, and not subject them to alternative things. And these are some of the patients who have successfully underwent transplants. So we have done transplants from more than 70 countries and have celebrated 1,000 plus transplants last year in July in our center. Now the number is around 1,200, and we are quite happy to share that with you. And this is the boy who just celebrated Eid with us a couple of days back in India. Thank you. And so I would invite Tausif, who speaks very good Hindi, and I would like to invite Tausif and the family to please share their experience. Tausif, आप यहाँ आ सकते हो, and you can tell. Okay, you have the mic in front of you.
हेलो
हेलो, मेरा नाम तौसीफ है। मैं बांग्लादेश से आया हूँ। मैं एप्लास्टिक एनीमिया का पेशेंट हूँ। अभी मैं ठीक हूँ। डॉक्टर विकास दुआ सर एंड बीएमटी टीम बहुत अच्छी है, मैं उनसे ट्रीटमेंट लिया हूँ। लव यू डॉक्टर विकास दुआ सर and Fortis and thank you Fortis Hospital.
So mommy and daddy can tell how the boy was when they were in Fortis, and how was the journey and how is he feeling now?
हेलो, आई एम तहमीना, तौसीफ से मादर हूँ। मेरा बेटा को 2021 को 11 को हम लोग जान पाए कि उसके प्लास्टिक एनीमिया हुआ है। फिर बांग्लादेश में हम 1 महीने रहा और उससे ट्रीटमेंट किया, लेकिन कुछ अच्छा नहीं हुआ। फिर हम यूट्यूब में सर्च दिया तो हमने विकास दुआ सर को देखा और फोर्टिस हॉस्पिटल के बारे में जान पाया। फिर हम इंडिया में आई और डॉक्टर विकास दुआ सर से मिला। फिर विकास दुआ सर ने हमारे बेटे का ट्रीटमेंट शुरू कर दिया। उसका मेरे बेटे के साथ हमारा बोन में फुल मैच नहीं थी, इसलिए हमको सर ने बोला अनरिलेटेड होगा तो अच्छा होगा। फिर हमने सर की बात मान ली और अनरिलेटेड बोन में ट्रांसप्लांट की। अभी मेरे बेटे अच्छी है। डॉक्टर विकास द्वारा ट्रीटमेंट से मेरे बेटे अब अच्छा हो चुकी है। उसकी ट्रीटमेंट की 1 ईयर हो चुकी है। अभी मेरे बेटे ठीक हो। थैंक यू।
So he can speak in Bangla and you can translate.
হ্যালো, অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমাদের ছেলে তাওসিফ, আমরা 2011 সালে আমরা জানতে পারি যে ওর প্লাস্টিক অ্যানিমিয়া, 21 সালে জানতে পারি যে তার প্লাস্টিক অ্যানিমিয়া হয়েছে। তো বাংলাদেশে আমরা প্রায় 1 মাসের মতো আমরা ওখানে চিকিৎসা করি, কিন্তু চিকিৎসাতে আমরা কোনো ইমপ্রুভমেন্ট পাই নাই। তো আমরা ইউটিউবে সার্চ দিই, সার্চ দেওয়ার পরে আমাদের বিকাশ স্যারকে আমরা পাই। পরে বিকাশ স্যারের সাথে আমরা যোগাযোগ করি। যোগাযোগ করার পরে স্যার আমাদেরকে, আমরা ফর্টিস হসপিটালে চলে আসি। ফর্টিস হসপিটালে চলে আসার পরে অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমাদের সাথে কারোর সাথেই আমাদের ম্যাচ হচ্ছিল না, হয় নাই। তো বিকাশ স্যার আমাদেরকে অ্যাডভাইস করলেন যে ফুল আনরিলেটেড ডোনার করার জন্য। তো আমরা বিকাশ স্যারের মাধ্যমে আমরা ধাত্রী থেকে আনরিলেটেড ডোনারটা পাই। তো অ্যাকচুয়ালি আনরিলেটেড ডোনার দেওয়াটা আসলে অনেক রিস্ক মনে করেছিলাম আমরা, বাট বিকাশ স্যার আমাদেরকে বলেছেন যে আসলে অ্যাকচুয়ালি দিস ইজ নট রিস্ক, এটা আনরিলেটেড ডোনার দিলে এটা সাকসেস রেট ভালো। পরে ওনার অ্যাডভাইসে আমরা অ্যাকচুয়ালি এটা অ্যাগ্রি করি। অ্যাগ্রি করার পরে ইনশাল্লাহ আমাদের গত 1 বছর, এখন 11 মাস 13 মান্থ অলরেডি গন। ইনশাল্লাহ তাওসিফ ইজ ভেরি গুড। তো আমরা বিকাশ স্যারকে ধন্যবাদ জানাই। থ্যাঙ্কস বিকাশ স্যার এবং হিজ টিম অ্যান্ড ফর্টিস হসপিটাল, যে আমার ছেলে এখন আল্লাহর মধ্যে সুস্থ, ইজ ফাইন। আপনারা সবাই আমার ছেলের জন্য দোয়া করবেন। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Hello everyone. So now I will translate it in English because as he was speaking in Bengali and there is so many people those are not understand to like Bengali. So like actually Tausif is from Bangladesh and he was the patient of A positive anemia. And after that they have like searched so many places in Google, YouTube. They have tried to find a good doctor, but after that they got an option for Dr. Vikas Dua sir, and they contacted with him and they came to the Fortis hospital. And after that the main problem that they were facing is like the like donor, like parents are not were not able to like match the for the donation, and sister was also not able for the donation. So after that like they have contacted with Vikas Dua sir, and sir have like told them that for the unrelative donor, and they were very scared as well because like they thought that it will be very risky for the patient because as it is unrelative. But after discussing with Dr. Vikas Dua sir, and he gave the assurance there is a chances of like positivity. So after that they have agreed for that, and they have done the like transplant, and the Tausif was undergone the transplant as well before 13 months back, and now he is totally fine. His hemoglobin is also well, and now he's very fit as you, like everyone can check. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's it from the Fortis side. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Vikas Dua from Fortis, and thank you to TOSIF for sharing with us your experience. And ladies and gentlemen, the idea of sharing these experiences with you, to share with you the capabilities, the medical capabilities of the Indian healthcare and wellness sector, and where India is offering state-of-the-art, world-class treatment and surgeries to the world. I would now like to invite Mr. Thomas Metzel. He's one of the patient's husband. I'm also told that he's written a book on it, and he's going to be sharing with us his experience of getting his wife in India for the treatment.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here. I especially want to thank Shannon Healthcare and Vinay Agarwal for inviting me to share the story of my wife, Denise Stillman. Denise was one of the first American patients to actually receive a liver transplant here in India. I met Denise in 2013 at a business conference, and she was promoting her business called The Field of Dreams. If any of you are American movie buffs or have heard the phrase, if you build it, they will come, that was actually her company. We were married in November of 2016, and 6 months later we were on vacation in Mexico when she started experiencing severe abdominal pains. So I took her in for an ultrasound, and the first words out of the mouth of the technician was, "Do you have children?" The technician found 7 tumors on her liver. So we returned to Chicago, where we were living, and went to a hospital called Little Company of Mary, where she used to be a hospital executive prior to buying the Field of Dreams. And one of her physician friends actually did the biopsy on her, and we knew from his face when he came back that the news was bad. And he told her that she had sarcoma, and the survival rate was 3% for 1 year. We weren't willing to accept that she was just going to die and just take it at face value. So we thought about what is the best hospital in the world. And as an American, we were always told Mayo Clinic is the best hospital in the world. So we tried to make an appointment at Mayo Clinic, but we were told it was going to be several months till they could actually get us in. However, through our contacts, we had a pretty extensive network. We were actually able to find the person who handled scheduling for Mayo Clinic, and they got us in within 10 days for an evaluation. When we had the evaluation, Mayo Clinic said that she did have liver cancer, but she had a very rare liver cancer, and I'm going to try to pronounce this correctly, hepatic endothelial-hemangioendothelioma, or HEHE cancer, which is a cancer that's extremely rare, only about 300 cases in the United States a year, and it can be treated with a transplant. And we thought we'd won the lottery, the opportunity to save her life. So we started the process of receiving a transplant with Mayo Clinic in the US, and we had several people, including her sister, offer to donate part of their liver, so we did not need a donor from a cadaver. However, in the United States, for some reason, they still require you to get on the transplant list with the Uniform Network or United Network of Organ Sharing, which takes time. In addition, they would not evaluate a transplant, the donor, until such time as she was on the list. So it took over a month to get on the list, and from there, it took another month to simply get an appointment to have her sister evaluated to see if she would be a fit for an organ donation. And the issue there was that they'd only do one person at a time. They would not test multiple people. So during that time, they had us in for follow-up treatment, and they did another scan of her abdomen, and they said the tumors had been growing rapidly. Now, HEHE is supposed to be a slow-growing cancer. So they thought maybe they'd misdiagnosed her, and they did another painful biopsy. They discovered that, yes, she did have HEHE, but it was the fast-growing variety, which was even rarer than the other variety. At that point, they started making a lot of noises that made me extremely concerned that they were trying to get out of actually doing the transplant. They started talking about how if the cancer spreads, they won't be able to do it, and that they're going to need to continue to test and evaluate. And all the while, the clock is ticking, and her health is deteriorating. It was at this point, and I've learned to trust my guts over the years, that I realized that there was a good chance they weren't going to help us. And so I started looking around the world where I could get a transplant for my wife. I looked at South Korea, I looked at Turkey, I looked at Thailand, and I looked at India. And India looked like the best fit. The success rate was incredibly high, higher than almost every American hospital. And I reached out to Shannone Global, at the time, it's Shannone Healthcare, I believe now, and Vinay Agarwal, and he got back to me almost immediately. We had a conversation, and he said, please send Denise's medical records to us so we can have an evaluation done. Then we got on the phone with Dr. Vivek Vij, who won an award last night, and his team at Fortis Memorial, along with Shannone, and we went through her records and what they could potentially do for her. They indicated that, yes, they thought this was a surgery that they could actually do. But in the interim, Mayo had finally gotten around several months later to scheduling us for a surgery. But as part of it, they said, we want to do a pre-surgery and check her biliary glands or biliary in her liver to make sure everything looks good. So they called it a staging surgery. So the day before she was supposed to actually have the liver transplant, they opened her up. The doctors stuck her hand inside and felt little sand-like tumors on the inside of her body cavity. They closed her up, and when she awoke, they sat us down and said, we are not going to do your transplant, even though it was scheduled for the next day. Now consider this. We had a donor, her sister, ready to go. So we're not taking one from a cadaver, so we're not hurting anybody else. We had the money, or the insurance in this case, because it's ungodly expensive in America in order to do this, and they still would not do it. Now, I can't say with 100% certainty why that is, but I suspect it's because in America, if a patient doesn't live a year after the transplant, it goes against their success statistics, and they did not want to look bad or damage their rankings or standings in the international community. So they kicked us out of Mayo Clinic the day after her surgery and said, go home and die. That's pretty much what they said. Take some medication, you live as long as you live. But thank God I had been working, and I had actually already applied for visas to India, because just the way they were treating us, I suspected they were going to treat us horribly and not help her. So within 10 days of them kicking us out of Mayo, I had her on an airplane to India. It took months and months and months to even get to the point in the US where we might get a transplant, and one day to kick us off. We came to India, they did all the evaluations necessary and did the surgery in 7 days. 7 days. It was amazing, but I was so impressed. And she recovered very well with no complications. Now, Mayo Clinic disclosed to us that they had a 30% complication rate, 30% after a liver transplant. They were doing 20 living donors a year. Fortis was doing, and Dr. Vij's teams are doing 200 living donor transplants a year with a 3% complication rate. So it was amazing the difference. So she recovered and we returned back to the United States in October. We had a wonderful Christmas, time with family and friends, and she was healthy until about May of the following year because we knew the cancer had spread. And she slowly deteriorated until she passed away November 7th of 2018. But without Dr. Vij, without Shannon, without the team at Fortis, we would have lost her at least a year before. You know, honestly, had we known and had we come to India first before going to the United States, through the United States medical system, she might be up here speaking instead of me. But because we trusted the American medical system, she's no longer with us. You'll never know for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, Western medicine is broken. The American medical system is broken. It's not about people. It's about process. It's not about patients. It's about protocol. It's not about, you know, healthcare. It's about the money. We were quoted at Mayo Clinic a range of price. They told us, and this is back 6 years ago now, $250,000 to $650,000. Now imagine that kind of a range. A liver transplant now in the United States is averaging $700,000. Who can afford that? We came to India, we had everything arranged, and they gave us a price, ladies and gentlemen, and you know what it cost? That much. See, in America, if you don't have good insurance, you die. Or if you don't have a lot of cash, you die. Or if you don't meet the very narrow requirements in order to stay on the transplant list, you die. Because it's not about the patient anymore, it is a business. There's very little caring and there's very little good that I can say about Western medicine at this point. I think the future of medicine is in Asia. And frankly, I think the core of that is going to be here in India. Over 30% of doctors in America are Indian descent. And they're caring, you know, Indian people are, in general, just super caring and incredibly good at what they do. In fact, I came back 8 months ago for a surgery because I had needed a surgery in the United States, and I could not get it. They told me it was going to be 6 to 8 months to get the surgery. I called up Shannon. They said, fly to India. 2 days later, I had my surgery. So I got a call 2 weeks ago from the hospital in the United States saying, we have room for you now, 8 months later. And so that gives you an idea of what's going on. I really, you know, honestly, ladies and gentlemen, I truly miss my wife. The kids miss her mother, and her parents miss their daughter. But were it not for, you know, Shannon and Dr. Vij and his team in Fortis Memorial, we wouldn't have had the time we had. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm eternally grateful. Thank you very much.
I'm Dr. Vivek Vij. I'm the Director of Liver Transplant and Hepatobiliary Services at Fortis Group of Hospitals. Till now, in last 6 years, we have performed more than 700 liver transplants at Fortis with a remarkable success rate of more than 96% survival and 100% donor safety. I have a big team of surgeons, hepatologists, anesthesiologists for performing such a complex surgery as liver transplantation, mainly living donor liver transplantation. At present, we are performing more than 200 liver transplants every year, and we are one of the largest living donor liver transplant centers for India. Today I will talk about this particular patient, Mrs. Dennis Tillman, who was suffering from a very rare kind of liver tumor, which is hepatic epithelioid hemangioendothelium. In short form, it is called as HeHe tumor. She came from USA, but somehow she decided to land here with us because of the better outcomes and the results generated by the Fortis Group and our team. Her sister donated liver to her, who donated very candidly and altruistically to her sister. Her surgery was very smooth, and after the surgery, Her recovery was also very smooth, and she was discharged after surgery around 15 days later without any complications. She is quite satisfied with the services provided by the hospital.
Hi Dennis, how are you?
I'm great, thank you.
You look wonderful.
Thanks.
Could you please tell us about your disease? How were you suffering and what made you come to India?
And I were from the United States, and we were in a situation where we were not able to get a liver transplant in a timely fashion. I was very sick just 5 weeks ago before your wonderful team operated on me. But we were in a position where we could not wait any longer, and the United States system was not working for us. So
when we started doing the research and we looked at statistics, the hospital here, Fortis, actually has better rankings than any U.S. hospital we could find. The success rate in India was higher than even the top hospitals in the U.S., and the complication rate was lower. And that really caught our interest. And the fact that you could actually do the surgery within 1 to 2 weeks of our arrival, when we had been waiting and fighting for months in the U.S., was what brought us here.
So the representatives at Shannon Global were very helpful in the fact that our healthcare system is obviously different than the healthcare system in India, and being shuffled in and very quickly shuffled from room to room for procedures and to make sure that all of our tests were taken care of. They were very knowledgeable in helping us and guiding us and bridging that gap of knowledge and making sure that we were taken care of, and all the information that the doctors needed on our behalf from us was taken care of in a quick manner. Post-procedure, they made sure that any misunderstandings or anything that was needed as far as government approval or healthcare providers needing what they needed was taken care of. Post-op, they were very compassionate and caring and helping us navigate anything that we may need or may have needed after surgery. Having Shannon Global to guide us through the procedures and make sure that we were there for our appointments, and having a car arranged to pick us up, and having them call us where there's a will, there's a way, any kind of language barrier or gap, they were quick to make that happen and make it amended and make sure that we had the information we needed and that we were where we needed to be when we needed to be there. So having that access to Shannon Global for transportation, for any questions that we may have, they were always there on the spot, ready to help us.
So Dennis, how are you feeling now?
Oh, I feel better than I have felt in months. I've been sick since January and progressively got really sick after April. So I feel like a new person completely. Fortis was wonderful. First we came for the surgical team. That was really what drew us here, the excellence in your surgical team, your outcomes, and just the volume. The hospital that we were looking at, one of the top hospitals in the U.S., Fortis does 10 times the amount. And we know from surgical experience, the more you do something, the better you are at it. So we were very attracted to that. And the facilities here were very nice. The nurses were so sweet. I couldn't say better things about the nursing team. In fact, we loved them so much, had such a great experience. We brought goodies and treats for them to let them know how much we appreciated their efforts. So it was very good.
Thank you very much, Tom and Dennis, for the kind words.
We really wanted to take a moment to thank the team at Fortis and everybody that worked on my wife Denise. In America, they either weren't willing or weren't going to be able to actually do the surgery that she needed. So we searched the world, frankly, and found the team that we believed had the best numbers in the world for liver transplant in this particular case. And the results have proven out, and they've given me back my wife. So I can't say enough wonderful things about the team here at Fortis.
Yes, it was a wonderful experience, and I just personally want to thank the nurses on the ICU floor and the surgical team for taking such great care of me and my sister Abby, who donated her liver to me.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for sharing your and your wife's experience. Sorry, may she rest in peace. But then Good to know and happy to know that we could add that extra 14 months in your life and in her life, those happy 14 months. And as he said, that in India, a patient is not a business case, but it is towards not losing hope till the last minute. Our doctors keep trying. So thank you for bringing that experience to us. And now we have the case study from Marengo Asia Hospital. That's on the bilateral lung transplant, which was done on the Syrian patient. We have Dr. Kumud Dittal joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd love to thank the organizing committee for the privilege of speaking to you and presenting this case. That was such a moving story. My condolences to you, sir. And here's another case with a slightly different twist. It's another complex case. Can I get my slides up, please? They're on there? So the patient's actually not here. He's gone back to Syria. There's some videos that will follow my brief talk because I promised him to return him back to Syria for Eid to his young family that had been missing him for so many months. So this is a story of Ahmed from Syria, close to the Jordanian border. He's a farmer. And a friend of mine, a French lung transplant surgeon of mine, had told him to seek my opinion because India may be a better place to get his lung transplant as opposed to the Middle East or elsewhere. And in last July that was. And it took months for him to be able to organize things, and finally came November to Ahmedabad at Sims Hospital, which is part of the Marengo group. By that point, he was already over a month bedbound. When I saw him in July on a Zoom call, he was able to walk. But at this point in November, and when he arrived, he was completely bedbound, and you can see the degree of oxygen that he was on. He has a disease called idiopathic interstitial lung disease. Idiopathic just meaning that we don't know the cause. And interstitial lung disease is just a modern name for what we used to call lung fibrosis, or simply scarring of the lung tissue. So scar tissue replaces your normal tissue. There are lots of causes. We know, even familial ones, exposure to dust, exposure to pets, but often we don't know the cause, as in Ahmed's case. His oxygen requirements began to escalate dramatically to the point where we had to decide what to do next, because lung transplantation, bilateral, is going to require cadaveric organ donation, and it has to exhaust any national recipient in India before an overseas person can be matched. And the only way to bridge these patients at this stage is to put them on ECMO, which is extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, simply a long phrase for an artificial lung, which is attached to you via two big pipes going in and out of your veins. That is a very expensive therapy, and without an end, not knowing when a donor might become available. So we had a very long discussion with his family, himself, and decided that bridging was a step too far and we would not go there. And he was really bedbound and about to die, were not for the enormous fortune of having a matching male donor in Rajkot up in North India and in Gujarat. And then we were able to actually send a team out, assess the lungs. That was very good, brought back through the courtesy of our medical services and, of course, the regulatory authorities. And he underwent a very successful bilateral lung transplantation. There's a left lung being worked on your left side of the screen, the scarred, terrible-looking lungs in the middle, and then one of the lungs on the right being inflating as it's been put in. And he had so the X-ray just shows you what it was like before on the left to what it is after his transplant. And similarly on the CT scan on your left and right, the enormous difference. There's nothing as terrible as to watch somebody die from the inability to simply take a breath. And he had a very prolonged time because one of the problems with this degree of debilitation is that you lose your muscles. And when you lose muscle, you can't really breathe. The lungs are just bags of air. And so he had to have a tracheostomy, train his muscles up again to be able to not only breathe and move his chest wall, but also to just simply stand. Because if I was to put most of you in bed for a week, you would lose your sense of balance and coordination and you will drop down to the floor. He'd been in bed for 3 months. And he's made excellent recovery. He then moved out of the hospital and stayed locally in Ahmedabad to complete his 3 months post-transplant. And then because of the promise to get him home at Eid, he left literally last week. And you'll see some videos of when he's arrived. He even had his birthday in hospital. And again, the incredible nurses that has already been referred to, without whom a lot of this wouldn't be necessary. And here what had happened is Marengo Asia has got several facilities. I am currently working with some of my colleagues here in Faridabad. And so the lung transplant core team flew out of Faridabad to do this procedure with our colleagues there at Ahmedabad to have this collaborative supportive service to deliver something very wonderful for this patient. But it does take an absolute army to do this sort of work. And I won't go through it. You can read. And just notice how many people are involved. But I would love to thank, again, with a quiet prayer to the donor and his family, to the Rajkot Hospital, which processed the donor for us, the wonderful police who managed to give us a green corridor, aeromedical services, and not least, the local and the national transplant tissue organization authorities, without whom, again, this would have never taken place. And I'll leave you now, finally, with a couple of videos of patient experience and so on. But to say that whilst we present these complex cases, the message is always very simple. The message is that in the concept and the background of One World, One Health, is that there's nothing greater than alleviating the suffering from hunger and ill health to reach across communities and bring them together. Thank you.
مرحبا، أنا اسمي سليم أحمد من سوريا، أخونا المريض أحمد. أخي يعاني من مرض تليف رئوي، جي تقريبا من 2 سنين.
جيت إلى الهند أعاني من التليف، أجريت العملية والآن أشعر بحالة جيدة وأنا سعيد جدا.
قالوا لنا الدكاترة إنه ممكن ننطر 6 شهور 9 شهور سنة، بس الحمد لله إنه ما انطرنا غير 1.5 شهر وصاروا العملية، وخيي هلا أموره تمام والحمد لله. اليوم بدنا نطلع من المشفى على البيت،
والآن أنا بصحة جيدة وأشكر الأطباء والممرضين. كنت هنا سعيد جدا، الكل لطيف معي، الكل سعداء، أني أشعر بالسعادة جدا. أتمنى من الله أن تتم العملية بنجاح أكثر. أشكر الأطباء والممرضين وزوجتي وأخي.
يعني من المرض وجينا من سوريا على الهند لنعمل عملية استبدال رئة، والحمد لله تمت العملية والمشفى كويس والدكاترة معاملتهم كويسة. شكرا لجميع الدكاترة وشكرا لمشفى مارنج سمس، ونحن مبسوطين الحمد لله كثير.
كمان أشكر الدكتور كومون والدكتور كابل والدكتور خورشيد والدكتور إيميد والدكتور تيمر شاه ودافل. Thank you very much.
So that was his homecoming, and where the entire community came to greet him. And of course, it was difficult for him to abide by the very first rule, stay away from large crowds. And I never even thought to warn him about gunpowder. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thittal. Thank you for sharing this case study. Once again, it shows that our doctors go that extra mile and beyond boundaries and beyond any limitations to take care of the patient and extend that treatment with a lot of care, seva, and taking treatment as a service. Thank you. I now invite Dr. Saurabh Gupta from Max Healthcare, who's going to be my apologies, Dr. Subhash Gupta from Max Healthcare, who's going to be sharing this case study on a patient from Uzbekistan, the LTP swap case which was done on the patient.
Are they around? Shall we get them on stage? Are they around? Okay, they could come and share the stage, please. I'm so glad to be hearing such tales of medical excellence from our country that I'm truly proud to be an Indian now, having heard these beautiful stories of medical excellence. And I think we should clap to that really. So carrying on with the medical excellence that we saw my ex-colleagues, Dr. Vij and Dr. Ajitab, showcasing their good work on patients from abroad and making them to good health, and that's really something to be proud of. To carry on in the same vein, we will take you through a very interesting case that we've done recently. Please could you come here and sit down. So most of you would have heard of swaps, and swaps have generally a very unhealthy connotation. But I'm going to share with you a healthy swap today, which this swap made two people completely better. So, we all know, and you heard the team from Fortis saying that liver transplant is a life-saving operation. As one of those things that we call, it's a gift of life. So once you have a transplant, you're cured forever and you live for a very, very long time. However, for this to be successful, you must choose your patients wisely and you must find the suitable donors as well. And legally in our country, only family members can donate, and donors must match the recipient, not only in size, blood group, shape, and quality. And we present you a case where the donor of one recipient was not suitable for the recipient of his own, but was suitable for another recipient, and we ended up with a healthy swap in which both operations were successful. So what happens in a swap liver transplant is that there's a patient A whose donor A is not suitable for him for whatever reasons, maybe blood group does not match, size does not match. And then because we're a large volume center, we always have this problem, and you match them with another family where the donor is not suitable to that recipient. And then you do what we call exchange, a paired exchange, and this is completely legal. For this to happen, it's a very complex operation. Each operation takes about 6 to 8 hours. Donor operation is technically challenging, difficult, long, and must be extremely precise, because you move away from the line of cutting, then you can harm both the donor as well as the recipient. And typically, this will involve at least one whole day to complete this operation. And finally, in the recipient, when the liver comes out from the donor, there must be tiny vessels must be joined under the microscope. So that's on one hand, a very difficult operation, shortage of donors, and on the other hand, all over the world, liver disease is widely prevalent. And hepatitis B and C is endemic in many countries, and in our own country, unfortunately, alcohol has become a leading cause of death from liver disease. So at Max Hospital, we have done over 4,000 liver transplants now. Every year, we do about more than 400 transplants every year, as a favored destination for patients around the world and for within the country, and at an affordable cost and with assured results. And this means that you need an army, as Dr. Deetal, my friend, showed, that of personnel to look after these patients for over 400 transplants every year. And therefore, every day, today itself, we have about 2 transplants going on, and a team of Mongolia is visiting us to see how we do this operation. SWAPs can be done easily. And we published this in our in transplantation, which is one of the sort of a Bible of transplantation activity all over the world. And we showed that paired exchange, living donor liver transplantation, a 9-year experience, we had a greater than 80% long-term survival. And this was published in a high-impact journal. So how we can do liver transplantation when we have only 1 liver? Actually, we have 8 small livers, and each of them can be taken out. And because the liver can regenerate, we can do this operation from a healthy donor. So, now coming back to the case that we are presenting today, we are a 37-year-old female who had blood group O, and the only person who could donate, because legally only family members can donate, was a 34-year-old sister who's here with us. Unfortunately, her blood group A would not allow for compatible transplantation. ABO incompatible transplantation was planned, and therefore we did desensitization against blood group, which unfortunately did not work against blood group A, but it worked very well for blood group B. But there was no blood group B donor there. So what happened then, we have another person who has a blood group A, and the donor, fortunately for us and fortunately for them, had a blood group B. So again, we could have done an ABO incompatible transplantation, but we felt that we could solve 2 problems with 1 swap. And also there were other issues as well. Of course, if you do ABO incompatible, it costs more, there's a delay, and not always possible to desensitize the recipient. So it seemed logical to swap the donors of 2 recipients. One would become blood group match. The other had already been successfully desensitized by a previous protocol. So what was unique in this swap? So we had one who was unsuitable for donor was unsuitable despite his repeated sessions, and therefore we ended up swapping, and we ended up doing what we call ABO incompatible operation for one and an ABO compatible one by a swap operation. So in the end, transplant is only possible if you have a suitable donor, choose the right patients, and you can then ensure that you have a really long-term survival. So you can live on for many years after successful operation. If you cross the 1-year landmark in liver transplantation, you're alive and well for the rest of your life. So what we did together, because we are a big program, we brought the families have this problem all the time. They came to the hospital, they met each other with extensive discussion, and one of the requirements for a swap operation is that all 4 operations have to be done on the same day, because otherwise, if one donor were to back out, which is a completely voluntary operation, and if one donor were to back out, then you'd be stuck. So finally, in the end, I would like to tell you that a swap operation is what we decided, carried out, and here they are in front of you. So this required, on that particular day, we stopped all our outpatient work, we stopped everything else, so we could focus on this completely. And all this surgeons, nephrologists, pediatricians, radiologists, everyone came together for this operation and went together. So what are the challenges that we faced? The challenge is ensure that all the operations take place on the same day. So you need to allocate your resource carefully. So one may need to move from one theater to the other to ensure that everything is going on in a coordinated manner. Logistics, arrange and manage the team in a coordinated manner. And this is a swap transplant, ABO incompatible swap. So you have to ensure that post-operatively they are given regular plasmapheresis so that the antibody-mediated rejection does not happen. And I think this is one of the most unique softwares that we've ever did. And donors and recipients are here in front of you doing completely well. And this got extensive media coverage, just to show it from here. And in the end, I would like to tell you that a timely performed swap provided new lease of life to 2 patients. And this, unlike other connotations of swap, was a healthy swap. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. So if, would you, इनसे कुछ बुलवा दो? Would you like to speak something?
Assalomu alaykum. O'zbekistondan salom sizlarga. Ta'zimgamiz. Men Murodova Hursanoy. O'zbekistonga tug'ilganman. Yoshim 59 da. 4 ta bolam bor. Men sanoqli kunlar qolgan kunlarim mana shu Hindistonda eshitib shu yerga keldim. Lekin men hech ham o'zimni mana odam bo'laman yo tirilaman deganim, bar o'laman deb kelganman. Lekin sanoqli kunim qolganga mana shu vrachlarimiz Subhash Gupta degan odamni eshitdim. Bu kishiga tasannolar aytaman. Nima qildilar, nima qo'ydilar shu 4 tamizni nima qilganlarini hali tushunmayman. 3 kundan keyin men oyoqqa turdim. Birinchi bo'lib 59 yoshga kirgan qarisi men edim, men oyoqqa kirdim. Bu Subhash Gupta degan bu otamizni mana birinchi ko'rib turibman. Bu kishi yoshgina bola ekan. Yoshgina bola ekan bu kishi meni sanoqli kun qolgan kunimga jon soldilar. Bu kishiga qanday rahmatlar aytishim kerak? 1000 ta, 100 mingta rahmatlar bu kishiga hech ham nima qilmaydi. Men mana shu
1 minute. 1 minute.
हेलो अभी जो हमारे बीच एक पेशेंट है उज़्बेकिस्तान से, ये रिसिपिएंट हैं, इनका नाम खुर्सानेव है। ये कह रही हैं कि जब मैं इंडिया आई थी तो मुझे लग रहा था कि मैं यहाँ से ज़िंदा वापस नहीं जाऊँगी। मेरी ऐसी कंडीशन थी, मेरे पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं था, डोनर का ब्लड ग्रुप अलग था और मेरे पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं था। जब मैं डॉक्टर सुभाष गुप्ता से मिली मैक्स हॉस्पिटल में तो मुझे एक उम्मीद सी मिली कि नहीं मैं सही हो सकती हूँ। डॉक्टर सुभाष गुप्ता की टीम ने मेरी काउंसलिंग की, मेरी सर्जरी हुई यहाँ पे और सर्जरी होने के बाद 3 दिन के बाद ऐसा कुछ हुआ कि मुझे लगा एक जादू सा हो गया कि मैं 3 दिन के बाद चलना चालू कर दी। और डॉक्टर सुभाष गुप्ता ने क्या किया मुझे नहीं पता है, मुझे बस ये पता है कि इन्होंने सर्जरी की है मेरी और 3 दिन के बाद मैं चलने लगी थी। नहीं ठीक, कोई मुझे कोई सुने मुझे
Mana men 2 oy bo'ldi shu yerga turganim, birorta o'limni ko'rmadim shu yerdan. Ayniqsa men ko'rgan tomonim, men o'zga yurtga borsam, men chet davlatga borsam bizlarni qanday kutib oladi deb ko'rgan edik. Lekin bularning odamlari shunchalik odamga mehribon, shunchalik kamtar, shunchalik sekin gap ekanki, men shularga juddoyam xursand bo'lib qoldim. Ketkim kelmayapti, to'g'risini aytsam. Ovqatlariga o'rganib qoldim, hamma narsalariga. Men nima deyman? Subhash Gupta bobomizga hech narsani nima qilmay, mana O'zbekistonliklar 30%, 40% hozir mana shu Markaz klinikasiga yotdi. Men bu bobomizni Markaz bu Subhash Gupta bobomizning gruppalariga, mana shu yerga o'tirgan shogirdlariga, sestralariga, hammasiga ta'zimga bo'lamiz. Boshimiz oyoqlariga yetguncha ta'zim qilamiz. Ta'zim qilamiz. Bu kishini nimaga loyiqligini men aytaman. O'zbekistonliklar talab qilamiz hamda iltimos qilamiz. Ginneslar kitobiga kirishiga, Qizil kitobga kirishiga men mana shu narsani xohlaymiz. Biz O'zbekistonliklar. Hammalaringga rahmat. Okay, goodbye.
हेलो खुर्सनाय आपा जो हमारे बीच में भी थी, ये कह रही हैं कि डॉक्टर सुभाष गुप्ता मैक्स हॉस्पिटल, जब मुझे आना था यहाँ पे तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि मैं उज़्बेकिस्तान से अगर इंडिया जाऊँगी तो मुझे कौन रिसीव करेगा, मैं कैसे इंडिया में ट्रीटमेंट अपना लूँगी। तो फिर इन्होंने मेडिश्योर कंपनी से बात की वहाँ से, उसके बाद ये इंडिया आई और जो ये सोच रही थी पहले, जो चीज़ें इन्होंने सोच रखा था उस चीज़ें से बिल्कुल ही अलग सब कुछ हुआ। कह रही है मैं डॉक्टर गुप्ता को सर से लेकर के पैरों तक चूम लूँ फिर भी कम होगा जो उन्होंने मुझे ज़िंदगी वापस की है, और जिस तरीके से मैं इस ज़िंदगी में वापस आई हूँ, इस चीज़ के लिए मुझे मैक्स हॉस्पिटल, डॉक्टर सुभाष गुप्ता एंड टीम सबको मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। और उज़्बेकिस्तान के जो भी इस बीमारी से परेशान लोग हैं वो बिना सोचे समझे मैक्स हॉस्पिटल, डॉक्टर सुभाष गुप्ता एंड टीम के पास अपना लीवर ट्रांसप्लांट अगर उन्हें ज़रूरत है तो वो आ करके करवा सकते हैं।
Special word for Medshore team, Arif, Qasim and Ridwan.
थैंक यू सो मच सर। दूसरे रेसिपिएंट को अपा खेले हाँ
Assalomu alaykum aziz mehmonlar. Men O'zbekistondanman. Men shu Max klinikasini eshitib, umid paydo bo'lib ko'nglimga keluvdim. Mana Gupta buvamiz bizni operatsiya qildi. U kishiga boshim yerga tekkuncha ta'zimdaman. Rajesh doktorga ham. Shular tufayli Alloh bizga yashash imkonini berdi. Farzandlarimizni boshiga bizni qaytarib berdi. Allohga shukr. Shu tufayli hammalaringizga rahmat aytaman. Bu sabrli xalqqa boshimiz yerga tekkuncha ta'zimdamiz. Ular tufayli biz tirik qoldik. Allohim bizga yana qayta jon, umr bag'ishladi. Orif akaga, Qosim akaga, ular tufayli Abu Muhammad, Sulaymon, barchalarga kattakon rahmat. Ular tufayli biz hayotga qaytdik. Sizlarga ham kattakon rahmat.
इनका नाम डॉक्टर महलिया है। इनका स्वैप केस के साथ साथ एबियो इनकम्पेटेबल दोनों चीज़ हुआ था। तो ये कह रही है कि मेरी उम्मीद भी ख़त्म हो गई थी कि मैं कैसे यहाँ पे सर्जरी कराऊंगी। कई बार प्लाज्मा फ्रेसिस हो गया था पर जो टाइटर था वो कम नहीं हो रहा था। तो कम ना होने की वजह से ऐसा लगा कि मुझे वापस जाना पड़ेगा अपने कंट्री। तो फिर मुझे ये ऑप्शन दिया डॉक्टर सुभाष गुप्ता एंड टीम और मैक्स हॉस्पिटल ने कि ये ऑप्शन है, अगर आप ये चूज़ करते हो, आप बात कर लो तो आप इस ऑप्शन के थ्रू सर्जरी करा सकते हो और सब कुछ बेटर होगा। तो इन्होंने रिस्क फैक्टर्स पूछा। रिस्क फैक्टर्स बताया सेम है जो अदर पेशेंट्स में होते हैं। फिर इन्होंने एक भरोसा दिखाया डॉक्टर गुप्ता एंड टीम पे मैक्स हॉस्पिटल के ऊपर, और सर्जरी होने के बाद जैसा ये सोच रहे थे उससे बहुत बेहतर रिजल्ट्स मिला इन्हें। अब ये अपने कंट्री वापस जा रही है। ये बहुत ही खुश हैं। डॉक्टर सुभाष गुप्ता और मैक्स हॉस्पिटल और इनको जिसने भी हेल्प किया है इस पूरे जर्नी के थ्रू, उसमें मेडिश्योर टीम थी, मेडिश्योर टीम के लोग थे, सबको इनका तहे दिल से शुक्रिया है। मैक्स हॉस्पिटल के लिए कैरियर में जितना थैंक यू कहूँ वो थैंक यू कम है। वो एक मैं मैक्स हॉस्पिटल का कर्जदार हूँ, वो मुझे पूरी ज़िंदगी अदा करना पड़ेगा।
Shukriya to Uzbekistan, thanking them for sharing their experience and these happy and satisfied expressions of patients and their families speak it all. Thank you. And now from Amrita Hospital, would like to request and invite Dr. Mohit Sharma and Dr. Anil Murarka. They are going to be sharing with us this hand transplant case of a patient from Baghdad. From Amrita Hospital, yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I welcome our patient Yusuf and Dr. Anil Murarka on stage. Just to give you a brief background, since 2013 we were thinking that almost 25,000 patients, 25,000 upper limb amputees are added each year in our country. in the list of amputees, and it is ever increasing load of patients. And there was nothing available in our country as far as upper limb transplantation is concerned. So we started planning for it in 2013, and our team did first double hand transplant in 2015 January, and since that time, because of this surgery is incredibly complex, we have been able to do double hand transplants in 13 patients and bringing back a great quality of life to the patients. I'll just take you through the sequence and some outcomes in brief so that you can understand, because it's a very uncommon procedure. Worldwide, around 250 double hand transplants would have been taken place in the whole world, and out of which around 25 we have done in our center. So this is the kind of a structure. There's so many tendons, arteries, nerves, and then you have both the sides. You need 4 teams, unlike any other transplant. And you retrieve the hand from a brain dead donor after the permission, and the donor is fitted with the prosthetic hand and body is handed over to the family. And then you prepare and tag each and every structure, and once it is done, you prepare the recipient also simultaneously. And after joining, this is what you get. And intraoperatively also we do a lot of testing to see that all the structures are well placed and joined well. Sorry. So these are our first 2 patients of distal level double hand transplant. And just to take you through their function, they get almost similar 2-point discrimination. They are able to do all the activities, and they are totally independent in their life. The second patient was from Afghanistan. He went on to, he was from Afghan military. He joined back the military again and was able to get promoted till the rank of major. And the first patient is working with us as a patient counselor since last 8 years, and is having a totally normal range of movement and function and is fully rehabilitated. So it's a life-changing surgery for the patients who are totally dependent after loss of limbs. And we have also been helping other centers. Our team also helped other centers like Global Hospital in Mumbai and Chennai to do their first hand transplants, and KEM Hospital Mumbai. And we have been trying to promote this. Just to, this is hanging. Next slide, yeah. So this is a higher level, proximal level, forearm level transplant, which is totally different technically. And this patient is also rehabilitated and now working with us as a security guard in our hospital. So this kind of function can be achieved even at a higher level transplant. A standard set of exercises are performed. Whenever the patients come, they have to stay nearby the hospital for around 1 year's time so that they can get occupational therapy and physiotherapy. Because unlike other transplants, they have to have a very prolonged exercise regime, and it's very difficult to achieve long-term stable good outcomes in these patients. Yes. This is one engineering student who was transplanted by us. She lost both the hands in one accident, in a tragic bus accident. And she received the upper limbs of a male donor. So this is her function at 18 months, but now she's running in the 6th year, and she's joined a company and is totally independent, working as a professional. So this is all a part of extensive therapy which patients get, and over the period of time we have done the double end transplants in at least 5 international patients, and one of our international patients, Mr. Yusuf, is with us. He is from Iraq, and he's going to share his experiences. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is her present function. She is able to write almost for 3 hours without anybody's assistance. Can I have the last slide? Yeah. So we want to take it forward, and our effort has been to train other surgeons in the country as well as maximize our reach so that maximum people can be benefited with this incredibly complex operation. So this is our patient Yusuf, who came from Iraq, and he lost both the upper limbs above elbow because of the high tension electric cable accident, and then his hands were transplanted almost a year ago. And then he has been continuously receiving therapy at our institute. And now he's traveling with his wife. So his donor, generous donor, and this has been our team. Now we have teams operating simultaneously at Cochin as well as Amrita Hospital, Faridabad. So these are our team of doctors, and this is our complete team of doctors who are involved in the transplantation. So with that, I thank you very much. And I also invite Yusuf to share his experience. Please come.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أنا يوسف من العراق. لقد تعرضت إلى حادث كهرباء 2019، وبعد سنتين رأيت فيديو على اليوتيوب. من بعد ما رأيت الفيديو على اليوتيوب قمت بمراسلة أمرتا هوسبيتال. قمت بمراسلتهم وأرسلوا لي دعوة، وبعد الدعوة أحضرت إلى أمرتا هوسبيتال. قمت بالانتظار، انتظار متبرع. بعد انتظار المتبرع 6 أشهر وتمت العملية بنجاح، والآن قمت أقدر أقوم بعض الأشياء وبدأت اليد بالحركة.
जी, ये कह रहे हैं कि 2 साल पहले इनका हाथ इलेक्ट्रिक की वजह से कट गया था। इराक में काम कर रहे थे, वो बहुत परेशान से अपने हाथ को लेकर। उन्होंने इधर उधर देखा लेकिन कहीं उनको कुछ हल नहीं मिला। उसके बाद इन्होंने यूट्यूब पे कोई वीडियो देखी सर की, उसके ज़रिए से उन्होंने कांटेक्ट किया ईमेल के ज़रिए हॉस्पिटल में और सर से, तो उनको पता चला कि यहाँ होता है, तो उसके ज़रिए ईमेल के ज़रिए उन्होंने कंफर्मेशन किया और वहाँ से इंटीमेशन मांगा, वीज़ा इन्विटेशन। तो अमृता हॉस्पिटल और डॉक्टर मोहित सर ने वहाँ से वीज़ा इन्विटेशन लेटर भेजा। उसके बाद वहाँ से इन्होंने ट्रैवल किया और अमृता हॉस्पिटल में आए, उसके बाद सर्जरी करवाई।
الآن أقوم بالعلاج الطبيعي كل يوم، وبعدني مستمر يعني بالعلاج. والآن بدأت حركة اليد يعني، وقمت أقوم بعض الأشياء وإن شاء الله بالمستقبل القريب أقوم بكامل يعني أقدر أعمل كل شيء إن شاء الله. وهذه اليد وهذه حركتها، بدأت الحركة. Thank you Amrita Hospital.
ये बोल रहे हैं कि मैं अपने हाथ को लेके बहुत ज़्यादा डिप्रेस्ड हो गया था, मुझे कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि बिना हाथ के मैं कैसे जीऊँगा, मैं से करूँगा क्या करूँगा। लेकिन वो यूट्यूब पे वीडियो देखा सर की, डॉक्टर मोहित शर्मा सर की, उसके बाद उनमें थोड़ा सा उम्मीद जागी कि मेरा हाथ हो सकता है, कुछ मैं कर सकता हूँ। उसके बाद आए हॉस्पिटल में, सर्जरी के बाद तकरीबन 1 साल तक हॉस्पिटल में रुके, फिज़ियोथेरेपी कराई, उसके बाद चलता रहा मेडिसिन और फिज़ियोथेरेपी। उसके बाद अभी ये बहुत खुश हैं और डॉक्टर मोहित शर्मा सर का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा कर रहे हैं। बोल रहे हैं कि इन्होंने मुझे दोबारा ज़िंदगी अता की है, इसलिए उनका और पूरे हॉस्पिटल का, अमृता फरीदाबाद का थैंक यू बोलना चाहते हैं। शुक्रिया।
Thank you Mohit sir. Thank you staff Amrita. Thank you Amrita Hospital. Thank you everyone. Thank you sir.
Thank you, Yusuf. So basically, we want to keep on striving in our efforts, and our team, Dr. Anil Murarka, and it's a big team effort. It's not a single man's job. So with that, I thank you, Yusuf, and all of you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you so much for sharing that experience. And as we saw, it's not just about the treatment, the physical treatment, but it is more about the rejuvenation of body, mind and soul. Thank you. And now the last case from Apollo Hospitals Group. This is a liver transplant case from Yemen. Would like to invite Dr. Nirav Goel.
Good afternoon, everybody. I represent Dr. Nirav Goel, who is busy in the OT. So I am Dr. Smita Malhotra. I am a consultant pediatric gastroenterologist and hepatologist at Indraprastha Apollo Hospital, and have been keenly associated with the transplant program for the last 12 years. I feel privileged to be part of this program, which was in fact the pioneer. I feel very proud to say that the first liver transplant in India was done at our hospital, Indraprastha Apollo Hospital, Delhi in 1998, and we are celebrating the Silver Jubilee year this year. And the first case was a child of extrahepatic biliary atresia, and he is himself now a doctor. He is preparing to be a surgeon, and he is employed with the Apollo Hospital Group. We have also completed more than 500 pediatric transplants, more than 4,100 adult transplants, and we have a very robust transplant program, and we have already heard the previous speakers that it's a huge amalgamation of minds and skills which results in the success of a transplant program. It is not just one person. At every level, there's a significant contribution. As a representation of the work we do, we are presenting one patient from Yemen. We have patients coming in from all over the world, more than 25 countries, and Southeast Asia especially. We have lots of patients coming in, and we also have doctors coming in from training from other institutes, and my revered colleague Dr. Nirav Goel also goes to other hospitals to perform transplants. Recently they have done one in Nepal at a new institute. So the contribution and the skill and the hard work of the surgeons is worth saluting. So this is our recipient, Mr. Adil Ali Sahleh Mosaid. Now he is a 46 years old man, and you know 46 is pretty young these days. His blood group was A positive, and he is from Yemen. This patient, when they contacted us, he was already on high dose steroids for presumed autoimmune hepatitis. His history was short. He is a diabetic patient, and he had developed jaundice 6 months previously, which had progressed. He had decompensated, had developed ascites and pedal edema, and though he had not had any bleeding episode so far, there was no history of any previous surgery or bleed. But he had significant weight loss, his appetite was decreasing, his jaundice was persisting, he had history of chewing cud, and some autoimmune markers were positive. Already, because he was ascitic, he had coagulopathy, so his biopsy was not then done in the native country. He was presumed to have autoimmune hepatitis, was treated with steroids, was already on high dose steroids, and when we read that this stage, this is refractory and they need an early transplant. So when this patient was they contacted our team, our facilitators were able to get them to India within 1 week. The visa was issued by the embassy within 2 days, and from the point of contact to the point of landing in India, it was just a duration of 7 days. So obviously, patient who has come for a transplant has a cirrhosis of liver, and as was evidenced by his CT angio and his abdominal findings, he had a cirrhotic liver. That means a cirrhotic liver is one which is totally hard and shrunken, and it has lost its normal shape and function. So there is fissural widening, the left lobe becomes enlarged. So these were all the features which were there. There were extensive collaterals, the spleen had enlarged, there was a lot of fluid in his abdomen. And he was presumed to have autoimmune hepatitis or NASH, and his MELD was 20 points. He was taken up for a transplant, and he got a MRL graft. He had a single portal vein, single artery, single duct, and he did well after transplant. Now the procedure was very smooth, and it takes years of learning and de-learning to be able to achieve these kind of results. Because this patient was on steroids before transplant, he had some complications which included requirement for supplementation with hormones, because he had adrenocortical insufficiency because of prolonged steroid intake. He had polyuria and all these things. He had high lactate levels for a few days. All these things were very well managed, and this patient, the donor was discharged within 5 days, and this patient was discharged within 2 weeks, which is a very smooth recovery for a surgery like a transplant surgery, which is very high risk. So I am here just to act as a bridge between you and the patient. My work is not to speak much. The work is for the patient to explain and reflect what he has gone through at our institute.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا جيت من اليمن أفعل زراعة الكبد، وتم زراعة الكبد في مستشفى أبولو. أشكر المستشفى وأشكر الدكاترة على الخدمة الراقية.
Mr. Adil, he's first to say hi to everybody, and he's saying that I came to India with the help of the team from Apollo Hospital and the help of the Embassy of India in Yemen to provide me a visa within 2 days and to come to India within 7 days. And he is thanking the authority and thanking the hospital, Apollo Hospital Delhi, to get him to India fast.
المستشفى يعني قدم خدمات راقية والدكاترة جودة عالية. عملت العملية وتم شفائي قبل 14 يوم والحمد لله.
His experience, he's saying his experience was excellent, and he did the transplant within 13 days of arrival, and he had a very smooth post-op recovery, and he got discharged within 14 days of post-operation.
شكرا.
He is thanking Apollo Hospital and Dr. Nirav Goyal and thanking everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
So thank you to you, and thank you to all the patients, their family members, the countries for considering India as your hope. Thank you for bringing these experiences for us. And this once again reiterates and endorses that India stands committed to be working towards global good and welfare for all by providing advanced quality medical treatments with a lot of seva and compassion. Thank you. With this, we close to this session and we move to the next session. This is the session on Ayush, the value addition in medical value travel. Please just allow us a few minutes to set the stage towards the next session. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Advantage Healthcare India 2023 also stands as a platform to share with you our traditional knowledge and wisdom of Ayush, of Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha and homeopathy, and then our integrated healthcare system. We have the very renowned specialist of Ayurveda with us and of the other traditional systems of medicine. I would like to invite our session chair, Shri Pramod Kumar Pathak, Special Secretary and Chief Vigilance Officer, Ministry of Ayush. Sir is joining. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us the session chair, Shri Pramod Kumar Pathak ji, our Special Secretary and Chief Vigilance Officer, Ministry of Ayush. The distinguished panelists would like to request him to take center stage. Dr. Tanuja Nesri. Dr. Nesri, I don't see her. She's coming? She's not. She's going to be joining us. May I request Dr. Yadu Moose, the Director of Vaidya Ratnam, Dr. Rekha Raman, the Chief Operating Officer of Arya Veda Kotakal, Dr. Nitin Agarwal, Managing Director, Bliss Ayurveda, Dr. Sumit Kumar, Director, AVP Research Foundation, Dr. Biju Prasad from Sri Dharyam Ayurveda, Dr. Tanuja Nesri is going to be joining us, the Director of the All India Institute of Ayurveda, and the moderator of the session, Mr. Madhusudan Chauhan, Director, Jiva Ayurveda. You may take your seats and keep doing that. So at the onset, may I request our Special Secretary, the Honorable Chair of the session, Shri Pramod Kumar Pathak ji, for his opening remarks, and then requesting the moderator to take the proceedings of the session.
Namaskar, a very good afternoon to everyone present in the room here. I am both honored and humbled to be moderating this extremely esteemed panel, which is chaired by none other than very dynamic Special Secretary Sir to the Ministry of Ayush, and under his guidance and under his leadership, we are all aware how the ministry has taken a front-ending role, a leadership role, a role really at the front end of bringing Ayush systems up front and in mainstream. What is very interesting, many historical accounts, Megasthenes from Greece, or Hesira, a very ancient traveler in the 4th century BC, more lately Faxian, who was a Chinese traveler, as part of their accounts, they've mentioned how when they visited India in the ancient times, there was a very elaborate, a very evolved, a very advanced form of medical practice which was already underway. And during their tenures of visit spread across many, many different centuries, they observed patients coming from all over the world for taking treatments and also studying Ayurveda, the prevalent system of medicine. In addition to this, Jivaka, who was the personal doctor of Buddha from India, traveled all across Asia propagating this Indian system of traditional medicine. Interestingly, today we are again at the same crossroads where we are sitting in a medical travel conference today discussing the Ayush systems and how do we take Ayush systems and world-class medical facilities and treatment to the rest of the world. So this is something that is home to India. This is something that is known to India, and I'm really privileged to be here at the panel today. Ayurveda has had an unbroken, documented chain of practice for thousands of years. It has had very detailed, procedural, protocol-based treatment and methodologies for a large array of diseases which have been practiced here. It's not just from the point of view of it as a wellness therapy or as a preventive therapy, but very specifically for disease care management, disease reversal, and treatment for very serious illnesses as well. And thereby Ayurveda finds, Ayush systems specifically find a great relevance across the healthcare spectrum, right from preventive care to curative care to post-operative care, rehabilitation, and the increasing discussion and increasing adoption of integrative medicine. We will cover all of that as part of this panel today, and I could not have asked for a more learned and experienced panel than what we have on the stage. Staying true to the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's vision and the motto for this year's India's G20 presidency, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and the theme of One Earth, One Health, I feel and I believe that Ayush systems of medical care will play an integral part in bringing One Earth and One Health approach to the rest of the world. With this, I would want to invite our Honorable Special Secretary, Sir Shri Pramod Kumar Pathak ji, he needs no introduction, to open this panel with his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chauhan. Thank you, Mr. Chauhan, for excellent opening remarks. As you are all aware, that the Ministry of Ayush is a recently created ministry in 2014, but during the last 9 years, it has taken giant steps. The manufacturing sector has increased by 6 times during this period. Now it is standing at $18 billion, and service sector, we had the recent initial estimate is around 1,36,000 crore rupees. So you can very well see that a lot of respect, a lot of acceptability has come for the Ayush system of medicine, not only within the country, but outside the country also. As Honorable Prime Minister has repeatedly told in Mann Ki Baat about adopting Ayush system of medicine in the health care of not only in India, but outside the country also, Ministry of Ayush has taken a number of steps in promoting and propagating this system of medicine. In fact, this is not only a system of medicine, but it is a lifestyle management system also. It doesn't lay emphasis only on the treatment aspect, but preventive, curative, rehabilitative, and palliative, all types of cares is provided, including strengthening of mental health through yoga and meditation. And important thing about this system is that it is a well-regulated system through Parliamentary Act. Its education is well regulated, its quality of standards is well regulated through Drug and Cosmetic Act. Then its standard, industries which are producing Ayurvedic medicine also, that is also having checks and balances, and a lot of care is going in improving the quality and standards. In fact, all of things we'll be discussing, but certainly this is a system which is not working in a standalone mode, but it is working in integrative mode with modern system of medicine, and mechanism has set up between Ministry of Ayush and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for working together. There is regular meeting is taking place at ministers level to find out how best both system can work in an integral manner for the promotion and propagation of healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, very much for covering and showcasing not just the extent and the vastness of the Ayush systems, but also the important integral role that it plays in the current multidisciplinary Indian healthcare sector. With your permission, sir, I would like to start the panel and introduce very quickly the esteemed panel that we have today, starting with none other than Dr. Tanuja Nesri ma'am. She is the director of All India Institute of Ayurveda, which is an institute par excellence involved in research, education, training, and really taking the baton of Ayurveda and Ayush systems to the world. We have Dr. Nitin Agrawal with us, who is the managing director, Bliss Ayurveda. Very extensively traveled the world over, practiced in many countries, and brings in a rich experience on the panel today. We have Dr. Yadu Moss here, who is the executive director of Vaidya Ratnam group of institutions, which is one of the most renowned and long practicing institutions running Ayurveda education, hospitals, research. We have Dr. Somit Kumar, who is the director of AVP Research Foundation, very, very deeply embedded into Ayurveda sciences and how does it play a front-running role with respect to bringing out research in Ayurveda. Dr. Biju George, Executive Director and CEO of the Sri Dharyam Group of Institutions, an Ayurveda ophthalmology specialist, 400-bedded hospital manufacturing unit, very, very specialized care and treatment hospital. And obviously we have Dr. Rekha Raman with us. She's the Chief Medical Officer of the Aryavedashala Kotikal Delhi Hospital. And again, pioneers in Ayurvedic treatment services and research and publications. So esteemed panel indeed. I would like to quickly start with Dr. Somit. The first question, in the sense that when we say Ayurveda, yoga, or any of the traditional medicine practices, given that these are people coming from all over the world, we have many such traditional medicine practices across the world. We refer to Ayush as traditional medical systems. What is the distinction between these two? What is the difference between calling something a practice versus a system, and how does Ayush stand differentiated there?
In fact, Madhusudan ji, thank you. And I would like to upfront state that Ayush system of medicine is not based on belief system, but it's a knowledge system. And this knowledge is basically constructed based on firm scientific principles and scientific methodology, which is a basic epistemology of all the Ayurvedic books, right from, you say, sources, Veda, which is itself means knowledge, to Ayurvedic text, which is Shastra, the application of whole basic precepts of knowledge, gaining knowledge, that pramana. So if you look at the text of Ayurveda, they are a process of gaining knowledge from the practice and then making it revalidated, and we apply the same methodology in each era to showcase that the knowledge which we have documented in the previous era is again contextual and valid in that era. So that's why if you look at many classical texts of Ayurveda, the same combination is there in Charak Samhita, which may be 3,000 years back, or even in Madhava Nidana, which is more recent, or in Bhava Prakasha, which is more recent text. So this, the whole tradition of revalidation and the inquiry was there, which is very important nature of a science. Second important thing is, with the new goal of health which we talked about is P4 medicine, that is preventive, personalized, as well as participatory medicine, which we are talking about in this new world. Ayurveda fits into the whole culture of that customized, integrated, holistic therapy. Whether it is yoga also, as a whole package, Ayush system is a very solid ground with lot of evidence. The best part is that across different disciplines of Ayush, with the government support for last few decades, we have developed enough scientific evidence across different streams which says that this is the differentiating factor which can integrate with the existing conventional medicine to call as a real holistic Ayurvedic integrative therapy. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So what you mean to say is that a practice is limited to intuitive, experience-based practice, whereas the Ayush systems are documented, logic-driven, principle-driven, protocol-driven practices which are replicable in its outcome, and that's what makes it science. And I think that's a clear-cut distinction between the Ayush systems and many such other traditional medical practices. While this has been in practice for thousands of years, and maybe this question I will pose to Dr. Yadu Moss, how the current protocol for quality control, manpower training, ensuring for both the hospitals, the service providers, as well as for the institutions in education. How is the governance there? How is the quality control managed there at a governance and regulatory level?
So thank you very much for this opportunity. I think the biggest strength of Ayurveda as a medical system is its possibility of customization, right? So as we know, we go into the details of the patient, wherein even the race of the patient comes into, is an element, the place where they live, what they consume as food. So all these factors helps to customize the protocols and treatments to a certain extent so that its application, can be taken into a global way. So as you mentioned about the governance or the quality of manpower as well as the applications, I think this is one area where we need to really concentrate. When we talk about creating protocols, maybe yes, 70 to 80% of the protocols or the things may be on a generic base. But at the same time, there should be a space for 20 to 30% of customization as far as treatment is concerned, as far as medications is concerned. That is one area that I think we need to look into seriously. And the other aspect is, as we talk about the preventive system, which of Ayurveda, wherein a lot of wellness therapies, rejuvenative therapies come into picture. As we know that Ayurvedic treatment doesn't finish with just making the patient symptom-free. We have to create an ecosystem within the patient wherein the chances of getting the disease again is minimized. So that is an area which can be exploited in a positive way through proper governance, and an interoperability can be brought in with an illness and wellness care to take it forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think the fact that there is an established council for setting up universities, accreditation of universities, ensuring the appropriate training for manpower takes place. It's not merely people who are practicing through a transference of knowledge. It's a formal system for ensuring proper education and proper research in the sector. Dr. Nitin, you've practiced in many countries around the world. For 8 years, you were in the US, you were in Europe for some time. A lot of the times when we speak of Ayush, the picture that comes to our mind is a serene beach and the oil dripping on the forehead. Obviously, there are immense benefits of Ayush systems in the wellness space, in the rejuvenation space. How about in the serious therapeutics space? What role does Ayurveda, Ayush has to play there? And can this give an edge to India as a medical travel destination?
Yes, thank you for my intervention. It is very important to understand and to educate people, especially the health practitioners all over the world, that Ayurveda is not just about wellness. It is also about preventive therapy as well as curative therapy. And I think this is the thing where we can take a very clear edge when we talk about Ayurveda, Panchakarma therapies, or any Ayush system of medicines, including yoga and naturopathy as well, where we can, if somebody has a problem, then they can come not only for wellness, but also for the treatment of the disease. For example, we have a personal example that a lot of people come for medical tourism to Delhi NCR areas, to hospitals in Gurgaon or Delhi for cancer treatments or for knee replacement therapies or hip replacement therapies. Now, after they are done with those treatments, they want a proper rehab. And here also Ayurveda and all these Panchakarma clinics can play a very important role, where they can get all these needy patients who want a rehab in a very particular, meticulous way, can be taken care of by these Ayurvedic clinics very successfully. So this thing also we need to educate that. And also what you mentioned also is also the part of training. Like I was in Bali recently, and Bali is a place which is full of resorts. And they have been doing, in the name of Ayurveda, some massage and Shirodhara. Now, if you look at even the massage there, I don't want to call this word massage, I call it Abhyanga myself, because it dilutes the term very big. So what they were doing is just some mix of different therapies, a massage which is not even close to Ayurvedic Abhyangam, and Shirodhara, which is again not been done in silence or not using proper medicated herbal oils that we do here in our clinics in India. So I met the Indian consulate there, and then she said that this is here comes the role of the Ayurveda and Ayush system, that we need to train the people also. That please don't call it just Ayurveda, because Ayurveda word is becoming more famous. So any massage, anything, you will call it Ayurveda. There is a particular protocol. We need to train those people. We need to train the technicians for that, the therapists for that. And that is why all of us who are sitting on the dais, they have a major role to play to train some of these people so that we don't bring a bad name to these therapies. So this is very important in that aspect.
Thank you. So what you're saying is that while it has a big role to play on the wellness and the preventive side, there are very strong interventions for serious therapeutics in the lifestyle, degenerative, incurable disease management. The question that it leads to, and I think that's a question asked in many forums, is around data and evidence. And I would like to put this question to, I don't think there's anybody better than you, ma'am, who can take up this question and answer. Ayurveda has always, Ayush systems have always been asked the question of where is the evidence, where is the data. And obviously, Ayush systems as practitioners and as service providers, we stand by the need for robust trials and robust publications. Ma'am, you yourself leading the pioneering institution, All India Institute of Ayurveda, and having been part of many, many studies across the countries, how is the landscape on research, publications, and evidence building changing today in the country for Ayush systems?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Madhusudan. Honorable Chair, Special Secretary, Mr. Pathakji, and all the esteemed panelists and my colleagues of the dais. All India Institute of Ayurveda, very, very well put question. The answer is to that, since all of us, all the esteemed panelists have mentioned that there is a practice-based evidence and there is experiential basis to our wisdom. There are science behind it. But to create an evidence to our practice, there is one institution, and there are many, 750 institutions, as you mentioned, Dr. Madhusudan, the NCISM, National Commission for Indian System of Medicine. That's the body which regulates the entire education system, curriculum, and the university-based education in India. But we are the AIIMS for Ayurveda. All India Institute of Ayurveda is a tertiary care hospital, postgraduate research and training institution. As we say that the strength of Ayurveda is in prevention, as my colleague also mentioned. So it is promotion, prevention. It is a strength is in prevention, but for prevention also we need to create an evidence, right? So the strength is in prevention, strength is in the management, holistic management, and the strength is in rehabilitation, rejuvenation. So for all these three, we have the mechanism. In the tertiary care hospital, we have treated since its dedication to nation by none other than our Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji. In 2017, till now, we have treated successfully 1,500,000, that is 50 lakh patients with the holistic and integrated approach and in 30 specialty areas like diabetes, musculoskeletal disorder, lifestyle disorders, neurodegenerative disorders, mother-child ENT ophthalmology, which is a strength of Ayurveda. And the holistic package is Panchakarma, internal medication, lifestyle management, diet, meditation, yoga, and it is all supported with the conventional tools of diagnosis, and as if required, it is the co-location of the medical doctors like with NICU and ICU as a critical care management. So it is a one-stop solution for all the diseases, for cancer to common cold and to all new degenerative disorders. Now coming to that, for all of this, even for the prevention, for treatment and for rehabilitation, as in the medical value travel we need, but what is required is to create a standard treatment protocol, and that's the evidence what we do. So we have translational research division where we create standard treatment protocol which is holistic and integrated in nature, and the latest conventional tools research methodology which is cutting edge research with the whole system approach. We have created a data set for each and every condition which is a evidence based, and that's the evidence on having 1,500 publications for all these 34 conditions. And I would like to quote, like we have for diabetes 41,000 patients database. For each and every condition we have the database and the publication. And I would like to quote here about one recent study with London School of Hygiene with UK, where Ashwagandha has gone through all these double-blind controlled clinical trial and MHRA approved and NHS route. So likewise, we have collaboration with 14 countries with the premier organizations and outside India, and for more than 34 premier organizations like IITs and other. So the research, creating an evidence and creating the narrative where the entire scientific world understands across the globe about the terminology of Ayurveda. And again, in the rehabilitation and rejuvenation also we have created a protocol. And as mentioned by Special Secretary a while ago, with the help of ministry and under the aegis of ministry and our collaborators like All India Institute of Medical Sciences and other premier organizations, we have created integrated treatment protocol and submitted to the NITI Aayog for developing the integrated health system within India, and that can be the one health, one future. So maybe the future of the medicine is integration, and is it in the, it is either no medicine or integration. And lastly, because I would like to appeal for all the tourist board, medical value travel and all the esteemed hospitals, corporate hospitals across the globe and in this forum that what is the first step? It's capacity building. And the capacity building, creating awareness, communicating these success stories, communicating evidence-based approaches, the training and the capacity building is the one which we are doing to our academic wing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that's a very, very heartwarming situation to hear of. So not only is this a traditional system of medicine which is rooted in preventive care and curative care, there is, what you're saying, ma'am, is there is a very, very robust research and publication-based ethos which is been there and now evolving and strengthening. All India Institute of Ayurveda itself has had 1,500 publications, like you mentioned. And I was in, I am told that the Ayush research portal.in, which I'm sure all of you should go and visit, is an initiative by the Ministry of Ayush, wherein more than 40,000 such publications relating to the Ayush systems are there. And that speaks volumes of the kind of scientific rigor and the scientific mindset with which the Ayush system of medicines are building. Ma'am, you mentioned two very important things, and that leads me to my next question. One on Ayush systems as an integrative approach with modern medicine. And two, Ayush systems, while being broad in their applications, how do we create specialities and super specialities? And this question I would like to pitch to Mr. Biju George, since they have one of the most talked about eye super speciality hospital that India has, also very famously now popular for the famous tweet by the ex-Prime Minister of Kenya, whose daughter had come and she was losing her vision and she got treated by Ayurveda and the Ayush systems. I think it speaks volumes of the kind of changes in the entire healthcare landscape that can be brought upon if Ayush systems are given the full playing field. And then eventually to Dr. Rekha, on the integrative medicine. Kottakkal has had a very, very long, 100+ years of lineage. How are the integrative medicine experiments coming along, and where do you see the future of integrative medicine with modern medicine going?
Thank you, Madhusudan sir, for inviting for this function. In fact, I'm very happy to see that the Ayurveda is changing, changing in the sense now it is focusing more on documentation, research, and I am happy to hear from ma'am also that All India Institute of Ayurveda is doing a lot of work on the research activities. So in fact, from our side, we are also focusing on traditional Ayurveda, but the documentation and everything that diagnosis from the side, we are using the modern equipments for the ophthalmology, and each stage we are recording all the documents and the research activities we are doing, and accordingly the outcome we are measuring, and we are putting in the paper, and we are publishing it in the journals also. In fact, the case from the Kenya, she had a surgery in the brain, and she lost her vision, and she approached us. We are given treatment for 3 weeks, and her retinal thickness has improved, her visual acuity improved, and she had a clear vision. Maybe she was very happy with her vision, maybe after 21 days of treatment. So that was one what do you call instance. But we had a lot of experience. We had a lot of patients who had experienced this output, this benefit. But fortunately, this lady, she was a VIP. That came into picture, no. But we had a lot of cases who had good outcome, and even we are documenting that also. So we are happy to share that news that she got the vision back, and she is coming frequently. She is coming to maintain the vision back. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Dr. Rekha, on the complementing with the modern medicine and integrating, Obviously, there is a very, very strong push towards that in India, and I'm sure when you visit many of the big modern hospitals now, they are either already having an active integrative medicine wing with the Ayush systems integrated in them already, or they're at very advanced stages of starting them. How do you see integrative medicine coming along, and how does that shape the future of healthcare?
First of all, a very good afternoon to all the distinguished personalities on the dais. I am very happy and proud to represent Kottakkal Ayurvedishala from Kerala, which has a experience of more than 121 years in the field of medical care. It's purely an Ayurvedic institution, but at the same time, our founder, Dr. P.S. Warrior, when he started the institution 121 years back, he realized the importance that healthcare is not just Ayurvedic or allopathic. So he was a physician who trained himself in the modern medicine also, and he also realized the importance of training more and more people to come into this field. So he set up an Ayurvedic college in Kerala so many years back. So Kottakkal Ayurvedishala has already been in this field of developing, propagating and promoting Ayurveda, and over a period of 100 years, 121 years, we have seen major changes in this field. And now when we talk of the present situation, I have been involved in the patient care of in the Kottakkal Hospital, which is based in Delhi. In Delhi, we have a hospital, and we are getting patients from more than 50 countries all over the world for Ayurvedic treatment. So what we have seen is that people are becoming more and more aware of the possibilities of Ayurveda or the Ayush system as a good alternative or as a supplementary treatment whenever they have a serious illness. It's not like just wellness therapies. So now, coming to the question that have been asked regarding integrated system, in Kottakkal actually there is a hospital where we have purely allopathic system of treatment also, and the Ayurvedic system is already well developed. And now in the recent years, we have seen remarkable progress in some treatments in the Ayurvedic field itself, like in anorectal diseases, and rehab therapies. In anorectal diseases, actually, we have to depend on some amount of allopathic intervention also sometimes. So we have seen very good results in the integrated approach. And another major field in which I feel that we have great potential is the rehab treatments. Just as Dr. Nitin was mentioning earlier, we get a lot of cases referred from allopathic doctors. Here in Delhi itself, we have seen patients who have been referred by neurologists from all over the state or from outside the state also. And in post-operative cases or in like post-stroke rehab, Ayurvedic system has major potential. So this is one field where we can work together. Like when a patient has a stroke, he can be managed immediately with the allopathic system, but then later on, Ayurvedic system can help in a major way. These are the few things that I can think of right now, and I think we need to have more discussion on that.
Sure, thank you. Thank you very much. I think interesting point that especially post-operative recovery, rehabilitation, and also joint disease protocol management. With all these kind of initiatives at both ends of the spectrum, both at the end of modern medicine hospitals and Ayush-led hospitals, I think this positions also India in a very unique spot in the larger global healthcare landscape. Not only does India have the best of modern medicine infrastructure, it also has the best of modern medicine talent and manpower, and it also is able to offer the holistic, sustainable, root cause-based, personalized therapeutic intervention of the Ayush systems. And that in itself is able to stitch together a very futuristic global healthcare model, which I think India is in a position to provide to the rest of the world. Dr. Somit, I'll come to you once again. Technology, digital health, all of these are buzzwords, keywords, and these are trends that will change the healthcare for tomorrow. um, the Ayush industry, and specifically with the initiatives of the Ministry of Ayush over the last few years, has seen a lot of this adoption again in the space of not just the end patient care or the delivery of healthcare, but in the space of evidence building, documentation, data generation, research and publication. Ayurcell is one such initiatives, which is a portal that collates all successful case studies across different practitioners, which was launched recently. Also, just like I mentioned, the Ayush research portal, which has already 40,000 plus published articles. And answer this on the back of the fact that India now is hosting, and it's in the process of getting set up, the GCTM, Global Center for Traditional Medicine, which is the first such outpost by the WHO in India. How do you see the research landscape? How do you see Ayush systems benefiting from this research infrastructure? And what role does technology play in furthering the documentation and evidence building?
I think Ayush sector has been preparing for this digital India transformation for more than 20 years. In fact, if you see, also driven largely also by private sector, because it was very early that traditional house like Ayurved Pharmacy, AVS, Ayurved Shala Kottakkal, or even many also the National Institute, we all had started thinking of documenting and digitalizing our clinical data. So it has been for now several decades. Second thing is, there was very unique initiative even called as Dhara under Ayush government, supported by Ayush and AVP Research Foundation. We started a first ever like PubMed Index journal way back in 2007. So and then we had Ayush portal and everything. So it's imperative and is essential that we need to take a next leap into a realm of digital health as well as AI-driven environment. So Ayurveda, informatics, AI would be a very essential tool to broad-based delivery of Ayush system of medicine, and this is where all these data would play a major role. So when we are talking about P4 medicine, predictive, personalized medicine is not possible unless and until there are a strong evidence building in different areas where we are strong, like rheumatology. We have done enough RCTs, high-end research in rheumatology, which proves that Ayurveda is very effective. Similarly, COVID was an excellent example where more than 200 RCTs in different forms were done, where we proved, in fact, we went beyond the mindset that first we only talked about that Ayurveda is good for non-communicable diseases. But the first time we also showed that no, we can play a big role in communicable disease. As we have seen that China did it in case of artemisinin, in anti-malarial drug, and they got the Nobel Prize of Medicine for that. So I think we are in a cusp where we are going through a big transformation. So such kind of initiative in terms of, I know All India Institute of Medical Science is heading in terms of digital health and AI, but we would like to also say that even private sector is equally very much enthusiastic to embrace technology, and we are coming out with a solution driven by AI for next generation physician, even not only in practice, but also we are building this algorithm for our future students to make good Vaidyas. So use of these tools for the next generation Vaidyas is also thought of.
So that's wonderful. I think so the perception of Ayurveda that it is only rooted in the traditions is making way for a digitally transformed and a fully digitalized Ayurveda practice.
Sorry, if you can add one more thing. In fact, very good initiative by one thing which we should write now loud from Ayush is Heal in India campaign and Heal in India portal, which is shortly going to come up. It is very important platform, and the best part of it is being a part of that member committee I was. what we have done is we have aggregated all the private players and took the best research outcomes from them, and then we have made it as a IC material for a person who wants to know about Ayurveda, what Ayurveda can do for their diseases, is now going to be launched by government, and it's very laudable initiative by government, and we should thank Ayush Ministry for that.
Wonderful. So like I was saying, that it's not the perception of traditional rooted Ayurveda only. This is a very, very cutting edge picture that I see of Ayurveda evolving, where it is, like you mentioned, using latest in the ML and AI technologies to drive patient outcomes. This is something very similar that we do at Jiva as well, wherein we have predictive machine learning based algorithms that help the doctor customize the right treatment plan for the patient, which will be suited for the highest relief in the shortest possible time. And another initiative of the Heal in India, and I think those are critical not just in patient delivery, but also democratizing the choice of healthcare, not purely basis the standard of hygiene or quality or processes being followed, but on the strength of the medical outcomes that the institution is delivering. And I think that's a very interesting take that the Heal in India portal brings on the table. So the patient can choose for his specific disorder or for his specific line of ailment, which is the best institution that they should approach and they should reach out to. Wonderful that you mentioned COVID, because that's one thing I wanted to touch upon and come back to Dr. Nesri for that. COVID, pre-COVID, there was this perception, like Dr. Sumit also said, that Ayurveda is only for lifestyle, non-life threatening disorders. Ayush systems had a huge role to play in the entire COVID management in the country. And what we see on the ground is that they've played a equally important role in not just preventing infections by building immunity, but also actively being part of very, very difficult ICU cases and showing wonderful outcomes there. All India Institute of Ayurveda was definitely leading in terms of making protocols and issuing guidelines. Since you were so close to that entire initiative, I would want you to talk about that and how Ayush systems are not just useful for lifestyle, degenerative, non-communicable disorders, but also have a role to play in infectious disease management, and thereby also have a role in the larger public policy discussion.
Thank you. Yes. During COVID time, the perception of the world towards looking at this healing system, it changed, because as you mentioned, it is not only for the communicable diseases, but very, very non-communicable, but for communicable disease also it is equally effective, because the COVID life cycle was just 14 days, and pre and post with the outcome measures like HRCT, RT-PCR positive to negative, CRP, inflammatory markers, we could showcase with the clinical outcome, biochemical, immunological and radiological outcome also. And at All India Institute of Ayurveda, like ministry, under the ministry, there are more than 150 CTRI registered clinical trials across India in the public health also. The one example which is set in All India Institute of Ayurveda, it's a COVID health center which was actively not only for prevention but for management. And the tagline is care with compassion, because it was the healing system. And what we offered was a holistic and integrated solution that was supported with yoga, diet, lifestyle, Ayurveda interventions, supported with oxygen therapy, and wherever required was also the conventional medical intervention. And I'm really very happy to share that out of the patients we treated, 94% patients were fully recovered, positive to negative, with holistic Ayurveda solution, and we have each and every patient's outcome on the conventional internationally accepted norms, and 6% were fully recovered by integrated approach, and there was no mortality. and less complications. So it has proved that holistic and integrated approach in the infectious disease was very, very equally effective. The one study which we conducted on Delhi police, it is maybe the largest cohort study, one of the largest cohort study on 80,000 Delhi police, and that was not public health, but public health research by roping Public Health Foundation of India roping in public health research, and that has been published in the Frontiers of Public Health with impact factor of 6 and 1. So what we conclude is there is one reason for each and everyone across all the pathies in the interest of the humanity. It is a people-centric and patient-centric integration to integrate with Ayush only because not only for the physical well-being, but for mental well-being and spiritual well-being, because health is outcome of mind, body and soul. And for all these well-being, when we put together as a holistic solution where yoga, meditation, everything is being offered as one package, then I think it comes out as a better outcome. And for this, we need evidence, and this is the evidence. So I think COVID has given us the opportunity to showcase for mental, physical and spiritual well-being, complement and integrate with the Ayush system. That's how we say. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very interesting. And the role that Ayush systems played during COVID was very, very valuable. You mentioned about mental health, and I wanted to touch upon that a little bit because today, the world over, many, what we see, the trends on ground with the patients, and also many studies and reports are pointing towards, especially post-COVID, mental health and well-being is center stage in the healthcare discourse. What I have also seen with our doctors practicing is mental health is not only limited to problems facing the mind, but how do you take into account mental health for people suffering from other disorders, like for infertility, PCOS, terminal disorders. Those are all problems in which mental health plays a big role. And we know by design, the Ayush systems, Ayurveda, yoga, and the others, are designed keeping, like ma'am you said, the holistic body complex in mind, which means not just the physical body, but the body, emotions, mental well-being, and consciousness at play. I would like to pose this to Dr. Rekha and Dr. Nitin, basis your experiences outside India as well. Do you feel mental well-being is a clear-cut advantage that the Ayush systems today have to offer alongside the serious therapeutics?
Yes, definitely. As Madam Tanuja Nesri ji said also, I think Ayush systems, particularly Ayurveda, Yoga, they have a very specific methodology and treatments, I would say, for mental and spiritual well-being. Today, the whole world has a big problem leading to mental and emotional challenges. And there are statistics there, almost like 25% of the people are suffering from one form or the other of emotional turbulence or mental problems. Ayurveda, what we call wellness, this is the only system of medicine where we provide, we call Rasayan Chikitsa, Medya Rasayan, where we can help the persons who don't want to go to a psychiatrist to take some strong chemical medicines. They can very well be treated with Ayurvedic medicines and some of these therapy treatments very successfully without any side effects or without any what we call, lifelong drowsiness or lifelong sedation. They are basically addicted to. I'm using some strong words, but this is what is happening, that if there is a problem or a challenge or a mental or a spiritual challenge, especially when I travel to Europe and America, then the only option they have, either they have to live with it or they have to go to a psychiatrist which will help them recommend some strong drugs. So it is a big challenge that what should we do? Ayurveda, especially our therapies, can play a very pertinent role in solving this and has been doing it. We are the only system of medicine which talks about Racha and Chikitsa, which is rejuvenation and rehab, not only of the body but also of the mind and consciousness and emotions. So these are two aspects where we should definitely work with the whole community. And when we are talking about this medical value travels, we have to keep in mind that most of the patients or people who are coming to India right now to all these allopathic hospitals, they are primarily coming either from African countries or from Middle East, Central Asia. But very few people come from Europe, America, South America, or Asian countries, which were called basically, you can call them comparatively rich countries or more affluent countries. But these people, because they already have a very developed medical system, so they don't need to come to India for that. But these people look for India, and especially to Ayush system of medicines, for these alternative systems where they want Ayurveda, Yoga, naturopathy, homeopathy. They want to come to India for that. And here we should play a very, what you call forefront role, where we should bring all these people from many of these countries to India, to not only to help them with wellness, but also to treat them with lot of disorders where they don't have effective answers in the country of their origin. So I think this is a very important question which we can solve, and we have a very big lead.
Actually, I would just like to add a few points from my experience in the last 2-3 years, post-COVID, I would say. Actually, we get a lot of patients from outside the country as well as within the country. And lately, we have seen a shift in the pattern of the patients who are coming with diseases in the last 2-3 years. And the average age of the patient which is coming to us is also coming down, because most of them, they present with physical symptoms, but when they come and when we assess them physically, we can find that there is an underlying factor of mental disturbances. And some of them may be very honest and report it. They might, but some of them don't even know that they have a problem, mental problem. So we have to address the mental aspect also while giving the treatment. And we have seen that Ayurvedic therapies and medicines have very good results on psychosomatic disorders like sleep disturbances, gastric issues, and such conditions. And as we are talking about Ayurveda, Ayurveda lays a lot of emphasis on Adravya Chikitsa also, which means that somebody who is taking up sedative or a tranquilizer, he need not be taking oral medicines. Even a word of love, a word of compassion, a touch of compassion, even the Shirodhara treatments, the Abhyanga, all these also helps the patients to relax, and in such a way they can even withdraw from their medication. That is what we have seen from practical experience. So I would say that Ayurveda has definitely a lot of scope for rehabilitating mental disorders also. I think that's
Wonderful. it
for now.
So thank you for that, Dr. Rekha. Just last question to all the panelists, and I would appreciate if just 20 seconds you can give one-line answers. Given that we have guests from all across the world, I think 70 plus countries, and I've been interacting with most of them over the last 2 days, and all of them are very, very excited and very, very enthusiastic to hear about the Ayush systems. So from all the esteemed panels, as a medical value facilitator in my respective country, what do I do now after I go back? One thing that will start facilitating patients to understand and adopt the Ayush systems as a system of choice for their medical treatment. We'll start with Dr. Yadu Moss. Just one quick suggestion, 20 seconds on if I am a medical value travel facilitator, what can I do after I go back to my respective country?
I think it starts with creating proper awareness among the people who are ready to travel. And I recommend maybe we can have centers in multiple places to showcase what Ayurveda is, where they can feel a first experience of what this system of medicine is, which will create more interest and awareness about the science. Thank you.
Dr. Biju, one quickly. We can all.
We should showcase Ayurveda to the fraternity or community that actually this is not a preventive one, this is actually curative treatment also we can provide. No? So that I think if Government of India or this Ayurveda fraternity can showcase to the world, it will be very good actually.
Ayush is from illness to wellness, but not from illness to wellness. It ends at happiness also. So if you want health and happiness, and that too evidence-based illness to wellness to happiness, Ayush and India is the best destination.
Wonderful. Thank you.
In fact, one thing, this is a policy of Ministry of Ayush also, to promote scientificity of Ayush system of medicine, as well as its digitalization. In fact, to promote scientificity, Government of India Cabinet Secretary has formed a committee under Secretary Ayush, National Ayush Research Consortium, which has the member secretaries of Department of Biotechnology, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Scientific Research, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, DG, and all the scientific ministry, they have come together to promote research in the field, scientific research in the field of Ayush. So this is one thing which we are very aggressively going to promote, the scientific aspect of Ayush. Then we are also working in the field of digitalization of Ayush. Ayush Grid is a new development which is working in close collaboration with MeitY, Ministry of Electronics. Then we are also working in the field of a Cabinet Secretary has set up a committee under Secretary DPIIT to promote and expedite patents in the field of Ayush medicines. So that committee is also having a number of secretaries headed by Secretary DPIIT to promote this. So what I feel that if we promote aggressively, in fact, a Global Center of Traditional Medicine set up by WHO, they are also working in the field of artificial intelligence, data analytics, and all those aspects they will working, and scientists from all over the world will be coming to India for promoting this type of research. So certainly, by promotion of scientific aspect of Ayurveda, certainly very bright days are there for the Ayush system of medicine. Thank you.
When we talk about MVT facilitators, I think that was the topic. I think they can participate in global platforms and promote the information about the facilities that the people can avail in India regarding healthcare, and spread the awareness about the system in the general public, and set up certain standards that the organizations can follow, so that a layman can understand which is genuine and which is not. So we need to have certain standards which can be adopted by all the organizations, so that the people coming from outside, they can know where to go to when they have a requirement. That's what I feel.
Yeah, I think her query, her answer gives a lead to what should we do along with medical value travel whole ecosystem. Is right now they are not very clear as to how to address Ayush sector, because they are very well connected to conventional medicine hospitals. So first of all, can we create 3 subcategories of Ayush care? One is just experiential well-being. Second thing is Ayush co-located with these corporate hospitals. This is second. And third is hardcore Ayush specialty hospitals. So if we can create this database somewhere which is in connection with the Ayurveda initiative and medical value travel agencies, if we can create this portal so that they can access for which disease only Ayurveda or only Ayush system, which institution, in integration, which institutions. So this kind of clarity would be very good for future, for this industry to go more manifold, and the medical value travel players having more clarity of what they can expect out of it.
It is important as a medical traveler in that sense, that hardly less than 1% of people all over the world know about Ayurveda or Panchkarma. We need to educate more and more conventional doctors in these countries and talk them about Ayurveda. The buzzword should go. Number two, it is very important to convince the people, the travelers who are visiting or planning to come to India, to tell them that we also have high standard Ayurveda clinics with proper cleanliness and hygiene. I repeat, with proper cleanliness and hygiene. And also, any type of secondary or tertiary care is also very well taken. You know, we should also be very cognizant about the fact that we should not have some very substandard Ayurveda clinics like what is happening in Rishikesh right now, where people come just in the name of Ayurveda, they enter inside, they get very bad experience. The clinics are not, get a bad name, it's the Ayurveda that gets a bad name. So we have to be very careful about that aspect. And the third is more and more training, even training to local nationals, where we need to train people in Europe, in Americas, in Asia, in Africa, where they will do the basics treatment there in the country of origin. And then we have mass references coming from to the clinics in India, where people want treatments not only for wellness, but also for preventive and treatment of the diseases. So I think if we are able to do that, we will create a very big buzzword all over the world with more practical, things happening on the ground.
Thank you very much. So I think in conclusion, we have a very robust, active, dynamic, traditional medical system which is already working in medical pluralism in the country today. Both stand alone as part of, like how Dr. Somit mentioned, as specialty hospitals, independent hospitals, and also in collaboration with modern medicine in an integrative setup. This system of Ayush medical system is equipped to handle chronic lifestyle degenerative disorders, many of which reach a stage where any further patient outcome delivery is very difficult to come by in modern medicine. Not only just that, it also is equipped to handle the softer mental well-being, mental health aspects. Combined together, I feel that this is an opportunity for the medical value fraternity to explore. And if we are, the estimates go by a $4 billion industry that India today has, I think if Ayush systems are fully activated, understood, promoted, we are easily looking at a parallel industry driven by the Ayush system of medicines for the medical value travel fraternity itself. Not only is this a great opportunity in terms of the size of the market, but also in terms of delivering greater value to the patient, both in terms of providing them with a more sustainable health outcome and also a more holistic outcome. With that, I think Ayush systems worth definite exploration by the medical value travel fraternity. And if I were to urge you, my only urge to you would be to come and experience this therapeutic strength of the Ayush systems yourself or through a patient of yours. We have worked with many of the partners in the industry, and we have seen that when a patient comes, and from a country where Ayurveda is not known, they don't have Ayurveda in their belief system or tradition system at all, they see the relief, they go back, and that creates the kind of credibility and kind of strength in the medical system that no other modality can.
Can I just a quick intervention, if you may allow, please?
Please.
I was just talking to Secretary Pathakji and to Madam Nesri, and I was just saying that since this is a very important platform where we are talking, I think it's also important to reach to our fellow allopathic practitioners who are very much involved in this medical value travel, that when the patients are coming to their hospitals, they should also give references that, okay, for post-rehab, and specifically for rejuvenation, wellness, mental health illnesses, they should recommend and encourage people to come to Ayurveda and to yoga practitioners for all these, instead of prohibiting them or kind of talking negative about that also. You know, it is very, very important that we should...
Across dialogue is very important. And given that the intervention can be made across preventive, curative, post-operative, rehabilitation, mental health and well-being, it's a very wide array of application that can happen. And within the industry, there are players who specialize in certain areas. We've already have on the panel an Ayurveda ophthalmology as an example. Our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has dubbed this 25 years of India as the Amrit Kal, which is the golden period. The quarter leading up to the 100 years of India's independence. And we all very strongly here believe that the Ayush systems are the Amrit Kalash of the Amrit Kal, which means this is the golden pot which will serve prosperity, health, wellness and well-being to the rest of the world leading up to the Amrit Kal of India. We ask for your partnership, for your support and for your collaboration in terms of bringing the Ayush systems to the rest of the world and staying true to the ethos of the Indian culture of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is the entire world is one family, and Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, may everybody be healthy, happy and peaceful. With those concluding remarks, I would like to, with permission of Special Secretary Sir Shri Pathak ji, invite him to share his guidance and his remarks for today's session, and then we close the session.
30th April 2023 is a historic occasion next Sunday, when the 100th edition of Mann Ki Baat, my Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji will be broadcast. In most of the Mann Ki Baat, Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned about adopting Ayush practices and promoting its scientificity. I still remember that in one Mann Ki Baat, when the COVID started, he mentioned about Saptapadi, and one of the steps, one of the pad is to adopt Ayush practices and advisory by Ministry of Ayush. In fact, advisory of Ministry of Ayush were translated in 8 foreign languages, and this was sent to all the embassies for the promotion of an adoption of this advisories of Ministry of Ayush by all the countries. And most of the embassies, they reported that people all over the world adopted it and benefited from it. Certainly it is a historic occasion, as you mentioned that it is a Amrit Kalash for the Amrit Kal, and Vision 2047, which Honorable Prime Minister has seen, Ministry of Ayush will be contributing a lot in the promoting and maintaining the health of Indian, not only Indians, but people abroad also. Still, I remember that during Global Ayush Investment Summit, Director General World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, he announced that the day is not far when the entire world will be coming to India for traditional medicine, and India will be a Vishwa Guru in the field of traditional medicine. That led to the foundation of WHO Global Center of Traditional Medicine, and certainly it is a Amrit Kal for Ministry of Ayush also, and Ayush system of medicine also, in which the private sector as well as government sector, they are coming together, they have come together and they have taken it to that field. I cannot forget the contribution of manufacturing sector, the Ayush medicine sector, manufacturers and service providers during the COVID period, when they sacrificed their own profits for working for the well-being of the people, so that people benefited. And today largely what we see, the management of COVID management in India is a major contribution can go to the Ayush system of medicine. So certainly it is a very good period for us. We will be looking forward. We will be skilling people also in the various aspects of Ayush medicine. And certainly we are ready, geared up to work more and more for improving the health and well-being of the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for those inspiring words. And I urge that when we meet next year, may all of you would have experienced at least one patient through the Ayush systems of medicine. With that, thank you very much. Thanks everybody on the panel, especially Madam Nesri, for joining us and sharing your deep insights with the entire panel. With the permission of Secretary, sir, I call this session closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our Special Secretary, sir, and thank you to all the panelists for a very informative session, and how the various interventions and how government is ensuring that we create more awareness among the people about our traditional system of medicine, which is now becoming more contemporary with the now digitalization and digitization. And as said, as Dr. Nesri said, that it is about from illness to wellness and then to happiness. So we spread this word, and we surely, I'm sure our international audience who are present with us, they have benefited with this conversation. Thank you. Thanking all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have our last session, which is on facilitating medical value travel through cross-border insurance, and that's going to be in the conference hall 1. And thank you very much to our moderator, Mr. Madhusudan Chauhan, for excellently moderating the session and information which our audience could get through the questions which you posed. So the last session which we are going to be having is on insurance, the medical value travel through cross-border insurance. People who are interested in being a part of it, that's being held in conference hall 1. So requesting you all to kindly, in case interested, to kindly move to conference hall 1, please. Thank you. So we are going to be starting there at 5 o'clock. There's one session on, and as soon as it completes, we are going to be then ready to go for the last session of the conference.
Hello, hello, check, 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 check.
So good evening, everyone, and welcome to the last session of our conclave, and thanking everyone for joining us. This is on facilitating medical value travel through cross-border insurance. Throughout these 2 days, we have seen and we have discussed that with countries and patients across the globe showing a lot of trust and confidence in Indian system of medicines, in Indian healthcare and well-being. We are seeing more and more patients coming from the other countries seeking more good quality, affordable healthcare in the country. And that is where the requirement for insurance portability has arisen. In this session, we are going to be focusing and we are going to be discussing on the role and the very importance of international health insurance providers or medical value travel, the risk and the challenges to providing cross-border health insurance, further synergizing government-to-government collaboration. The session is going to be focusing on how insurance can facilitate MVT, making it more accessible and more seamless option for the patients. We have been joined by a very distinguished panelist, Mr. Inderjeet Singh, Director and General Manager, General Insurance Corporation of India, Mr. Sanjay Sharma, Managing Director and CEO of TANS India Assurance Company Limited, Mr. Ravi Shankar, the Chief Executive Officer of Reliance Insurance Company Limited, Mr. Ankit Saklani, the Senior Vice President, Expedite Healthcare Solutions Private Limited, Dubai, UAE, and Mr. Chiti Babu N, the Chief Innovation Officer, FinTech and New Growth Channels, Star Health. The session is going to be moderated by Mr. Sandeep Vora, the Director, Health Tourism Industry, Europe. So with that, I hand over to our esteemed panelists and to our moderator first for the proceedings of the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry this got a little delayed. I think that lots of MOUs being signed. So we move here, but contrary to a lot of expectations, we're still going to have this session. So let's start, and let me first request the esteemed panel to introduce in greater detail as to what they've been doing, what their roles are, and then we'll engage further into the conversation. So why don't I start from my right, Mr. Ravi Shankar.
Good evening. I started my career and I owe whatever experience we have to the India's largest general insurance, New India. And I resigned in 2000 and joined American multinational called Principal. I set up a joint venture with Principal, Punjab National Bank and Vijaya Bank, where we were distributing insurance product to thousands of branches of these banks all across the country. Thereafter, I was invited by the leading pension funds to set up a company which ultimately, with the vision of becoming a Takaful company. The company is called Al Madina. Today, it's the largest Takaful company in the Gulf. And then I had the privilege of heading on the largest company there in Oman. Thereafter, having seen the landscape of e-commerce, I set up a company, eBima, which is still on, in Bangalore. And I got this opportunity from Africa to head an insurance company there. I've been to various markets, but Africa has the same flavor of the Asian market with big population like Tanzania is having 66 million people, comparatively very large compared to Gulf. And fortunately, in last 2-3 years, we are now among the top 4 from 14th position. So I have in the insurance industry, I've handled both the technical, the distribution side, and I come with the philosophy that ultimately it is the e-commerce which obviously is right now facing a lot of challenges, but the disruption, the biggest disruption in the world will happen in the field of insurance is in the insurance which will bring about the disruption. It has not happened, but in the coming years, you'll be witnessing a paradigm shift in insurance, and this will be linked to the programs or the conversation we'll be having on cross-border insurance. So over to Inderjeet.
Good evening to all of you. I am Inderjeet Singh, Director and General Manager with General Insurance Corporation of India. I joined GIC Re last year in November when I became Director. Prior to this, my parent company is New India Assurance Company, where I have put in 36 years of service. I am a direct officer in this New India Assurance. In 1986, I joined there and have worked in various capacities as branch manager, divisional manager, regional manager, and I have a foreign experience also. For 6 years. I have worked in Kenya for Ken India Assurance Company and was the MD and CEO for this company, which was underwriting life and general business both, and to the tune of around $90 million US, and I have worked for 6 years there, and now I am the Director and GM at GIC Re. Thank you.
Very good evening to all of you. My name is Sanjay Sharma, and I'm heading company Tanzania Assurance Company Limited, which is a subsidiary of Ken India Assurance Company, which Mr. Inderjeet Singh was saying, he was heading earlier as MD and CEO for almost 4 years before he is being posted into his parent company. And Tanzania is a subsidiary of Ken India Assurance Company, and the majority stake is holding, and the management control is in the hands of the PSU, LIC, GIC, and all other 4 national state-owned insurance companies in India are owning Ken India as a majority stakeholder, and Tanzania's majority stake is with Ken India, and the management control in both these companies are in the hands of the PSU companies here. So the top management officials are on secondment from all these 6 companies on a fixed term. I've been with Tanzania for almost 10 years now, heading it for the last 4 years as a CEO and MD. And before I was underwriting head and claims head in other positions, before I was elevated to this position. So almost 10 years into the African market, having experience of all the sectors. Health is a new sector when it comes to Tanzania. We are not into health. Ken India is into health, but we are planning to foray into health. We are just sitting on the fence, watching the market closely, so that the right opportunity comes in and we jump into it at the right time. So we are here to deliberate on our experience of the market in the African market, especially East Africa as a perspective. Thank you very much.
Good. My name is Ankit Saklani, and I am the Global Head and Senior Vice President with a company called eXpedites Healthcare. We are a healthcare company based in UAE, and we started 7 years ago with a vision of promoting home country treatment specifically to India. As of current, there are approximately 4.5 million Indian expats who are currently residing and working in the GCC, in the UAE market. And approximately by the data of Ministry of External Affairs, there are approximately 50% of the Indian migrants. They are present in GCC region and they're working there. So when we started eExpedite, we started it with a vision of promoting the home country treatment to different parts of the world. We always knew there is a potential, a greater potential in such patients, which is being neglected very often when it comes to, in comparison with international patients. But to a greater extent, we are able to serve this model very well. We are working with now almost all the leading companies in UAE, and we are targeting more and more different insurance companies in GCC region to divert different sort of nationalities to their respective home countries. The most important thing and the most important challenge was, there are international policies which are circulated in a specific region. For example, in GCC, there is always a worldwide coverage which is given to their insurance, policy holders. But there was there was never a pull mechanism to begin with, and we realized that very early at our stage, and we targeted the insurance company. We sat with them, and we strategized a policy. Strategized a model wherein why can't we target those patients and those members who are willing to travel to their home countries and for elective surgeries, for a planned surgeries. And very quickly we started receiving pilot cases, and this model was a huge success. And currently, if you talk about, we send approximately 100 to 150 patients to their home countries. And to be specific, India, we send at least 100 patients every month from different insurance companies and different countries from GCC market. The international insurance, and that's what we are here for the topic. So thank you once again for the opportunity, and I'm sure we'll have more ideas to discuss further. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chetty Babu. I am new to the insurance industry. I've been 5 months old baby. Predominantly, I come from a banking, payments, fintech space for almost close to 25 years. Hello. Worked in organizations like American Express, in various global and local roles. What I do in Star Health, we have some global audience here, so the benefit of them, we are the largest standalone health insurance player in the country. We have 35% market share. We have 20 million lives covered, and that number is doubling in the next 2 years. We have the second largest agent network only after LIC, which is around 650,000. My role predominantly, the role I play is a combination of a CDO, CMO, CPO, and a CIO. And if Starbucks can have more, so why not Star Health can be a health and wellness company? So that's my objective. My role is basically to those aspects.
So I think we need somebody like you to shake things up. So let's do something. Let's take a step back and let's work. So if I can request Mr. Ravi Shankar to actually help us understand who the various states and the problem first, and what needs to be done at a policy level to, let's say, how we were discussing, to get to this, logo of.
So, ladies and gentlemen, One Health, it's a paradigm shift. I particularly attended Africa Roundtable here. I also attended the CEOs, where all the CEOs of the medical. One basic aspect is the elephant in the room. How is the COVID-19 has been one devastating the world. So it's a great mission, but and in insurance and in this aspect of financing the medical costs, you must realize that this is like an orchestra, where the stakeholders are the government, the regulator, the consumers, the insurance company, the financiers. You can't have the music without everyone playing in. And let me tell you, cross-border and what it entails, because having worked in various jurisdictions. So have you realized you can purchase easily here iPhone online and that's about it, and you use it. But buying an insurance, I know in some cases people do buy a Bupa insurance or a health high-end product, but many jurisdictions don't allow buying insurance outside your country. And you need to understand why. And because unless these challenges are tackled, and unless we throw open, because at the heart is a huge majority of people who need medical treatment at an affordable cost, and who need to be given this choice. And they're being deprived of this choice because of these barriers. And therefore, why you cannot purchase, for example, why cannot a person in Tanzania or XY country or CS country purchase an insurance, medical insurance from India and get treatment, and why it's not allowed or why it's not valid? The issue is the two fundamental issues. The regulator, number one, is protection of the policyholders' rights, right? So there is a belief that if you are within the country and within the regulator, they can protect your rights. The second issue is much of the premium also is, gets invested in the capital market, etc. So they believe that there is an erosion of the premium base. But I would say that health is one, medical is one, where we need to have a very special sort of an outlook, because you are servicing millions of people and you are giving them an opportunity. The thing is, having worked in the Gulf and in Africa and other jurisdictions, I found that the people who come here, by the way, the statistics prove today in travel insurance, maximum people are coming from Africa. Country-wise, the maximum patients India is receiving is from Bangladesh. And you are having a 21% CAGR growth. I think it's 2026. You're talking about something like, from what I read the reports, about 13 billion. But I see the size of the market, I see 100 billion or 200 billion, and we are still struggling at 13 billion. The people who are coming outside to get the treatment are the one who can afford it. And there are massive number of people who cannot afford it because they have not been given the choice of buying an insurance. Because in insurance, you spread the risk. You don't take the entire thing on your shoulder. The other issue is, fundamentally, you have to go into a deeper aspect. I was in Gulf, and I found that there were these guys who were working for 15 and 20 years. And when you're young age, you don't get ailment, right? And mostly what happens is when you're working, you get insurance by your organization, right? And when you are about to retire and when you become your own self, you don't get insurance because you are into that age bracket where the insurance company considers you to be a high risk. They are not giving you the proper cover. And the essence is that in the age when they did not claim anything, organizations, sometimes they even charge premium, sometimes they don't, they give a free. But it's a part of the cost because you're working for them and that's one of the incentives. Now the point is, I give you one simple example. Why is not this issue of transportability, assuming you're an Indian, a massive number of expatriates are working in Dubai and all those people. When they come back, is after the retirement, why is it not that their claim-free experience transportable to the Indian market? And I'm talking that way, even the global market. And you understand that the paradigm of your understanding of an insurance cannot be a parochial one. In US, the presidential elections are won on the basis of the medical policy that they are conceiving. And all along, there's one fundamental truth that is emerging. The state cannot finance the medical bill every time. There has to be a mechanism of distribution. Various countries are grappling with it. You have models like Britain, where in Canada, where the state is bearing all the medical costs, but the demand is outstripping the supply. There's waiting lists, a huge waiting list for, say, some major operations, etc. So what's happening is you've got to have a more broader approach, and you tackle it as something far more fundamental, because this One Earth, One Health policy also indicates, assuming a platform which can take care of you. And also, the COVID has given you a sense of a disaster waiting. Gentlemen, there was only a very minuscule percentage of chance of you getting sick because of COVID. If it is there's bird flu, the rate of mortality is very, very high. So we need to have this One Earth, One Health policy. We need to have a far more vigorous debate on that, and we need to have most of the stakeholders. Stakeholders means government. I would assume that the government can initiate talks with the various governments in Asia, in Africa, and come out with a platform where this thing can start happening. And the policyholders' rights can be protected by passing legislation and part of the revenue being shared within those countries. But we need to address it in a more global fashion. And with that, I leave the floor to the moderator.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Vora.
I think you brought about some very interesting points. I've made a note, and I think we're going to come back. But let me move to Mr. Sharma now. What he's mentioned, from a pure insurance standpoint, you're based in Tanzania, and amongst that part of Africa, there is billions of dollars that is spent on medical treatment in India. What do you think could be a very relevant and a very progressive product that could be implemented by insurers there that would benefit the local diaspora?
Thank you, Sandeep. African insurance market is relatively a small size of market when we compare it with India. It's just 3-4% in Tanzania. When it is weighed against Indian insurance market. And health insurance per se is faring worse than that. And the options on the health side are very limited. There are limited health players offering products to the niche class, the higher strata of the society. The likes of Bupa, Max, they're offering products in African markets. They're local suppliers plus the international health insurers, they're offering products. And the target consumer is the upper strata. And so the point is the products are expensive. When we look at the opportunity which exists, I was looking at the numbers, it's about $10 billion. This $10 billion means, it has to be somewhere along the line has to be subsidized through a process of insurance. So insurance and healthcare is a linked industry. They're wedded to each other. And I'm sure, this $10 billion would be highly underutilized through a process of insurance. So there is a vast opportunity. The point is there is a vast opportunity which exists in the insurance space. globally. And not just globally, it just exists in India also. My take on this is the products in India doesn't allow treatment in India to a foreigner, So your products are limited to the locals. So there's a need to design products which allow you to distribute it overseas, to the overseas citizens, to the overseas citizens of Indian, other foreigners, And the distribution channel which can take shape can have a tie-up with the local, like Tanzania can be a supplier for a product which is designed through a local supplier in India. So they can not just be a distribution channel, but can be a part of an insurance and share part of the risk also. So we need to think out of the box to develop new products in India and have a networks to supply them in Africa, Europe, everywhere, like all other international players are doing it in Africa. So that's the need of the hour. We must brainstorm and think, how we can design our product. So this response has to come from the domestic market to come up with and have a response to the situation of the market. Once the product is there, this growth which we are visualizing, it is going to be multiply if the insurance solution is in place on the background. When we are talking of insurance solution, as my friend Ravi suggested, the access is to a limited level. We need to expand that level. So the product has to be cost effective essentially. It has to be for the masses. It can be limited jurisdiction of India to make it cost effective. That's the basis. We have enough database, of the cost of healthcare involved, cost of traveling. So it's easy to develop a product locally. When it comes to supplying those products in Africa or per se, is the first area where the cost viable product, which will be the first port of call to supply those niche things, which comes into place out of this new setup which we are talking about. So distribution can happen through online, which my tech people can. Distribution can happen to have a network tie-ups with other insurers in all those territories, and can happen through brokers, because there should not be any taboo in this. It's an income, it's an additional source of income will be retained locally in India if we talk of taking it forward through that process. So the point is, it's a vast opportunity, and there is lack of supply on that side, which is not giving sufficient impetus to the growth which it has the potential inbuilt into the system itself. So that's the point, is the core point of my take on the situation on this.
Thank you so much. So the challenge is quite a good one, and I think I've noted down a couple of things that we're going to come back, and the more we discuss, the more we talk, there's more intricacies that start to come out. So one of the most important aspects of the insurance industry is the reinsurer, which actually is the backbone. So I'd like to ask you, Mr. Indrajit, as to how the reinsurer sees this and how the reinsurer identifies various issues to enable this entire process.
Friends, I think many of you sitting would have heard the name of reinsurer, GIC Re. See, there are a class of direct insurers in the market. There is a class of reinsurers in the market, and GIC Re is the national reinsurer. So what we do is we insure the risk which you cannot cover. The risk what is covered by the direct insurer, some of the risks could be heavy which are taken by us and which are beyond our capacity are retroceded by us to the world markets. So we stand behind the direct reinsurers, direct insurers who are covering the risk, who are issuing the policy, who are doing the retail business and selling the policy to the retails and corporates. We stand behind you. That is what we exactly do. So now the question comes is that how do we perform and how do we select that what kind of coverage is to be given. Now the topic for today being medical value travel through cross-border insurance. Now these insurance policies which are covered, which are covering your cross-border insurance, when people go abroad for treatment, these kind of policies when they are issued by the direct reinsurer, are we covering them or not? See, people go abroad for treatment because they have got quality of treatment is available, there is a availability of the treatment is there, that treatment is not very costly also. These are some of the factors which people look into that and then they go for taking a policy. Like when I was in Kenya, we used to cover a medical policy, issue a medical policy covering treatment in South Africa, India, UK, these few countries we were covering because we knew that most of the Kenyans who wanted to go abroad for treatment used to go from Kenya to these countries. They were the preferred countries. So this is what we look in that policy, that what kind of treatment is available, whether it is affordable, what the policy covers, what is the package available, and then apart from that, we also look at the challenges which that country is having. The country should be peaceful, there should not be any visa problems, language problems should not be much there, there should not be logistic problems, all these things. See, when a reinsurer is covering a policy, direct insurer is framing a policy and then selling it. But then for reinsurer to support that cross-border insurance policy, we need to look at that policy and we need to take care of it. So that is what things we look into that policy, that whether these things are taken care or not. You can't send people for traveling to a particular country where that political unrest is there, because we know that when people go there, they will not get a proper treatment. Suppose the availability of treatment is not there, suppose treatment is very expensive, so that will boost up our claim cost. So all these things, as an example, what I am telling you is that we look into all these things when we are supporting the policy which is issued by the direct insurer. Now coming to the second aspect, what kind of supports do we give to the direct insurers? You know, direct insurers, when they issue a policy, they will be issuing the policy, and then some of the policies which will be high value policies will be beyond their capacity, or they will, reinsurer is basically covering the policies in a proportional form and in a non-proportional form. Proportional form is when a particular, suppose a risk of 100 rupees taken by the direct insurer, and they decide that 10% of that risk will be transferred to the reinsurer every time. So that is how the risk comes to us. So this is called as quota share of policy. This is our quota, and in every policy which they issue, 10% will come to us. Sometimes it is a surplus also. Suppose they decide that their retention is 10 rupees out of 100. Whenever it exceeds 10, if it is 11, they will give 1 rupee of risk to us. That is called surplus. And then there is a non-proportional method of transfer of risk, which is mentioning that suppose it is based on that, let us say they will retain 1 million of US dollars, then 1 million US dollar, whenever the risk involved is, let us say 1 million or let us say 10 crores, so we will cover 20 crore excess of 10 crores. That is a non-proportional. So whenever your loss exceeds 10 crores, we will pay up to 20 crores. So that is a non-proportional. It is not a fixed. So these are basically, I am not going into much detail in this. This is basically the various kind of policies which we issue to the direct reinsurer to cover the risk which they have taken. So basically what we are covering in this medical policies is through quota share and through excess of loss. These are the two. Surplus policies we rarely do not cover. So, and then there are, in the medical policy, there are two kind of policies which are basically in progress. One are the retail policies and one are the and because employers are providing the insurance, and corporate policies are mostly the tailor-made policies. So they will be covering OPD, they will be covering pre-existing diseases from day one, they will be having a lot of deviations from the standard policies. So those are the policies which bring a major chunk of losses to us. So while covering the medical policies, we mostly look at the claim experience of retail policies and the group policies. If we find that group policies have been performing adversely, then we prefer to take the retail policies. Group policies will not have the reinsurance cover. So retail policies will cover, because at the end of the day, everyone in the business market has to earn some profit also. That goes for direct insurers also and for reinsurers also. So those are the considerations which we take when we are giving cross-border insurance cover to we go for a lot of data analysis. We analyze the data, utilize the models which are available in the market, and then based on that data and models, we give the coverage. So whatever covers are designed by the direct insurers, we thoroughly evaluate them on the basis of their performance, and we suggest the changes and look at the data whatever is available, and then decide whether we have to give the cover or not, because we have to stand by the direct reinsurer, because they cannot perform unless there is a reinsurance coverage is there. So that is my take on this cross-border insurer. That is how our role comes into this particular kind of coverage. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think you tried to explain it as simply as possible, but on reinsurer on top of insurer, I bet half of them did not understand. So basically,
but I tried in most elementary form.
Exactly.
It cannot be more than that.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why I had a smile. So you presented in the most element. So basically, what he said is that when an insurance company goes, they carry a risk. And that risk is in terms of when you get sick and you need to go to an hospital, somebody needs to pay for it. And an insurance company pays for it. The reinsurer backs it. And there's the technicalities get into that. But without a reinsurer, I don't think any insurance company could come about with straight products and get this thing done. So yes, I've noted, you talked about retail and corporate policies and premiums. It's always about the premium and the risk people carry. I think we're going to come back to that and talk about that. But let's move to Ankit now. Ankit, now you've heard the products. You've heard how things need to move from a cross-border, I think.
Of course, yes.
Where you come in as eExpertise is also your expertise in making these operational across. So can you help us understand now the challenges that you face and how do you make it seamless for an insurance company or for a consumer to buy and get his product service across borders?
Sure, Mr. Vora, thank you for the question. And just before I start, just to answer the reinsurance and insurance concept, back in the days we learned it like this. I mean, we call reinsurers as the father of the insurance. So that is the simplest explanation we could learn back in the days when we were studying and we were exploring the insurance market. Yeah, so coming back to the question, see, the implementation is I think it's more important than what you preach or what you tend to achieve in the near future. I'll specifically talk about the GCC market because we have the expertise in that and we started off in that particular region. To be honest, initially when we started in exploring those markets, we realized that every insurance policy had the international coverage in it. It was always a worldwide coverage. I mean, the higher end policies, even for the blue collar ones, there was a worldwide coverage except the US and Canada. And nobody was actually promoting that. We sat with the insurance company literally, and we went through all the documents, the policy documents which they share with their policy members. And it was a lot of text, a lot of text, a lot of paragraphs, a lot of clauses, exclusions, inclusions, and the table of benefits. But really, as a layman, I personally don't know how many benefits do I have from my insurance coverage apart from the basic ones. So we sat with the insurers literally, and we designed a one-pager, a form or a leaflet, an information that will pass on to the policy buyer that they have the option of traveling to their home country for elective cases, for elective surgeries. So for example, if I want to have an elective surgery done, I have that provision of going to my home country and get the treatment availed. And the flights will be included, the accommodation will be included, I mean, depending on the policy. So we designed that, and it really, kicked off, and the number of home country treatment for a particular insurer drastically increased. It was a win-win situation for everybody, actually, because the insurer wanted to, save costs and give a nice experience to their policy buyers. For a policy member, it was a very great experience because they need to, they could go back to their home country and spend some days there after surgery with their family and meet their dear ones. So that concept really kicked off. Now, we had a lot of many cases doing and going on, and a lot of NRIs coming to India specifically for the medical treatment. However, there were also a section of people who belong to countries like, for example, sanctioned countries like Syria. And the political, condition is not really, stable there. So as Mr. Inderjeet, also pointed out, we need to be really sure which countries are we sending those patients to, because ultimately we are responsible for them. So we had past cases wherein people from Syria or countries, smaller countries, where they could not go back to their home country. So what about them, So we came up with this solution of promoting India as a medical tourism destination for those people as well. So interestingly, what is happening right now currently is we are focusing on the insurance companies, and we are focusing on those policies wherein we give the liberty and push the patients to travel to India for the home country, even if they are not the internationality. I mean, if it's an Egyptian or Syrian working in UAE, they have the liberty to go to India to avail the medical treatment. This idea came up because what was happening was we were serving the international cash patients also. We were devoting those patients to India for medical treatment, and we were also serving a class of people who had insurance, the NRIs. So we literally thought of clubbing those two and come up with a model wherein the expats who are non-Indians who are residing in this GCC region, they could avail that benefit of traveling to India rather than their home country. Which is, again, we are implementing with one of the biggest insurance companies in UAE. Currently, our CEO is presently in UK. He is having talked with NGS and NHS of UK, and there are smaller companies in UK where I can implement that idea of bringing the insurance patients to India. Now, there are a lot of groundwork which needs to be done, the implementation part. I mean, as basic as setting a call center for those patients. We have a 24/7 helpline. I mean, this might sound very, very, small in terms of a bigger picture what we're looking at. But to be honest, that is the backbone of our, services which we provide to these patients. For example, if a patient arrives to a hospital in India and, he gets lost, or there are a lot of, nowadays, misleading happening in every part of the world. So they have a definite, contact number to call from anywhere from the world, and our people are able to guide them and help them out. So implementation takes part in phases, actually. So we have set up a call center, we have given them a hotline number, the list of hospitals which are NEBH accredited, JCI accredited. So these sort of things we are doing in terms of bringing patients to India. Now also, I would just like to answer the question, a point raised by Mr. Ravi Shankar that, for example, an expat is living in Dubai and they get retired and they come back to their, home country. Why can't we have the transferability of the, a cashless system? It is a very unique thing and very innovative idea. Yes, of course, we would, love to have that. But right now, what is happening is everybody is, making their own mark. The insurance companies, UAE, are, setting up a building network there within themselves. Particular country insurance companies are, setting up their own thing. What we really need to understand is it is an interconnected model. So, for example, an insurance company is restricted to the region. They can always coordinate with the insurance company in that particular country, and they can be interconnected. It is as simple as, I take a flight from Dubai and land in India. it's simple for me, but at the back end, the traffic control, they have to coordinate. The way people need to coordinate with Indian people for the landing, for the, everything. So it is as simple as that. If we have that interconnected network of insurance companies building together on a platform that will help ultimately the end user, which are the medical treatment seekers, it will be a great boom. I know that this One Health, One World is a beautiful concept. I mean, I would like to have a universal policy, to be honest, and go anywhere I want, have the freedom of the medical treatment and medical region I choose from. But at the same point of time, at a root level, at a basic level, it is very, very difficult to have such thing. But we can always work on it by interconnecting insurance companies, people meeting together, come up with a solution wherein we have a policy which will cater to a particular region. And then eventually, if a person moves out of that region, he has some of the other backup in that particular country he's aiming at. So I think we are moving forward towards it. We have many patients coming in India, and we are sending many patients to other countries as well. But primarily, our focus is to bring as many patients as possible to India because of the expertise of doctors, because of the type of hospitals we have. We have every kind of hospitals. So yes, I hope I have answered the question. It's the implementation which is really important, and probably will go with the flow now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankit. Yeah, implementation is the key to the experience that somebody is going to get, and implementation comes when a whole lot of policies are sorted and a whole lot of products are sorted. I've made some notes. We're going to come back to that. So let's go to you now, Chiti. I think in all of this, now that you've heard the product, the policies, the reinsurers, the treaties that are going to go in, the implementation processes that need to be set in for the customer journey that needs to take place.
Yeah.
So from your role as the Chief Innovative Officer, how do you think digital is going to play the role in making that experience from a purchase to a serviceability of a policy, really seamless, like buying the iPhone that somebody basically mentioned?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Let me take a few level up, right? So if I can put 3 pillars to our overall objective, I'll see technology on one pillar, literary awareness and awareness of insurance as a second one, and third being the regulation. I'll skip the regulation now because we have experts on that. So if we look at the literacy and awareness, let me give a live example. Just a couple of months back, I was traveling to a very small village down south because we were looking at financial inclusion insurance together. There was an old lady, probably should be 65, cannot read and write a single word on any language, selling tender coconut on the roadside. And she had 3 QR code, right? And I approached her and asked her, what's the reason for 3 QR code? She said, sir, my first son is doing his 3rd year college in a particular college, and the second son is doing his 1st year in this particular town. And so the first QR code, I'll keep it because there is a certain amount of money I have to give him every month. So till a particular amount is collected, I use the first QR code. And for my son, second QR. And when this is done, I'll keep them inside. And the 3rd QR code is for my own expenses, right? So this is a lady who's not stepped into a school in her lifetime, can't read and write anything. But if you look at her financial literacy is up there, right? She's from a small village. She's accepting a new age method of payment and to distribute money seamlessly to her 2 other sons who live in different, geography of the country. And if I can take an example of, a catch-up we had among our friends last week in Mumbai, where my friend's wife was saying, Chatti, I wasted 18,000 rupees. I asked what happened. She said, I did an MRI scan and it came clean, right? And I was laughing about it. So how come you wasted? No. Are you expecting that MRI, the scan should have meant something destructive or negative? And we are laughing about it, right? So because insurance worldwide has been perceived as an expense, not as a must or, a basic that somebody should have. So I guess a lot of work need to do in, on the literacy side of things, that why we should have an insurance. Like auto insurance is a must, so everybody goes for it. And if I can bring the technology, there was like 3 years back, I was in the city of London, and my parents called up and said, hey, you know what, I want to visit your kids. Can you help us? So I was sitting in London. I was able to book a Uber cab for my parents, and they were able to see my children, right? So that's how technologically we are connected. We are in the 5G world, 6G is among us. Probably any doctors, anybody was studying medicine in the last 2 years, were studying it online, right? So why can't we bring that and marry it together, right? Let me quote an example. I have a family members who work for NHS in the UK, and they were saying that though it's a free medical care for everyone, and if you have to call for an appointment with a doctor, that can even happen after 2-3 months. So why can't I cover them on a OPD sitting in India? I can offer my free telemedicine platform. So if you are somebody sitting in London and can't visit your doctor for the next 60 days, I can enable it through a telemedicine with my qualified doctor in the same field, and you can pay a small amount of premium for it. And if you look at the other side, medical tourism is a big thing that we are talking about. So a Omani citizen comes to India for his or her surgery, and they have 2 attendants accompanying them. I can't cover that attendant right now. They're going to be in India. They are vulnerable to various factors in the country. I can't cover them. The regulation doesn't allow that, right? So there are various ways. You know, if you look at technology, I was speaking to Ravi Shankar just before our discussion, and I understand there are 20 to 30,000 Indian origin living in Tanzania, and they all got their loved and dear ones in India. So why can't I cover them? Why can't I give a customized policy based on telemedicine, health and wellness? They take the policy and use technology to avail that. So I guess we are living in a world where right now the entire world can see what we are talking right now. But when it comes to insurance, we can't club that together, right? So there is a regulation angle which we need to sort out. I guess that's where every regulator of every country need to come together. Or even if we take Africa, Asia, Middle East into one geography, we can enable that. But even in the meantime, there are multiple ways to enable it. I've been a frequent traveler for many years. Whenever I buy a travel card, well, like Forex travel card, if you have to travel to Europe, US, it doesn't cover travel insurance. I have to go separately and buy it. So why can't I club together? So the various ways and means you can bring insurance to the people using technology, using packaging, using promotion. But I guess what matters is the will. Because we are a country who are exporting UPI to the entire world. We are breaking records on transactions on a daily basis. Why can't we export healthcare to the world? We have given vaccine to the world. So we can definitely give healthcare as well. And with the connected world using technology, with the 5G enablement happening in every part of the world, I guess it's just a matter of will. Regulation, will improve as we go forward. But there are a lot of ways even regulation can allow that we can start from tomorrow onwards.
Thank you so much. On housekeeping, how much time do we have? Because I've made some notes and then up to us? Excellent. Are you ready, sir? Yeah.
So Mendes, we just have another 5-10 minutes.
Okay. So I made some. So let's try and Mr. Ravi Shankar, I'll probably come to you first because you mentioned something about the paradigm shift. You also talked about the insurer being able to think more globally. Now here is a question. It's carrying a risk across border. How do you want a regulator to then view this risk where the premium is paid in one country, the risk is carried in another country, and most likely the coverage from an insurer standpoint is against the rights of their citizens? How do you think that paradigm shift needs to take place where everybody, or what changes in law should happen where people then think, okay, it's okay to go get treated in India and there's comfort?
Okay, very briefly, if I can address the audience, I mean, it's post-lunch and all. The issue boils down to, it is not as complicated as one would have understood, but it would need a catalyst, which would mean, as I said in this meeting today, we don't have government people or policy making people. See, what happens is that you're aware there is a UN resolution on affordable premium, especially for Africa and the countries which are still struggling because of the climatic thing and all. Now, if we have an international protocol where we say right of life includes right to get a medical treatment, that's a fundamental thing that you get around. Then attached to it is all that the governments need to do is sit together and work out standard product which is easily available, can be done, and they can have an because you see, if you are having an airline operating from Dubai to here and all that, there's a lot of things which have gone behind, and the travel has been made easy and accessible. Today, globally, you're traveling far and wide because behind the scene, there are a lot of regulations which the governments have worked together to have an understanding. The second issue which also is involved is, how many of you are using a car and you get a no-claim bonus at the end of the year? My point is, for the years you have not taken a claim, why can't there be an international protocol that whichever country you're going around? Because if medical is equivalent to right to life, because it supports life, you could, and to afford a treatment is integral part of the right of life, then you can say that any company which gives an evidence, like I have done that for a lot of my diplomats friends who were posted in Germany and Europe, where the premiums are very high. When I gave the no-claim bonus certificate here, they got ridiculously low premium there because the experience was with me. But that experience got affirmed by the other countries. So what I'm trying to say is that the catalyst for the movement has to come through the state authorities, the governments, which have to sit together. Once they decide the size of the problem is such that if the various stakeholders don't join together, this is going to be an issue where, as a general, as a populace, I believe right to get a medical insurance is your choice and you should be given. And it should be some sort of a fundamental right, because it is so much intricately related to your life per se or survival per se. Once that principle is accepted, then you can have surrounding protocols around it. And the countries can join together with that protocol. And you need to have that without the catalyst. I'll give you one example how it happens. One practical example how it happens. In, when the Twin Tower, after the Twin Tower attacks, the entire reinsurance on terrorism was withdrawn by the reinsurance worldwide. So in India, what they did was, and GIC was part of it, they created a terrorism pool. So when the Bombay attack took place, that pool helped. And Mr. Indrajit will testify, that pool is profitable. All that, they compelled you to go inside and look and form your own this thing to get a protection, because all that the insurance company need is the government can give a protection to them. Like George Bush gave all airlines a guarantee, because once the reinsurance had withdrawn after the Twin Tower strike, then the president of US gave them the guarantee, if there's anything happens, then we give the claim. Similarly, a state intervention can be there, that if the insurance company suffers a loss beyond this or whatever it is, then the state can meet. I mean, there are various ways and means that this can be done. But principally, if you are going with the slogan of one earth and one health, and then you are looking at the whole paradigm, you got to think in terms of protecting people. And insurance is what? It's all about protecting people at the time of adversity.
Thank you, sir. Do we have time for more questions, or do we... does the audience have... I was hoping you have one.
Hello, sir. Good evening. My name is Danish. I'm the CEO of HealthStrip. I've been part of various discussions with the government, from the Chintan Shiver to also various MET committees. In some of those meetings, IRDA has also been present. Specifically, what regulation is preventing an Indian insurance, like a New India Insurance or LIC or ICICI, to offer the same health insurance that they offer to somebody in West Bengal, to somebody in Bangladesh, if they are willing to pay in India for treatment only in India. It will not cover treatment in Bangladesh, but if a Bangladeshi wants to buy an Indian health insurance for treatment in India, specifically which regulation is stopping it?
Yeah, good question. I think I'm going to put it to you, Mr. Sharma, because this is a very essential product. Why can a gentleman from Africa or Bangladesh buy a product in India and get serviced, or the serviceability across? It's a very practical thing.
As I mentioned during my discussion, there's a lack of supply on this side. The market has not seen the potential on that side. So products in India have to be approved by a regulator, per se. It is meant for an overseas citizen who will pay the premium in outside the territory of India. So it's an influx of foreign income. So it won't be a taboo on the RBI side also. So that's what I was suggesting. This is the time we need to think the potential to come up with and respond to this demand which is coming in because of the MVT side. From Africa, from the Middle East, and the patients are preferring India. And once the Indian market is analyzed the data and come up with so this product is going to be highly cost effective because the treatment in India is cheaper than the other options available across the globe. So it's the gap, it's the vacuum which is there in the market. One has insurance, suppose New India comes up with a product. The process is they have to file with the regulator to get it approved. The product is meant for a foreigner. It's not for this. They will be paying premium overseas. You need to find distribution channel to distribute those products. So we can look up for partners overseas, like insurers overseas, like insurers in Africa, like Tanzania can be a partner for a New India to distribute those products. So it will not be just a distribution channel. It can also participate some part of Tanzania would like to take some stake on the risk also, like some percentage of the premium which is going to the original product seller, and some premium is retained in Africa, in Tanzania as such. So I don't see there is any taboo on the regulatory side, and I don't see it should be a taboo on the RBI side also. So it's a potential which needs to be exploited. Currently there is no supply on that side. That's what my own statement was on that.
I may just add here that actually this is happening, and in Africa and in Middle East market, in Africa I know hundreds of people are buying a Bupa product through an agent in Middle East, and that product is serviced in London, right? The only thing is this is being done off the radar. The regulators are, normally there would be an issue with the regulator because the regulator in Bangladesh would, because the local industry may say this is a flight of premium from our side, right? And that is why an internal governmental approach is essential. By the way, and the other thing is it's not only on medical. In Thailand, a lot of properties were directly insured by insurance company in Japan. And the Japanese insurance company pays the flood losses. So they don't make it a restriction that you got to buy the product only from a Thai-based company. So the regulator look at it two sides, as I told you, that one is for protection of policyholders' interest, because where you are going to file the case if the policy is not served. Second thing is the premiums that you generate also help the capital market. To that extent, they believe there is a flight of capital from the domestic market. But then between, there can be arrangement and understanding. See, one of cases, I don't think so that in any policy of IRDA, they are saying you can't sell a policy to a person from Bangladesh. But you know, its overall context, someone can challenge that, but it would be working unless at the government channel levels they could work around a modus vivendi, and then that could be operable. It's already happening in various forms, but we need to make it, because then you are not talking about one or two, you are talking of millions of people whom you can give this facility.
Yes.
Sir, one quick question if I may ask.
Sure.
I'm Dr. Bhuvnesh, I lead the Pharma in FICCI. One thing that we have been hearing for quite a long time is we have a good membership base, Indian companies, pharma, MNCs, Indian MNCs. I think they all are supporting different CSR programs and patient-assisted programs. Still, despite having several schemes in the insurance sector and the healthcare support, we know it's not enough for many imported medicine treatment that we have to do. So we are hearing a lot about several innovative financing models, several insurance models, crowdfunding, where company want to partner with the government to bring some innovative models to support the patients or the end users through different models. So how do you position this in respect to India? I mean, which model you think would work and we should propose going forward?
Sir, Mr. Indrajit, would you like to, because you have perspective of Kenya and India and...
See, CSR is very good thing which has come up in India, and certain percentage of profit is allocated to serving to CSR schemes. So I can give you example from GIC and from my previous employer that what we do is that out of that budget which is allotted to us based on the board approval which is given for the CSR budget, what happens is that particular budget we use at various levels. Now the major portion of it goes to this medical side only. Like suppose now from GIC I can give you example. Last week only I think the board gave a approval that we helped on assisted one hospital with the purchase of an ambulance, a bus. That was a eye hospital in Bihar. I don't remember the name, where we patients, those who were given cataract operation has to be done. They will be brought in that bus. They did not have a bus because they will be having difficulty in coming all the way, and then eyes after operation, proper care has to be taken. So that hospital did not have a bus, and plus we provided them the equipment also. They did not have sufficient equipment and all those kind of things. So at this organization level, what I can assure you is that, and recently I think at IIT also, Roorkee, we are insisting on a medical project also, a research project involving some medical technology to be developed, that we are assisting at IIT Roorkee. So these are the things which we keep doing, apart from using the CSR fund for other helpful activities to the society, because what we earn is from the society, so we are trying to give it back. But what the idea is that medical thing is also in our mind, and we try to ensure that we go to the remote corners of the country and assist the hospitals, assist the clinics there, and wherever we feel that there is a need where we can be helpful in giving money to the development of those clinic or hospitals so that they can purchase equipment and other facilities for the patients who come from nearby remote corners. Those are the things which we are seeing. So this is the model which we are following, and we are trying to utilize this CSR funds for that. However, still I understand you are also a doctor. Your suggestion is also welcome, and will be definitely trying to incorporate that if something more innovative is in your mind. Thank you.
I may add here, we are not using effectively the capital market. Are you aware in the capital market there is a concept of catastrophic bonds? And these catastrophic bonds, if there is a catastrophe, they pay. And what can happen is you can have a catastrophic bonds in terms of medical insurance, where insurance company, which if the claim exceeds because of a say pandemic, etc. So those bonds, if they are tax free, and by the way, the bonds rates are pretty good. And in capital market, these bonds are preferred because they are not linked to the either uptrend or downtrend of the capital market. So these are the other instruments, and in a very big way, they can provide a protection for the insurance companies also to venture into lines for, let's say you are having a pharmaceutical product and it's still on experimental stage of vaccination. it can cause $1 billion loss or whatever you assume. You can have a catastrophic bonds to cover. What I'm trying to say is, capital market, all the GIC is nothing but leveraging of the capital. So capital market also, and India, it has not been utilized, though we are suffering from a lot of cyclone losses, etc. You know, those are the areas that we can think about to enlarge the support so that populace can be covered.
Let me take a minute on just to highlight to the audience what we are doing at Star Health. So we have a telemedicine platform. In the last 1 year, we have done 3 million free consultation to the Indian public, whether you are a Star Health customer or not. We have a platform called Talk to Star. We have over 50 doctors, bilingual, multilingual, you name a medical, particular vertical. We have doctors covering all of that. And we have, especially during COVID days, where people were not able to step out of their 4 walls, that came in extremely handy. In fact, I was not a Star Health employee then, and me and my entire family utilized that platform. And currently we are investing in both in technology and expanding that base, so that even if whether you're a Star Health customer or not, if you are even somewhere anywhere in the world, you want to just call a doctor and speak, we are available. Not only that, the platform also allows you to attach your medical reports, so that before the consultation starts, the doctors can actually go through it and give you a complete feedback. We also tied up a third-party diagnostic center, where again they can come home, take your samples, and give you the diagnosis report. So we are bringing, and we got few hospitals in south of India, part of our QSR program. We are offering free medical facility to the people who cannot afford it. So we're bringing definitely technology and our platform as well as QSR into it. Because in fact, we don't call ourselves a health insurance company, we call ourselves a health and wellness company.
Thank you. I think that's pretty much the time that we have. So, look, it's a very interesting aspect of business that needs to be looked at. It cannot be looked at independently. I think what needs to come about is health of a human being as a commodity, and everything around that to change. Currently, insurance is such a highly regulated market that everything starts to come about, and there are a lot of legal issues that start to come. So I think the panel represents some great diversity with the depth of knowledge, where they understand how those shackles can be broken. I think what needs to happen is governments, policymakers, regulators, they need to sit and say, prioritize that it's the health of the human being that needs to come first, and then how do we enable that? Today, I think we have the technology, we have the intelligence, we also have the intent. Nobody wants to go about bypassing a local law. So I think that's where it starts. India has definitely shown in the past where the medical value travel, as an industry came about as a private industry, and now the government looks at it. So this is also something that will enable for it to go to the next level. Not only benefit India, but I think it's going to benefit a whole lot of parts of the world. So I would definitely like to thank my panelists. Great depth of knowledge. Thank you very much. And I think at some point in time, the government should look at and probably reach out and see how they can enable the businesses and benefit from this panel's depth of knowledge. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
So thank you to our panelists, and we hope this session and information which has been shared has been beneficial to everyone. With that, from behalf of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and on behalf of the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I thank all our distinguished speakers who joined us in these 2 days, the eminent delegates and participants from India and from various countries. We had representation from more than 70+ countries, all the leaders who guided us throughout in these 2 days. Thank you to all of you for being a part of this mission of One Earth, One Health, which we undertook under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister who on various platforms has reflected with a very strong belief in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, of one earth, one family, and one future for all of us. And then wishing good health and well-being for all with Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramya. So we hope that we are able to take this very conviction, the belief of Honorable Prime Minister to the world. And thank you to each and every one of you for being an integral part of that mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. संजीव वो बैग्स कहाँ रखे हैं हम लोगों ने? Thanks, bro. Well done. Very well. Yeah. Yes. Sure. Likewise, give me a call. For sure. कहाँ है अभी मैं बैग का मेरा बैग कहाँ है? नहीं होगा ना ऑफिस कहाँ है? मिस्टर रविशंकर या Oh, wonderful. Okay.
And I'm very much into CSR, as you were talking about human rights and housing.
Yeah.
So I really like what you've been saying because I really believe that we have to work on that,
Yeah.
and especially if it comes to my
Oh, wonderful.
housing.
Yeah.
So
I
this
thank
is my
you.
card.
Thank you,
And,
Rima. It was a pleasure to be in touch with you.
Yeah, I don't know whether you will be, because we have a medical